Chapter 13:21. The team continued to move forward. In the evening, they found a spacious place to set up camp and sent out scouts to spread out in all directions. In the middle of the night, the scout at the front came back and reported that he had found signs of human activity in the area. There was the light of torches. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect to be so close to the other side. According to the distance and the time it took for the scouts to travel, they estimated that they had only traveled about 20 miles. While telling the scouts to rest, Zhang Xiaobao got up to discuss with Wang Wan. What's there to talk about? Who said that all people can only live together? 3,000 people. Do you think this lousy place is suitable for so many people to live together? What the scouts saw should be a small group of people with a bad status in the group. They are arranged to live outside. When they encounter danger, they have to report to the people inside. If they encounter an enemy, they can resist for a while. Moreover, there must be flat land around the people inside, suitable for farming. Wang Wan analyzed from the social hierarchy. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said, if it were me, I would be very willing to live outside, especially the river next to it. I would rather guard it than go back and live with more people. I don't need many. Just give me 100 people to manage. That's enough. You stay, we'll go back. You use salt to hire 100 people. I'll come and see you in 3 years. Wang Wan smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao, bickering, what I mean is development. What development can we get by staying in a ditch? How can we expect a Brahmaputra river? Every year, the floods will confuse them, not to mention how to use it. What is this place? Look, it's going to rain again. The weather is so stuffy. They live here and really rely on the weather to make a living. It was not easy to grow wheat, but when the heavy rain comes, it will be washed away. Who cares? It's different outside. For example, on the road we came here, there's a large plain formed by the river. This river is not very wide, the current is not very fast, and the deepest place when crossing the river is only about 4 meters. Find a place with a more stable mountain to build a house. Then raise cattle, sheep, pigs, and poultry, such as ducks and geese. Build terraced fields on the mountains opposite, plant wheat, and grow rice in the alluvial land below. Is it better to set up wooden rafts on the river, hang fishing nets, dry the fish caught in the nets, and store the food than not being close to the river? How good is your life? Zhang Xiaobao went along with his own thoughts. He felt that the locals did not know how to live and would not become rich. They threw away all their advantages and squeezed there to live. Now that there was no strategic location there, why bother? As Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao, she suddenly thought of Sanshui County. At that time, it was only a medium-sized county. The river did not connect to the capital. Life at home was not bad. It was close to the mountains and the water. The life of a farmer was far worse than that of the people in the capital. What should be used was not used. It was not that the locals did not want to use it, but they did not know how to. They were used to a way of life. If they wanted to change, they needed a lot of courage and courage. If it were not for her and Xiaobao, perhaps the life of a farmer would still be the same. Sanshui County would still be the original Sanshui County. How could it become the first county of Tang dynasty? Wait for the future. Wang Wan heard the thunder outside, but she was not worried. When they set up camp, they had already considered this situation. There was no danger at all, even if it was raining heavily. Wait for the future? Zhang Xiaobao began to put on his coat. During the day, he was not tired sitting in the carriage. At night, he had rested enough. Now was the time to take a look at the camp, especially the little ones. When they saw the rain, they ran out excitedly. Wang Wan also put on her coat. She was not wearing the normal clothes of this era. Those kinds of clothes were strenuous. Now, it was popular to use buttons and chains. After putting on her coat, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, when we occupy this place in the future, you can tell the Tang people your idea and let them build it. They can even build a simple dam. We can't count on the locals. They don't know how to build dams. Our Tang people are smart. When there is no cement and steel, they can build dams one after another. Why do we need special high-grade cement to reinforce the canals? Wisdom. That's right. We are so smart. India is so poor. After more than 1,000 years of development, they want to compete with us? It will tire them out. But it is because they are stupid that many species that have disappeared from our place are preserved. Our people are too smart. Animals and plants are no match for us. Today there is one species, tomorrow there will be two pairs. Then, when we talk about something, we look at Bangladesh and India. I really can't say whether it is right or wrong. Zhang Xiaobao really looked down on the people here. He felt that they were not a threat and could be bullied whenever he wanted. After so many years of development, China did not even have a place of its own. India still had a large area of empty land and a large population. How could it be crowded? The most interesting thing was that, as a Buddhist country, they did not have their own historical records. They had to write their own history based on other people's records. How sad was this? An ordinary civilization could not do this. Thinking of history, Zhang Xiaobao could not help but laugh. Wang Wan was puzzled. When she walked out of the tent, she asked, "Are you very happy?" "Just so." When the little monk came, he made people speechless. He called him Mahayana God, liberating God, and so on. Later, when I write a travel book, India will use it to compile its own history. Now, let's have someone write a history and tell the Indians that they used to be slaves of the Tang dynasty. They should continue to be slaves. Anyway, they still have the slave system now. How much trouble can we save, right? Zhang Xiaobao chuckled as he spoke of his idea. It was as if he was very happy to be able to fool others. Wang Wan stood outside and looked at the sky. There was no trace of the moon and stars. It was pitch black. The sound of the diesel generator could be heard. The searchlight shone up, and dark clouds could be seen rolling in the sky. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, she curled her lips. How free! If you have the time, why don't you let people write books? Our textbooks are much worse, especially the basic language. There are very few good articles. Children learn from the moment they are born. Their intelligence can't keep up. Do you think they are like Xiaoyuan? Children waste a lot of time on the basics of language. Why don't you design more books for language teaching? To put it more bluntly, when they grow up, they can slowly learn more things. When that time comes, those who don't want to learn don't learn. It's not necessary to write the book of songs to be amazing. You can also launch satellites into the sky. That's where you are wrong. People who have the ability to launch satellites have a good foundation in literature. At the same time, they have a solid foundation in foreign languages. For example, people like me are better at learning foreign languages. Zhang Xiaobao praised himself without blushing. You are trying to fool people, not to launch satellites. Oh, you can also say that you are trying to launch satellites. Do you know Indian? The little monk came over and had a good communication. Wang Wan thought of a problem. Not to mention here, there were many dialects that she could not learn. How did Tang speak to people in the past? One language could be used everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao puffed up his chest and said, I do know a little Indian language and I can still use it now. The Indian language hasn't changed much, just like our Tang dynasty. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to understand the poem at all. When I read it, I realized that the rhythm and other things are exactly the same. It's just that the pronunciation of the words needs to be read according to the poem. For example, slant can be read as ya, hui can be read as huan, and huai, and so on. It's much easier than memorizing words. Then, when you meet the other party, you will be in charge of communicating. If you can't, get someone to find chronicles of the Western regions and compare it to the situation. Wang Wan gave Zhang Xiaobao a task. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and nodded. I can communicate with the other party, but I can't compare it to what the little monk wrote. It's too fake. After he translated it, I can't read it. It feels like the people here are like us and can speak classical Chinese casually. Who am I trying to fool? I took a few glances and then stopped. It's boring and I don't need it. I'm not here to have a normal cultural and technological exchange with them. As the two of them were talking, the rain poured down. The two of them put on their raincoats and rain boots and strolled around the tents. Xiao Bei and the others woke up as expected. They also put on their raincoats and stood outside the big tent to look at the sky. Every time there was a flash of lightning in the sky, they would cover their ears and wait for the sound of thunder. The rumbling sound seemed very interesting to them. If you don't enter the tent, do you want to be struck by lightning? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, the little guys didn't notice. They were startled by Zhang Xiaobao shout, "Oh, I thought there was a sudden thunder in our ears." We came out to take a look. It's stuffy inside the tent, so the lightning won't strike us. There are lightning rods set up higher up. In fact, we want to see how the lightning looks when it hits the lightning rods. Brother, you said that lightning is also electricity. If we can use it, then we don't need to use other things to generate electricity, right? Xiao Bei stepped on the gathered water and jumped in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded first and then shook his head. Lightning is indeed electricity, and the voltage and current are not small. If the electricity of one lightning bolt can be stored, it will definitely be enough for more than 10,000 people to use for half a year. But because there is too much energy, we don't have a way to store it. It comes and goes quickly, unless there is a way to slow down the speed of the lightning when it disappears unnaturally. If there is such a technique, it is enough for us to collect more energy. Why do we have to focus on collecting lightning? Oh, is it because our technique is not good enough? Xiao Bei said disappointedly. Yes, you're still far from it. It's not easy to conquer nature. Moreover, there are many masterpieces in nature. For example, in movies, under the circumstances of special topography and rock structure, as well as the current thunderstorm, some images and sounds can be recorded. When the next thunderstorm occurs, it can be reproduced. It is the same principle as the equipment we use to shoot movies. Humans learn a lot of things when they adapt and study nature. So, the subject of nature is not simple. Zhang Xiaobao explained to his younger siblings. We can already film, but we are here. I don't know if it will be screened. I want to film many movies in the future, Xiao Bei said. Chapter 13:22. Due to the shape of the earth and the fact that he had nothing to do the morning in Chang, and came earlier than where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were at, Li Longji woke up not long after Xiao Bei said that she was looking forward to him making many movies. Last night, he slept with the Empress and concubine Wu. He didn't dare to let the ministers know about this. Otherwise, they would definitely postpone other matters during the morning court session and start discussing etiquette with the emperor. After all, the empress had a high status and couldn't sleep with other women. If Li Longji wanted to sleep with a few more women, he could, but he had to get up and move to another place. It wouldn't be easy for him to sleep with 2 or more women. Not only did the ministers refuse, but the women also refused. Unless he didn't say that he was the emperor and went to a brothel, then there wouldn't be a problem. Of course, it wasn't just 2 women. Even if it was just 1 woman, it couldn't be during the day. Otherwise, the ministers would object and find many reasons to make the emperor lower his head. It wasn't that Li Longji hadn't been pointed at and scolded in the morning court session, but he hid his matters with women well. The palace maids and eunuchs wouldn't talk about it. Empress Wang and concubine Wu, who shouldn't have been able to spend the night with him, agreed to it now. The 2 of them also couldn't talk about sleeping with the emperor at night. Otherwise, the people who heard them would go crazy. Li Longji, who woke up early in the morning, was full of energy and didn't look weak at all. Previously, during the morning court session, the ministers said that the imperial physicians should be heavily rewarded. They were the ones who took good care of the emperor's body. Li Longji rewarded the imperial physicians according to the minister's words. The imperial physicians took the reward money and sent half of it to the savant's restaurant to be deposited in the donation box. First, it was to repay the kindness. Their medical skills were getting better and better because of the medical school. The medical school had two sets of profits. One was the normal profits of traditional Chinese medicine, and the other was the utilitarian profits. They would give eye drops when their eyes hurt and not use the Bezor detoxification pill to check if the patient was heaty. The two theories could influence and promote each other, making the imperial physicians' medical skills even more exquisite. Sometimes, when they encountered an official who was ill, they would also give him anesthetic to perform surgery to save time. Otherwise, if they used acupuncture and ointment, the treatment would take several months. Secondly, the imperial physicians knew that the emperor's good complexion was not only due to their help in looking after him, but also because of the emperor's own judgment. The emperor was in a good mood, and his diet was good. He was not tired usually, and when he had nothing to do, he would go out of the palace for a stroll. Of course, he would be healthy. However, the credit didn't fall on their heads. It was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who planned it well. Unlike the previous emperor, who was washed away by water today and had no money or food, and who was crushed by snow the next day and had no people or goods, the ministers came up with a plan. They needed to repair the riverbanks and pave the roads. The national treasury was still in debt. In addition, the people in various places were playing the game of rebellion, and the surrounding countries were attacking the passes and border areas. When the imperial physicians thought about it, they felt scared and worried to death. That was why they said that it was not easy to be the emperor. However, with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, things became simple. As long as the local officials were not stupid and not greedy, they would follow the procedures, and the losses would be very small. For example, when it was raining heavily, the local officials would ask the people to evacuate and wait for the flood to come back. When the houses collapsed and the fields were flooded, the local garrison would be mobilized. They would treat it as training for the construction of fortifications and would fix it for you. If you lost something valuable at home, if you reported it, the fund would compensate you. If you wanted to cheat others, once your neighbor exposed you, the problem would be serious. The surrounding countries had been properly dealt with by the two of them over the years, so now the emperor didn't seem to have anything to worry about. Based on these 2 points, the imperial physicians donated half of the money. They didn't dare to take the full credit. They also knew that the donated money didn't belong to the Zhang family and the Wang family. They wouldn't use it themselves, but at least it would make them take less money when they took out money. When Li Longji knew of this situation, he was very gratified and relieved. Otherwise, he would really consider changing the imperial physicians. It was not a good thing for the imperial physicians to be too selfish. He decided to give the imperial physicians some benefits. So he spoke first during the morning court. After the officials greeted each other, Li Longji returned greeting. In the past, it was rare for the emperor to not greet the officials in front of everyone. Today, he was very happy because yesterday evening, he heard that 80% of the people from Xinlua and Japan who had brought their children to participate in the competition had decided to stay in the Tang dynasty before the competition ended. Xiao Bei and the other 9 little fellows had suggested that Xiao Bao and Huan Huan's plan to replenish the troops had succeeded. Those who remained would be sent back after half a year. In the name of being dispatched, they would be sent to spread the good news of the great Tang. Coupled with the invasion of the people's livelihood, it would take at most a year for Xinlua to collapse first, followed by Japan. This year's autumn harvest was still Xinlua's cotton. They didn't exchange it for food, but for money from the Tang dynasty. Japan also planted special economic crops, not food, and they also exchanged it for money from the Tang dynasty. There didn't seem to be any disadvantages. With the Sinongsi's research, productivity increased. The Tang dynasty's food was cheap, very cheap. The Tang dynasty's money could buy food that was much better than the local food of the 2 countries. However, the problem lay in the human nature that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said. To them, the Tang dynasty's money was foreign exchange. Foreign exchange could be used to buy food, and they wouldn't be able to finish it even if they ate. In reality, the ruling class wouldn't buy food. They would use the money to buy luxury goods. The result was that the common people did not have enough food. The common people were not fools. They knew how much grain the great Tang could buy with the money they had spent on 1 mu of cotton. Normally, half a mu of cotton could buy as much grain as they could buy with the money they had spent on 1 mu of cotton. Under such circumstances, if they planted cotton and realized that they were hungry in the end, what would happen to the money? They would know that the money was changed into beautiful clothes and ornaments by the people above them. At the same time, the descendants of the people above them would take the money to the Tang dynasty to enjoy life. The hidden danger of the people's hearts had been buried for several years. This year they would work harder. He didn't believe that they wouldn't give up their traditions and completely submit to the Tang dynasty. The more Li Longji thought about it, the more excited he became. He only doted on 2 women at night. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei were also happy about this matter and accompanied the emperor for half the night. I'll say 3 things first. Li Longji, who was happy and spoke first, said into the microphone. The officials began to look for a seat. There were small tables, stools, tea and fruit juice behind them, but there were no snacks. They had to be prepared by themselves. But when it was time to eat, they would call you. Don't choke. Most of the officials sat down. They knew that today's morning court would take a long time. If they were tired from standing, they wouldn't have the energy to do serious things when they went back. Only a small number of newly promoted officials participated in the morning court for the first time today. They didn't expect that the morning court would be like this because no one told them. Sit down. I feel annoyed when I see you standing. Those who stand may not be respectful to me, and those who sit may not be unsupportive of me. You'll get used to it in the future. Right now, Li Longji liked this kind of atmosphere. He had been standing there for 4 hours, and when he turned around, he had taken what he should have taken. What was the use of him feigning compliance? Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo had always not stood if they could sit, and they didn't sit if they could lie down. On the surface, they didn't seem to be respectful to him, but they did things beautifully. How much less did it make him worry? Those who were standing didn't dare to continue standing. Since the emperor had spoken, those who were standing might not be respectful. One by one, they sat down curiously and nervously. Then they looked at the others nearby. Some were drinking water, while others were secretly eating. It was really a morning court. Unfortunately, they didn't bring anything to eat. They didn't dare. Who knew it could be like this? Those who are secretly eating, pay attention. There will be more food after the morning court. Don't regret it. The crab is coming. Today's soup dumplings provided by the Success House. Li Longji added. Those who were eating nodded and didn't stop eating. There was still a long time before the morning court ended. They couldn't wait, hungry all the time. They would eat first and talk later. The newcomers were stunned. So this was what the morning court was like. They were even given a meal. The Success House was the restaurant of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. No wonder they both wanted to be officials in the capital. Of course, they didn't dare to be presumptuous because of the emperor's easygoing attitude. When they came, they sat in the carriage that made a lot of noise. However, when they saw the former officials standing on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, they all cried out miserably. It was said that the oldest one had been standing for several years and was still alive. The first thing is to commend. No, it's the autumn harvest. This year's autumn harvest is very important. We need to provide large amounts of supplies to the soldiers on the front lines. The soldiers are fighting in the front lines. When the new grain comes, send it to them first. We eat the old grain. I'll eat first. I won't eat new grain until the war stops. Li Longji basically wanted to talk about commending the imperial physicians, but when he said it, he realized that he should talk about proper business first. The autumn harvest. Your Majesty is wise. A voice suddenly sounded and echoed in Hanyuan Palace Hall. The others didn't make a sound. They sat upright. Those who were eating also stopped. Those who were drinking put down their cups. At this time, they couldn't eat and drink anymore. The emperor had spoken. It was disrespectful to eat and drink. The person who shouted had a flushed face. He was new and thought that everyone would shout. However, he found that the surroundings were too quiet. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Li Longji smiled and said, "Those who are new to the court, remember not to say such useless words. Of course, I'm wise. The second thing is to reward the imperial physicians with a chance to film a movie. We'll publicize the deeds of the physicians in Tang Dynasty." The crowd didn't make a sound. It wasn't a big problem. It was just a movie. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and the others were paying for it. If they wanted to film a movie in the future, they could find Xiaobao and Cuckoo. The third thing is that my movie is already out and there are many copies. Why don't we go to the movie theater that I built first to watch it together? If no one objects, we can eat soup dumplings first and then go together. Li Longji swallowed twice as he spoke. He was also hungry. This subject dares not agree. Yuan Rong stood up and looked directly at Li Longji. "There's no harm in you saying it." Li Longji knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly. This subject hasn't discussed the matter at hand. It's not good to go watch a movie now, right? This subject thinks that we can get off work early in the afternoon and then go watch a movie together. The autumn harvest is waiting. Yuan Rong changed his righteous attitude and spoke as if he was chatting. Chapter 13:23. Li Longji raised his head and looked at the sky. It was indeed morning, so he could only suppress the idea of asking everyone to watch his movie. For a moment he seemed resentful. Until now, he still didn't know how much better a movie would be compared to a film made of glass. His subordinates had asked him if he could watch the movie while it was being produced. In order to give a surprise, he refused. It seemed that he still had to endure for a few more hours. Yuan Rong didn't seem to see the emperor's expression. After he finished speaking, he gave the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, a look. Wang Bei had the urge to curse. "Why did you ask me to speak first? I'm in the Ministry of Revenue, not the Agriculture Temple. If you want to know about the autumn harvest, you should ask the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Revenue can be discussed later." Even though he was thinking this way, Wang Ku's hands did not slow down. He took the small microphone on the table, turned it on, and gently blew on it. A sound came from the loudspeaker, hanging 5 meters behind him. He said into the microphone, "This year, according to the news from the Agriculture Temple of the Ministry of Works, there aren't many disasters. The output of rice in the north and wheat in the south should be much higher than in previous years. In order to avoid harming the farmers, the Ministry of Revenue has prepared 20 million strings of money for Chongpingsang. When the main crops are harvested, Chongpingsang will stabilize the grain price of our Great Tang. At the same time, the peddlers from all over the country will cooperate to prevent the grain price from being artificially lowered." After speaking, Wang Bei immediately turned off the microphone, as if it was burning his hand. When the officials heard this, they were satisfied. Moreover, they knew that the peddlers from all over the country had nothing to do with the peddlers. They were all powerful merchants. With them cooperating to stabilize the new grain price, there shouldn't be any problem. Li Longji didn't consider the problem of the new grain price at all. He didn't think that anyone would dare to lower the grain price at such a critical time. This was because Pan-er and Pan-er had said that Baby Candy House had stopped making cakes for some time in order to support the previous war. In other words, if they didn't touch Chongpingsang, the Great Tang would have enough grain. When the new grain came, as long as Xiao Bei and the others gave the order, Baby Candy House would be able to use a lot of the new cakes. Hearing Wang Bei's words, Li Longji felt that Wang Bei was implying something. He asked, "Wang Bei, did you notice any bad signs recently? Someone wants to destabilize the price of our Great Tang's new grain." Wang Bei turned on the microphone again. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Majesty, ever since Xiaobao proposed the national policy of allowing the locals to organize and sell the food in various places and then use the money to pay taxes, the food production has indeed increased to a certain extent, just as he had predicted at the beginning." "What's a certain degree?" Li Longji asked. "It's because all the people are concentrated in the production. From farming to field management, to fertilizing and weeding, and now the harvest in most areas, the output is estimated to be 30% to 50% higher than before when each household worked alone. Wang Ke replied. He really didn't want to reveal this data. This was all thanks to Zhang Xiaobao. Before this, no one would have thought that when implemented according to the policy, it would produce such good results. Those who had taken over other people's land were very reasonable in the distribution of labor when working, and at the same time, the management of the fields was more perfect. Many officials were unaware of this matter. When they heard Wang Bei's words, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. 30% to 50%. Although there wasn't a specific number because the harvest hadn't been completed yet, it was clear just by looking at the estimated data. At the very least, it would increase output by at least 30%. 30%. Last year's grain output was already high enough. Compared to 10 some years ago, the current annual grain output was more than 3 times that of last year. If this foundation was increased by 30%, the great Tang's grain supply would be assured. The land was the same, and it was just that the agriculture temple had been doing better and better in recent years. However, the sudden increase in grain output was still inconceivable. Why is that so? Li Longji asked, feeling very happy. Wang Bei took a deep breath and replied, This subject has asked someone. It's because those who rent other people's land and then centralize management are all very smart. Those who aren't capable wouldn't dare to rent other people's land. During the centralization of management, regardless of whether it was the effect of fertilization or the subsequent weeding, there would be people watching over the fields. Moreover, they could adjust the amount of water in the fields according to the changes in weather. If it didn't rain for a few days, there would be people watering the fields. If it rained continuously, there would be people letting the fields water. Compared to the management of the fields last year, the people who grow grain for the people who rent it only need to be responsible for the problems in the fields and don't need to worry about other matters. In the words of the Ministry of Works, it's a change from multiple jobs to a single job. This subject has to admit that Xiaobao's move is very effective. Not only did it reduce the number of people working in the fields and let them do other jobs, increasing the overall income of Great Tang, it also increased the efficiency of the people in the field. On the one hand, it increased the number of people working in other jobs, and on the other hand, it increased the production rate of the fields in the unit. This is something that this subject didn't expect before. With fewer people and centralized management, the grains grew better. This subject is impressed. As for the other matters, this subject feels that it's better for the Minister of Works, Zhang Zhong, to explain. He knows more than this subject. Wang Bei unwillingly used facts to praise Zhang Xiaobao, and then threw another matter to Zhang Zhong to see how Zhang Zhong would explain. A few other people who knew the inside story began to snicker. They felt that the battle between Wang Bei and Zhang Zhong was very interesting. Both of them used various methods to carry out a tacit exchange of interests. It was impossible to say that they were supporting each other, but it was impossible to say that they were undermining each other. It depended on the specific situation. Sometimes they could even work together. This kind of battle would definitely be very annoying to ordinary people, but it was a scene to see in the court. It was just a game. In any case, it was impossible for one of them to really kill the other. If Wang Bei really had the opportunity to blacken Zhang Zhong through this kind of battle, and then the emperor ordered Zhang Zhong to be killed, it was likely that Wang Bei would first stand up to protect him. On the other hand, if it was Wang Bei, Zhang Zhong would also stand up to protect him. The two of them each had their own forces. They just liked to fight, but they didn't intend to kill each other. They didn't even want to fight each other to the point that the other party quit. How boring would that be? Now that Wang Bei had handed the troublesome matter to Zhang Zhong, a portion of people who knew the inside story watched the show. Zhang Zhong still had that simple and honest appearance of his that was wholeheartedly devoted to the country. In addition, he was still holding a pencil and moving it around in a notebook. At first glance, he gave people the impression that he was an honest person who worked seriously. After Wang Bei changed the topic, Zhang Zhong was still writing something. Li Longji coughed into the microphone, and Zhang Zhong continued to write. Minister Zhang, Yongcheng, it's your turn. Li Longji had no choice but to use a more serious tone. Zhang Zhong, who was writing something, raised his head as if he had just woken up. He looked at the emperor blankly. Li Longji was puzzled and said, Minister Zhang, stand up that notebook of yours and let me see. Zhang Zhong didn't dare to disobey and could only stand up helplessly. The people nearby and across from him saw that there were a few cute cartoon pigs drawn on the notebook. There were even circles of lines that the pigs were saying. The words weren't small, so Wang Bei, who was beside Zhang Zhong, deliberately read it out loud. I am a good little pig. I sleep early and wake up early. When I eat until I'm full. The flowers and birds smile at me. Brother Yongcheng, good poem. Ha! I didn't expect that the top scorer. Brother Yongcheng's writing is better than before. When the others heard Wang Bei read it out loud, they couldn't help but laugh. Even Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. This was someone who had once been the top scorer in the imperial examinations. How could he write something like this? Zhang Zhong's honest face blushed slightly, and he hurriedly explained, I wrote a children's song for my family's auspicious luck. Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo aren't around, so my family's inner court has been taking care of it. As a father and uncle, I should write something for my family's Xiao, Bao, and Bei. I would like to write, Today's spring is waiting for autumn. The flowing water and floating clouds should be like this, but the little ones have to be able to understand. If Xiao, Bao, and Yaowan were here, I wouldn't have to practice such ugly stick figures. For the sake of the children, so what if I'm the top scorer? After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, everyone stopped laughing at him. Even Wang Bei, who was nearby, gave Zhang Zhong a blessing smile. Everyone knew that Zhang Zhong's son and daughter-in-law weren't able to play with their younger siblings at the moment. They were fighting for the country at the borders. Thus, the education of the four little fellows had to be handed over to others. However, the results couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's personal education. This was a sacrifice. If anyone was unconvinced, they could take a look at Bei's 9 children. At that time, they would understand everything. Yongcheng, you've worked hard. Now, let's talk about the consequences of Xiaobao's policy. After the royal court, I'll personally visit the 4 little fellows and bring them to watch a movie together. We're very willing to do something for the soldiers at the front lines. Li Longji looked to the west and sighed emotionally as he spoke to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong put away his notebook and smiled embarrassedly at the others. He asked in a low voice and knew what Wang Bei was talking about. He said, Xiao Bao's policy has increased the production efficiency of our Great Tang's various industries to a certain extent. However, due to the policy, it has also revealed a portion of the smart people. This portion of smart people not only have strong coordination and management skills, they also know how to maximize their own benefits. This subject has heard that a portion of them have already banded together to increase their income during the autumn harvest. They intend to not sell their grain and create a situation where there is a shortage of grain in the market. This will raise the price of the grain in their hands. This subject has already contacted Xiao Bao, but there hasn't been any news yet. I believe that it won't be long before Xiao Bao's countermeasure reaches this subject. At that time, this subject will follow the plan. At this moment, Zhang Zhong didn't deliberately distance himself from this matter. He directly said that he had sent news to his son. Li Longji and the other officials nodded. Just as they were about to speak, someone ran in and shouted, reporting the 6 edicts of submission have been delivered. The 6 edicts of submission have submitted. Chapter 13:24. The officials were confused. Li Longji stared at the newcomer. He knew him, Luo Bin, a eunuch who had been with him for a long time. He was now in charge of the emergency messaging between the Zhang family and the Wang family. As long as a telegram was sent to Luo Bin's department, it would be delivered to him whether he was sleeping or sleeping. Even if he was sick, as long as he was awake, the message would be delivered to him. What did he mean by saying that the 6 Zhao had submitted? The 6 Zhao didn't submit? Where did he get the news? Obviously, it wasn't something that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could send. The officials also knew Luo Bin's identity. The eunuch from back then was now old, but he didn't have a wife. He said that he didn't want to harm other women, but he sent a lot of money to his family. It wasn't because he was greedy, but because he received benefits. What did his arrival have to do with the 6 Zhao's submission? Many people looked at Zhang Zhong, but Zhang Zhong returned a look that said, "I don't know either." Yuan Qianyao turned on the microphone and coughed lightly. He asked, "The 6 Zhao have always belonged to the Tang Empire. Why would they submit?" Luo Bin looked at Yuan Qianyao, then at His Majesty. Seeing that His Majesty nodded, he wanted to shout at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, he reacted and ran to the nearest official, picked up the microphone on the table, and turned it on. "Your Majesty, it's true that the 6 Zhao have always belonged to the Tang Empire, but the 6 Zhao have their own territories. Although there are hostages in the capital, they resist the Tang Empire's orders. They don't pay taxes and only pay tributes. The value of their rewards is always more than the tributes they pay." Now, the people left behind by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in Kuan province are helping them to send secret messages to the hostages in the capital. The hostages will write the submission letters on their behalf. Before I came, I went to find the 6 Zhao's hostages and waited for them to finish writing the submission letters before coming. Luo Bin raised his hand and shook the few submissions he was holding. The officials, including Li Longji, understood a little, but more were still puzzled. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's last telegram said that they had left Yi province for Kuan province. They had probably arrived there, but they didn't understand the meaning of asking them to write another submission letter. What else did the telegram say? Li Longji asked. Replying to Your Majesty, it also said that when we saw the telegram, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had already gone deep into the Indian region and were cooperating with our army on 3 fronts. We hope that the imperial court will take good care of the migration of the 6 Zhao people. Luo Bin replied respectfully. Zhang Zhong suddenly understood and said, "Xiao Bao and Cuckoo went to Yuzhou and left after seeing the people of the 6 Zhao. Did they leave some people behind?" "Yes, it was mentioned in the telegram." Luo Bin nodded towards where Zhang Zhong was and gave him a big smile. As for whether Zhang Zhong could see him from so far away, he didn't care. Li Longji waved his hand, and Luo Bin immediately trotted over and placed the 6 documents and a telegram on the table in front of His Majesty. Li Longji waved his hand again and waited for Luo Bin to retreat to the side. He picked up the telegram and looked at it. He nodded as he looked at it, and a smile appeared on his face. He then looked at the 6 submissions, and the contents were basically the same. It said that the great Tang had obtained the power of the heavens and was willing to lead its own tribes to submit. Li Longji put down the submissions and said to the anxiously waiting officials, "We will tell you all about the situation. It's like this. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left Yizhou to scare Jinla. But before they reached Kuan province, Jinla was really scared and thought that they were going to continue south. Thus, he sent an envoy to hurry and send someone to the Annan Protectorate. Yes, Jinla was very anxious. They didn't care about the large number of troops stationed in the Protectorate, but they didn't dare to be unafraid of the 12,000 people led by Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. As for why, I believe all of you should know, hee. Li Longji then explained the situation of Jinla in detail. He. The officials also laughed. Of course, they knew that the combat power of the 10,000 people was not something that the tens of thousands of permanent border soldiers could compare to, especially when their commander was Cuckoo. When they went to fight Tubo, they were temporarily recruited. Now, they had undergone many years of training. They could easily crush a small country like Jinla. Even if it was the 100,000 regular soldiers on their side, they wouldn't dare to fight against the 10,000 personal guards of the 2 of them. They weren't even on the same level. Li Longji heard the laughter of the officials and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of tea. He then picked up the teapot beside him to refill his tea. He put down the teapot and continued. Thus, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo realized that Jinla didn't send any more troops, they didn't care about them anymore. Instead, they stayed in Kuin Province's Jianqi Lake area and helped to point out the places that produce salt. They planned to transform Jianqi Lake in the future. At the same time, they discussed the issue of submission with the locals. They promised some benefits and left behind 200 people to help with the construction. When the people agreed, it was from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't use force to threaten them. Do you believe that? Do you? Yuan Qianyao said without much confidence. Furthermore, it was a question. I believe that with Xiao Bao around, there was no need to use force to deter them. Xiao Bao would give them good conditions. After that, the two of them continued to head north. When they passed by a few other places, they reached an agreement with a local person who was proficient in the affairs of the great Tang. This person was jointly sent by the other few Zhao. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo left again, they sent people to the vicinity of Jianqi Lake. After discussing with each other, they used the telegrams in the hands of the 200 people left behind to send secret messages to their permanent hostages in the capital. Li Longji told the officials like he was telling a story. As the officials listened, they all had complicated emotions. They looked at Zhang Zhong with jealousy in their eyes. Wang Bei, in particular, was full of criticism. Wherever they went, it was peaceful. When they wandered around the Great Tang, everywhere they went, the local development would definitely speed up. When they wandered around the border, all the mountain people and barbarians would submit to them. What others could not handle, they would not have a problem when they arrived. It was the same for Lu Zhou. Back then, he thought that Zhang Zhong was powerful, but he was deceived. The real powerful ones were Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. At that time, they were still very young. They solved the problem of the mountain people in Lu Zhou. Now, they had become Lu Zhou's wolf army that supported his family. Later on, they developed well in Shu province. When they were sent to Wing province, many officials, including himself, thought that Zhang Zhong was sent to work. In the end, not only did they complete the logistics preparations for the frontline battle, but they also personally went to battle and won. The local villages in Wing province were also changed by them. It was also from then on that many people found out that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful. Later on, they went to Buxin County and arranged for others to go there. All the people in the surrounding counties were dealt with, including the Japanese. From then on, the Great Tang had the Chaoyang operation. After a series of exchanges of interests, they were arranged to the northern area of Hebei province to manage Jili province. The ethnic situation there was complicated, and the relationship between the surrounding countries was complicated. There were many mountains, the land was barren, the population was small, and it was cold and bitter near the sea. However, such a place could not stop their rise. They gathered a large number of people in the surrounding area, suppressed all the local ethnic groups, opened ports, engaged in seawater farming, and conveniently cheated Xinlua, making countless resources there suddenly valuable. They also sent troops to distant places to bring back many seeds. They controlled the entire northern area of Hebei province. If they wanted to rebel, the Great Tang had no soldiers to fight against them. The winter there was too cold. Now they went to Yi province casually. Zhan La bent down and watched the other side take away the envoy he had sent out from the royal city. Not only did he not dare to retaliate, but he also came to ask for punishment. He borrowed the 6 edicts and submitted the letter of surrender. Zhang Zhong, how did you give birth to a child? We are both ministers, but why do people always think that I am inferior to you? Is it because you are capable? Isn't it because your son and daughter-in-law are there? What else do you have except for giving birth? After criticizing for a while, Wang Bei looked at Zhang Zhong with eyes full of resentment. Other people also had mixed feelings. They could not find an excuse to restrict Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were good at political struggles in the imperial court and supported the imperial power. At the same time, they were constantly making plans for the benefit of the people. They were also good at expanding the territory and stabilizing the border. They were also very thorough in the study of science and medicine. If such people wanted to find a fault to impeach, the result would be miserable. Even if His Majesty did not say anything, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would withdraw the benefits of this person, and the impeacher would inevitably be isolated. What kind of situation would it be to be isolated in the officialdom? The impeacher could ignore the benefits of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, but other people could know the attitude of Xiaobao and Cuckoo through the withdrawal of this benefit. It was too terrible. If one was isolated among colleagues, one's subordinates would naturally be isolated. Who would dare to follow one's lead? You are an official of the capital, but you have offended Xiaobao and Cuckoo. If local officials like us continue to follow them, we will end up in the same situation as what happened to Luzhou's provincial governor, Su Mingyang. There are countless delicacies in the city, but we can't eat a single grain of rice at home, and the people will refuse to sell to us. Everyone was thinking about their own matters. For a moment, Hanyuan Palace was quiet. The newly promoted people to participate in the morning court finally felt the power of Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. They were thousands of miles away, but their influence on the imperial court was so great. Life was like this, and there were no regrets. Li Longji sat on the throne and slowly tasted his tea. The new tea that had just been delivered for more than a month, Westlake Longjing, was named by Xiao Bao. It was not considered a tribute. It was just that the people of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's families would send tea when they had it. If it was not a good year, it would not be available. It was not a rule that tributes had to be sent every year. At the same time, it had to reach the best standard. If that was the case, he would not be able to drink good tea. If the year was not good and the tributes did not produce good tea, the person who sent the tributes would be punished. Therefore, the tributes were usually not the best. Xiao Bao was right. There was no need for tributes. If the weather was good this year and there were good things, they could send them over if they were willing to. If there was not or did not want to send them next year, they would not have to send them. They would always be able to enjoy good things. The Longjing tea that he was drinking now was sent by the logistics of Xiao Bei's precious candy house. It was said that it was for Uncle Emperor to drink good tea. He did not know how much hardship the little fellows had suffered following Xiao Bao and Cuckoo on the long journey. As Li Longji drank his tea, he thought of Xiao Bei and the others. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and there was a trace of longing in his expression. As for the silence in Hanyuan Palace, Li Longji did not care. It would be fine in a while. If there was a delay, he could just postpone the movie. After a while, Zhang Zhong broke the silence of the morning court. Your Majesty, this subject would like to know, what is the difference between this time's submission and the previous submission? Chapter 1325. Zhang Zhong's words echoed the thoughts of the others, who had just regained their composure. Indeed, they should ask clearly. Before, the 6 Xiao were also vassals of the Tang Empire, and they had been conferred the title of king. Now, they were saying that they would submit. If there was no difference from before, it would be useless, even if they repeated it 100 times. The officials also admired Zhang Zhong for this. Zhang Zhong did not suppress the doubts in his heart just because the people who sent the letters of submission were his relatives. Instead, he treated it as a very important matter to ask. If the letters of submission sent by the 6 Zhao were the same as before, wouldn't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo lose a lot of face? Li Longji also admired Zhang Zhong's character. Facing the questioning eyes of the officials, he casually said, "It's a little different. In the past, they were called subjects sent tributes and returned with more rewards. Now they don't mention subjects, only submission. Besides the kings of the 6 Zhao, the other important people in charge will be coming to the Tang Empire." Li Longji said it casually, but the others were not. They were actually sending people over, and important people at that. From His Majesty's words, it seemed that many people were coming. Then, didn't that mean that the kings of the six Zhao lacked capable people in management? How could they develop if they lacked capable people in management? Had the kings of the six Zhao all become fools? Your Majesty, there's one thing this official doesn't understand. The kings of the six Zhao sent their capable subordinates to the capital as hostages. Are they preparing to make their own people suffer? Yuan Rong asked. Li Longji shook his head, a look of disappointment in his eyes. He looked at the officials one by one and asked, Do you think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo went there just to make the lives of the six Zhao more difficult? Jiangxin stood up and said, This official absolutely does not believe it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are brilliant at scheming, especially Xiao Bao, who has the greatest ability in economy and people's livelihood. How could he go there and make people's lives worse? Xiao Bao must have given the Lord of the Six Zhao a generous offer that the Lord of the Six Zhao could not refuse. What's more, didn't they leave behind 200 people? I believe that there is no need for this official to say how capable the inner courtyards of the Zhang family and Wang family are. With them around, what difference does it make whether or not the Lord of the Six Zhao keeps his capable subordinates? 200 people are enough to support the administration of the entire Six Zhao region, and it might even be a waste. To be honest, if the inner courtyards of the Zhang clan and Wang clan participate in the imperial examination, countless outstanding high scholars of Great Tang will fail the examinations and return home. Placing them as local officials, countless local officials would be ashamed to meet people. The reason why the imperial court dares to implement the policy of taking land from local officials with salaries is precisely because of this. Li Longji was delighted. His eyes narrowed into a smile as he said to Jiangxin, That's right. Since we've taken over the land, then so be it. If the local officials dare to collectively resign, then I'll have the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family take over. Perhaps it'll be even better than before they were dismissed. Your Majesty's praise is wrong. My family's servants don't have this kind of ability, I'm afraid. Zhang Zhong hurriedly explained. After more than a decade of teaching and nurturing, do you think I don't know what they're capable of? Even before that, when you were appointed as the provincial governor of Luzhou, you didn't train so many people, right? Your family's inner courtyard is already supporting Lu Zhou's administration and military affairs. Am I wrong? Li Longji said bluntly, not giving Zhang Zhong a chance to explain himself. For a moment, Zhang Zhong did not know how to respond. Gao Lisher agreed with Li Longji and said, Later on we found out that during the disaster relief, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the ones who gave the orders. The two of them arranged the resources and manpower in an orderly manner. Unfortunately, apart from them, we can't find another child like them in Great Tang. It's just a fluke. Zhang Zhong could not find anything else to say. As for whether it's a fluke or not, we'll know by looking at the Six Zhao submission. I'll continue to tell you, apart from the capable subordinates of the Six Zhao's master, there are also children under the age of 14. Most of them are elderly and unmarried women. Those who stayed behind are experienced old men, strong young men, and married women. They're staying behind to build the place. It's written in the letter of submission that they only brought a small amount of food with them. They've already set off and passed through Yi Province. From there, they'll come to the capital to let me take a look at them before we make other arrangements. They don't have money, and they can't offer anything else in exchange. We'll have to arrange for their food, clothing, shelter, and transportation along the way. Also, they'll have to receive medical treatment. The people who stayed behind by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent a message saying that they'll take care of all the expenses. However, I don't think that's a good idea. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have done enough. I'll pay for it. Now, I'll need you to make the arrangements. Li Longji explained the specific actions of the Six Zhao submission and then swept his gaze over the crowd with a meaningful smile. The officials were all dumbfounded. Even Zhang Zhong knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful, but they had never imagined that they were this powerful. In just 2 days, they'd passed by, and all the people from the 6th Xiao, including the unmarried women and future children, had migrated to the great Tang. This truly was submission. This was true submission. Apart from a few strong young men to work and women to accompany and do housework, the entire tribe had come? What had the two of them been doing there? Yes, their army of more than 10,000 people was strong enough. But could they just stroll around and cause all the surrounding countries and tribes to kneel down? Wasn't their strength boundless? Li Longji liked to see the surprised expressions of his officials. He felt very satisfied. Usually, when he protected Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, there would always be people who didn't show it on the surface but were unconvinced. Now, were they convinced? This was called ability. All of them were surprised because they didn't think they could do it. Now, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had done it. Next time, if anyone was unconvinced, he would send them to a remote tribe that had not yet submitted. I don't need you to go over a few days to solve the problem and make them submit. I'll give you half a year to see if you can do it. If you can do it in half a year, I'll protect you when you come back. If you can't do it, you can continue to stay there. I don't need you to hang around in front of me. Who wants to take charge of this? Now give me a plan and budget. I'll listen to it, Li Longji said calmly. The officials were silent. Zhang Zhong hesitated for a moment and reached for the microphone. Before he could touch it, His Majesty's voice sounded. Yongcheng, take care of the Ministry of Works. I don't need you for other things. Zhang Zhong retracted his hand and sat there obediently. Speak. It's time to need you all. Who can tell me a plan and how much budget is needed? I'll pay. Li Longji continued to press. Your Majesty, there's not enough time. Why don't we discuss it in a few days? We can make arrangements after that. An official sitting in a lower position felt that His Majesty was forcing them, so he mustered up his courage to speak. Li Longji sneered and said, Not enough time? Do you dare to say this in front of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? When I asked the two of them for a plan, I never received such an answer. They always immediately came up with a plan for me. Moreover, it was a complete set of plans. Li Shi knows best. As long as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are by my side. Regardless of whether it's me, Li Shi, the Empress, or concubine Hui who ask, have they ever hesitated? Yongcheng, what about when you ask? Replying to your Majesty, this subject doesn't need to ask. Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo only need to look at this subject's complexion and ask the servants about this subject's general itinerary and the people I've met today. They will know why this subject is distressed, so they will tell this subject how to deal with it. Furthermore, the two of them will complete the plan one by one. Zhang Zhong said proudly. Did you hear that? Li Longji asked. All the officials were silent and had nothing to say. His Majesty was comparing Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to them. What else could they say? Were the two of them even human? The two of them were doing things that defied the heavens and couldn't be measured with common sense. Li Longji leaned back and said, No one said anything. Recently, there have been people in the streets getting beaten up because these people say that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo ran to the border to raise troops and maintain self-respect. They're vaguely dividing the borders from the imperial court. Who instigated this? Raising troops and maintaining self-respect? Don't tell me they're not self-respect. What borders? My country is counting on the two of them to properly govern it. There's no need to divide. If anyone has the ability to make the two of them rebel, I'll give the dragon chair under my butt to that person. With a crash, all the officials stood up and returned to their seats. One by one, they knelt on the ground. At this time, if they didn't express their attitude, it would be very easy for them to be shot dead by the hidden snipers. Your Majesty, this subject believes that our colleagues in the imperial court won't do such a wrong thing. I hope you shut up. They're bullying you, yet you're still pleading for leniency. Li Longji scolded Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong could only shut up. The others didn't think that His Majesty was angry at Zhang Zhong. Rather than calling it a reprimand, it was actually another kind of protection. Li Longji didn't let the crowd rise. He leisurely sipped his tea and said, I know that you didn't arrange for people to incite, but I also know that some people are playing the game of watching the fire burn across the river. The people who incited this matter are a little stupid. In the Great Tang, they spread the news of possible disagreements between Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They even went to the tea house and the entrance of the zoo to spread the news. They were almost caught and fed to the animals by the zoo people. They beat them up and sent them to the capital office. I didn't get any information from you, so the people who were caught weren't even sentenced. Some people are hiding behind the scenes to watch the show, but why don't you think about it? Don't I have my own spy system? Are the spies of the Zhang family and Wang family just decorations? They didn't say anything because they were waiting for me to deal with it. I didn't say anything because I was waiting for you to say something. Did a small group of people think that I would listen to their words and transfer Xiao Bao and Cuckoo back? Did they think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would stop moving forward after knowing about this matter? I didn't even have time to greet Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't care either. Their speed of advancement was still so fast. Their personal guards were so adapted to the environment and terrain. You have disappointed me too much. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come back, I will personally talk to them. When the time comes, the knife will fall on anyone's head. Don't say that I don't care about others' feelings. Innocent plus 5 ranks. Don't you think so, Yongcheng? The newcomers didn't know what was going on. They only knew that His Majesty was angry. From His Majesty's words, it seemed that someone had instigated the relationship between Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, and someone in the court had acquiesced. But the result was obviously different from what those people had expected. His Majesty and Xiao Bao didn't care, and the instigator was beaten by the people. The person who was beaten was indeed very stupid. What a joke to spread this in the Great Tang. Everyone began to look at Zhang to see what he would say. Just as His Majesty said, His Majesty's intelligence department knew, so the spies of the Zhang family and Wang family could not know. Chapter 1326. Zhang Zhong had no choice but to speak again. My family knows that someone is causing trouble, and we have already confirmed that it's the Japanese. It's Fengqiao Shoji, Watanabe Jichiro Yamamoto, and Yumanji behind this. All of them are Japanese. My family has already informed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but they didn't reply. I feel that they don't care, but my family's think tank thinks that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are hinting for us to take the final blow. Therefore, my family didn't interrogate them in private. Instead, we left them be and let more Japanese show their faces. When we finally catch all of them in one fell swoop, no one in Japan will be able to resist. We have already kept an eye on Fengqiao and the others. After Zhang Zhong finished speaking, he paused for a moment before adding, "As for why my colleagues didn't do anything, perhaps they thought the same as my family's think tank." Did you hear that? Zhang Zhong is putting in a good word for you. Li Longji glared at Zhang Zhong. "I'm condemning you, yet you're still helping others explain." After glaring at him, Li Longji said again, "If you think that Zhang Zhong is honest and a good person, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo come back, perhaps they won't say anything, but Xiao Bei and the other 9. Haha. Your Majesty, you can't scare me. I do know about this matter, but I don't want to interfere. It's not that I have a problem with the Zhang family and the Wang family, but I feel that it's a good thing to have a different opinion occasionally. This means that our dynasty is still in turmoil and might not be as stable as it seems. Small problems from time to time can remind us to continue working hard." Yuan Qianyao, who wasn't young anymore, spoke up. He wasn't putting on an act. He was really worried about Xiao Bei and the other 9. This was because he had a few children at home. Their usual benefits were provided by Darling Candy House. If Xiao Bei and the other 9 came back and heard about this matter, the children would impulsively stop the benefits. That would be a huge blow to the children at home. Yuan Qianyao already understood that a child's heart was very fragile and tenacious. They were tenacious in the face of disaster, but in times of peace, a child's heart couldn't withstand such an impact. Once the benefits from the precious candy house were stopped, the other ministers' benefits didn't stop. The children would lose their playmates. Xiao Bei and the others were originally 4 people. Why did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo find another 5 people for them? Other than the political purpose, it was to let them have someone to play with. Moreover, when they went out, they would always be in contact with the local children. She was worried that Xiao Bei and the others would not interact with their peers. Even adults were afraid of loneliness, let alone children. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were angry, he could communicate with them. All he had to do was talk things out. If Xiao Bei and the others were angry, how could he communicate with them? Children can be unreasonable sometimes. As soon as Yuan Qianyao, who was on tenterhooks, finished speaking, Wang Bei immediately followed suit. He still remembered that after hearing about his family's benefits, Xiao Bei and the others had specially provided a portion of benefits for his daughter-in-law because she had a child. Nutrition and supporting measures were also included. If he didn't say anything, when Xiao Bei and the others came back and found out about this matter, they would report it in the Precious Candy House's storytelling newspaper. How could he live? Wang Bei could imagine Xiao Bei and the others first saying that he had attacked their father and then stopped the benefits. Then they said that their daughter-in-law was pregnant, so Xiao Bei and the others gave them benefits. Then they would continue to say that when they weren't in the capital, he would stab them in the back. Heavens! Once this report was out, he would probably starve to death in the bustling capital. This wasn't a political issue, but a moral one. What would the people think? Therefore, Wang Bei felt that he had to make things clear. Otherwise, being condemned by the public could kill. Your Majesty, Brother Yongcheng, to be honest, at first, I didn't know about this matter. When I found out later, I was happy for a while. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I've always wanted to find trouble with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. To be precise, it's Brother Yongcheng. Why? It's because I'm jealous. If Brother Yongcheng falls, I can be happy for the whole day. But that's all I have. If Brother Yongcheng falls and injures his head and catches a fever, I really don't want that. If Brother Yongcheng falls to his death, I will be very sad. I won't even know what to do. I will regret it very much. I shouldn't have gone against Brother Yongcheng back then. I don't have a life and death feud with Brother Yongcheng. I just have a little thought. I even went to see the people who were arrested. I didn't care. It doesn't matter. If they say that they want to assassinate the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, I will be anxious. They just want to stir up trouble. Others don't understand the background of the Zhang family and Wang family. But how can I, who always want to bring trouble for them, not understand? So, I'm not watching from the sidelines, nor am I sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. I'm just watching the show. I never thought that the Japanese could cause any trouble. I just want to see how Brother Yongcheng's family will deal with it, okay? When Wang Bei spoke, he didn't hold back at all. He even said his own thoughts and analyzed them. I believe Brother Wang's words. Zhang Zhong proved that he understood Wang Bei. If you said that he was a good person, he had a little dirty thoughts. If you said that he was a bad person, he really didn't want to kill anyone. When you walked with him, he hoped that you would fall and then secretly laugh. But if you fell and there was a sharp stone pointed at your head, he would rather stretch out his injured arm to block it for you. He didn't want you to never get up again. He was such a person. There was one disadvantage to being friends with such a person. Usually, when you were unlucky, he would laugh at you. The advantage was that when you encountered a life and death situation, he was willing to risk his life to help you. He was a very contradictory but very real person. Li Longji naturally knew what was going on with his Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei. He nodded in agreement. Wang Bei heaved a sigh of relief. With the understanding of Her Majesty and Zhang Zhong, it seemed that Xiao Bei and the others wouldn't target him after they returned. With Yuan Qianyao and Wang Bei taking the lead, the other ministers also gave their reasons. Their words made the new officials feel that they weren't afraid of Zhang Zhong, Her Majesty, or Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Instead, they were afraid of Xiao Bei and the 9 children. It was really too strange. Why weren't they afraid of the real power holders, but worried about a group of children? After thinking about it carefully, some of the newcomers understood. They could communicate with the adults. At most, they would just admit their mistakes. However, they couldn't communicate with the children. Children with huge power and authority were the most frightening. Li Longji watched coldly as his subjects expressed their opinions one by one. As he watched, he began to laugh. He pointed at them and scolded. "A group of cowards! Look at you now. Do you still look like ministers? A group of cute Xiao Bao babies scared you to this extent. It seems that I didn't do anything wrong. I gave Xiao Bei and the others a lot of power. They are still a deterrent to the great Tang's officials. Innocent plus 5 levels. That's right. No matter how smart the officials are or how much evidence they destroy, as long as they are caught by Xiao Bei and the others, they won't have a good ending." "Your Majesty is wise," the ministers all said in unison. "That's right. I'm indeed very wise. Since the Yongqing family already has a plan, you can't leak it out. Otherwise, it won't be as dirty as the court. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will think that you are betraying the country. That way, it won't be Xiao Bei and the others who will do it. If you really challenge the political stability of the Great Tang and force Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to do it personally, you should understand that I can't protect you. Even if the Crown Prince made the same mistake and caused Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to be unable to tolerate it, I can only watch." Li Longji's expression was solemn as he spoke. He wasn't trying to scare them. He knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had a bottom line. And as a citizen of the Great Tang, if they didn't touch this bottom line, everything could be discussed. Xiao Bao and the others would leave a line. If they touched it, there was no turning back. The ministers didn't speak, but from their expressions, it was clear that they were also serious. They weren't afraid of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but as citizens of the Great Tang, they had their own code of conduct and morals. Continue to the next topic. Li Longji felt that this matter had basically been resolved. As for who would be responsible for welcoming the 6 Zhao, there was no need for the court to worry about it. He had deliberately asked earlier to let the ministers know the gap between them and Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so that they wouldn't always be unconvinced. For Li Longji, it was fine if they were unconvinced, but they had to show their true ability. Just saying that they were unconvinced was not enough. Who didn't know how to retreat in the face of a little difficulty and advance in the face of benefits? He didn't need those kinds of people who could follow him around and flatter him when they had nothing to do. When it came to crucial moments, he needed people like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If he really wanted people who could make him feel comfortable, Xiao Bei and the others were more suitable. Who would dare to steal food from him when flattering him? Xiao Bei and the others could fight over a piece of meat, and in the end, no matter who ate it, everyone would be happy. He had the ability to deal with natural disasters as soon as possible, and when his life was at stake, he could take advantage of the disaster to rebuild. No setback was a problem, and he would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. But in all of the Great Tang, only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had this ability. It was especially relaxing when he was with them, as if none of the problems were problems. The two of them even had time to joke around, and Xiao Bao could even find time to cook. When would the Great Tang have more people like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? They didn't need to be half as good, just half as good. Your Majesty, this subject intends to build dams on the rivers around the capital this year to generate electricity. The Ministry of Works has recently developed a generator that can be used in rivers with low flow. If electricity can be used, many specialized products will appear accordingly. For example, there's a process called electroplating. There's also the decomposition of oxygen and hydrogen. The airships that the Ministry of Works built some time ago are much faster than hot air balloons, and are filled with hydrogen. Oxygen can be used for welding, and there's also the medical aspect. The current production capacity is very low, and welding doesn't use oxygen, so the results are much worse. When it came to serious matters, Zhang Zhong spoke first. "Oh, I've used oxygen before. The weather wasn't good a few days ago, and it was stuffy. I caught a cold, and my stomach wasn't feeling well either. In the end, I couldn't breathe after eating, so someone gave me an oxygen bottle. It was very comfortable, and I wanted to use it continuously, but the doctor said that I can't. If I use it for too long, my body won't be able to adapt to the lack of oxygen. Li Longji proved that he had agreed. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to build a city in the extreme north to station our great Tang's people. It can withstand the cold and fend off external enemies. Someone found an opportunity to interrupt. Li Longji frowned and looked over. No, what city? In the future, I won't build outer cities, only houses. Chapter 1327. The topics discussed in the imperial court were passed one after another. There were no major issues. The only thing that needed to be resolved was that some of the people who had rented the land did not want to buy it. The officials had no good ideas. The people had already paid the taxes, and they did not want to sell the grain, so they could not punish them. Moreover, this year's autumn harvest had been estimated in advance, and the output would be very high. Some of the people who did not want to sell the grain would leave it at home first. Would they sell it in the end if the grain price did not go up? If they did not sell, they would keep it. It could be considered a cost. If it did not flow, it would depreciate. There was also a small problem. Who would be in charge of accepting the immigrants from the 6th Zhao? It was not suitable for important people to leave the capital, but it seemed not important for unimportant people to go out. In the end, it was decided that the Assistant Minister of Revenue, Pei Yaoqing, would go. He was a good person, and Li Longji believed that he could do the job well. He could not be too warm to the people of the 6th Zhao and make the people of the Tang Empire feel inferior to outsiders, but he could not be indifferent to the people of the 6th Zhao. They had left their homeland to come to the capital of the Tang Empire and were full of yearning for the life they had come for. Calling them over and then not treating them well, would that not be cheating? If the people did not listen to you, you would bury the seeds of unrest wherever you put them. Pei Yaoqing was capable and upright. His rank was not low, and he happened to belong to the Ministry of Revenue. Along the way, he could also see the situation of the local people. Li Longji specially allocated 2 million strings of coins from the national treasury for him to act on his convenience if he encountered any problems along the way. If the road was not good or the bridge was damaged, he could withdraw the money from the local bank and hire someone to fix it. After the matter was decided, Pei Yaoqing did not stay to watch the movie. He hurriedly left the Hanyuan Palace and went home to prepare for departure that night. At this time, the morning court was over. Li Longji looked to the side and saw a clock with the hands pointing to the 10:40 position. Touching his stomach, Li Longji said, "Let's eat breakfast." The buns were sent. They were not cold and had been kept warm, but some had collapsed after a long time. The officials were not in the mood to care about this and began to eat in the Hanyuan Palace. The entire morning court was filled with the smell of crab meat buns. In addition to the buns, there was also cucumber and egg soup, as well as 2 small pickles. Those who liked to dip it in vinegar would dip it in vinegar, and those who liked it would dip it in soy sauce. After this breakfast, there was probably no need to eat lunch. In the evening, they could get off work early and watch a movie with His Majesty. This was the first official movie in the Great Tang, and the officials were going to watch it. It was a political mission. Li Longji ate 2 steamed buns and drank a mouthful of soup. When he saw Gao Lisher standing by the side serving him, he pointed at the steamed buns in front of him with his chopsticks. Gao Lisher shook his head. The palace maids and eunuchs hadn't eaten yet, so it was better for him to wait for a while and eat together. Has the fat clam from Jili State also come down? In a few days, the hairy crabs in Lake Tai can also be eaten. Are the lotus flowers in Hangzhou's west lake blooming with green leaves or budding? Li Longji seemed to be asking Gao Lisher, but at the same time, he seemed to be muttering to himself. However, he did not turn off the microphone, so the ministers below could hear him clearly. They lowered their heads and continued eating, pretending that they did not hear him. Gao Lisher helped Li Longji add another spoonful of soup and said, "Your Majesty, many of the animals that were sent to the zoo in the capital this year have adapted and are very lively. 2 pandas have given birth. Why don't we go and have a look tomorrow?" It's said that you can always see mirages in Penglai, near Dengzhou in Henan province. It's a good place to fish. Li Longji ignored the zoo. "Your Majesty is right. Many species of sea fish can be seen there. A few days ago, a group of sea fish were found in the artificial salt lake beside the capital to test. Unfortunately, they all died. It was too salty, and the fish could not stand it. However, there are no reefs on the artificial beach there. The weather is just right now. Why don't we go and have a look tomorrow?" Gao Lisher went along with Li Longji's words and talked about the artificial saltwater lake. It was a very big project. If the capital suddenly ran out of salt, they could take out the water and boil it. The capital would immediately stabilize and have enough food to eat. Li Longji nodded. "Speaking of salt, it's more convenient to dry it. The output of salt at the estuary of the Yangtze River is relatively low. The river water is not so salty. The Yangtze River's swordfish have to be desalinated when they swim upstream from the sea. I still remember that Xiao Bei and the others encountered danger on their way to Xuanyang. Later on, Xiao Bao came up with an idea to specialize in processing all kinds of things. Moreover, there's a section of the railway there. I really want to see how prosperous it is. The fish in Penglai Lake is also delicious. You can even climb Mount Lu behind it. Your Majesty, speaking of scenery, the hot springs in Jiangyi province are also very good. When the weather is hot, soak in the hot water and relax. It's good for the body." Gao Lisher mentioned another fun place. Li Longji sighed and said, Okay, I won't be going on a trip. If only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here. They could always find a good excuse for me to go on a trip to various places." After Li Longji said that he would eat, his subordinates also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he didn't go out, otherwise he would delay things. Moreover, the most important thing was who would accompany him. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here, they could really take His Majesty to other places to play. After all, they didn't have a proper place to be officials. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were missed by Li Longji who wanted to go on a trip, had already contacted the locals. With the help of the translators, everyone could communicate. There were not many locals living in the periphery, only about 130 people. They were dark and thin, and all of them looked at the approaching Tang people with vigilant eyes. They already knew that the Tang people had weapons that didn't look as powerful as spears, which could kill people from a long distance. At the same time, they also knew that the Tang people had good things. "Someone in charge, come here." Zhang Xiaobao saw that the other party didn't have a weapon and shouted. The translators also shouted. A person walked out from the crowd. His hair and beard were very long, and they were stuck together in strands. No one knew how long it had been since he last washed. It had just rained, so it was convenient to stand in the rain and wash. "How lazy," Zhang Xiaobao commented. Then he said to the other party, "My name is Zhang Xiaobao. I'm a good person. What's wrong with your eyes? I haven't translated yet. I can understand you. My name is Duo Lake Duo. All right, Duo is enough. How can you speak our language?" Zhang Xiaobao knew why the other party had such an expression when he said that he was a good person. Was he really that bad? Even people thousands of li away had heard of him. His reputation was spread far and wide. Wang Wan didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and smiled. Xiao Bei and the others also smiled like little foxes who had secretly eaten chicken. They were smiling like thieves. Duo had been sizing up the group of people in front of him. When he found that none of them looked fierce and there was no ridicule in their eyes, he relaxed a little and replied, "In the past, I saved your people." "No, I was saved by your people. In a mountain very far away, I was bitten by a snake and fell ill. I met a Tang merchant passing by and was saved. I followed the group for a period of time and learned your language. When I left, They gave me 2 beautiful jars. One of them accidentally broke. In order to prove what he said, Duo asked someone to bring the jars over. While waiting, Zhang Xiaobao sized up the living environment of the other party. They were really poor. Shacks made of wood and branches, houses without bricks, basins and bowls made of wood, and children were naked. Whether it was men or women, they only had a simple woven cloth and animal skin around their waists. There were even knives made of stone and sharp pieces of stone used to tie the front end of wooden spears. Only Duo in front of him was tied with a rope and carried a metal knife in front of him. Its shape was very strange. It was longer than a kitchen knife, narrower than a kitchen knife, straighter than a watermelon knife, and sharper than a watermelon knife. It probably had many functions. It could cut, and stab. However, judging from the color, the quality of the knife was not very good. It was unlike the current Tang dynasty, where a random family had several knives and metal pots. It was not like in the past where 2 or 3 families used one knife. This showed that the living standards of the Tang dynasty people had improved. Zhang Xiaobao thought and felt proud. He felt that he had contributed a lot. After sizing up the other party, and being sized up by the other party, the people who went to get the things came back with 2 jars each. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the jars, he felt that the Tang people who had saved Duo were evil and did not have good intentions. 1 jar could weigh 30 caddies. The pottery ones weighed about 20 to 60 caddies. It was not easy to carry. He really did not know how Duo had brought 2 jars back. The 2 jars were filled with things. One was meat jerky and the other was whip, a dried animal penis. Indeed, one of the jars was missing a corner. It did not look very harmonious, and there was a whip in it. Zhang Xiaobao walked forward and touched the gap. He said, "Actually, you can add jars, and bowls. Unfortunately, you don't know how to do this. Your Tang dynasty jars are all good when they are broken?" Duo asked with yearning. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Who has the time? If they are broken, just throw them away. In the past, they were easy to produce. No one will spend money to add them. It is not worth it, unless they have been used for hundreds of years and are reluctant to throw them away." Duo listened and looked forward to it. He even turned his head and translated to his people. So his people's eyes lit up. They looked expectantly at the people who suddenly appeared. Xiaobao was embarrassed by the stare and quickly said to Duo, "I can lend you a batch of ceramic utensils. To be honest, I don't have a lot. They're all made of metal, just like your knife, but better. Lend." What if they are broken? Duo wanted to lend, but he had his own worries. If they are broken, just throw them away. Even if there is a hole as big as a grain of wheat on the bowl, you don't have to give them to me. It is easy for children to cut their mouths when eating. Zhang Xiaobao measured the size of a grain of wheat. Duo was surprised and followed suit. Then he lowered his head and sighed. Obviously, he understood that his people were not as good as the Tang people. For him, if he had a beautiful bowl, he would still use it even if it was broken. It was very precious, but the Tang people threw it away. He translated it to his clansmen, and they all cheered as they looked at Zhang Xiaobao, their faces filled with enthusiasm. They are a group of honest people. They are welcome to give benefits. Zhang Xiaobao thought and waved his hand. Someone immediately brought the things over. Zhang Xiaobao took a bowl with golden flowers. After hesitating, he handed it to Duo and said, "I will lend you this, but I need your help." Chapter 13:28. As the leader of this small group, Duo had only seen a beautiful bowl once. When the tribes held a grand Buddhist meeting, he participated. The small golden bowl was displayed. At that time, it shone brightly under the sunlight. The whole bowl was golden, and the pattern on it made people not dare to look directly at it. The bowl in his hand at this time was different from the one he saw at that time. It was not completely made of gold, but a kind of porcelain of the Tang dynasty. There were red, yellow, and green flowers on it, and a special white background. It felt cool in his hand. When he touched it, the white part was delicate and smooth, and the part with the pattern was prominent. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like something used to eat. It was placed in the most important place in the house for others to see. Duo looked at the bowl in his hand and then looked at the other bowls and plates that were not sent over. They were the same kind as the one in his hand, so he could not help but swallow his saliva. He asked Zhang Xiaobao with uncertainty, Are you really giving it to us? Yes, it's just food. It's easy to break after a long journey. You can keep it. We still have some, and the rest will be solid iron bowls. Zhang Xiaobao was really hesitant. It was not that he was reluctant to give it to Duo. The bowls used at home were very beautiful. He was worried that if he gave it to Duo would be remembered by others. If that was the case, giving something to others would harm them. Duo did not think about this for a while. He carefully put the bowl in his hand in the arms of the person next to him, picked up a plate, and stroked the pattern with his hand. Xiao Bei said, This is the peony fighting beauty pattern. They are red peony, yellow peony, and white peony. In the Tang dynasty, it is worth more than 30 strings of coins. You can buy a lot of salt. If you eat as much as you want, it will be enough for you to eat for 20 years. Xiao Bei now learned to use salt to show the value of things, who asked the local people to lack salt, saying that money was not intuitive enough. Duo's hand trembled, and he almost threw the plate to the ground. He did not doubt the words of the little girl next to him. The plate was really beautiful. Behind him, a young man came over and said a few words to Duo. Duo listened, took a deep breath, put the plate back, and said to Zhang Xiaobao, We only need 2 bowls. Zhang Xiaobao heard some of the content. That person asked Duo what was going on, and Duo told him that it was a gift from the great Tang and that it could be used to eat. That person was very happy and said that they had good things. Even the king of the tribe would feel that they had a high status. Duo thought about what Zhang Xiaobao was worried about and decided not to take so many things. He only kept 2 bowls. If people didn't care about him and forced him to take them, he would keep them as treasures. If people threatened him, he would give them to them. He then turned his head and spoke to the people on his side. His meaning was that the item was too expensive and they were unable to pay for it. They could only leave behind 2 bowls and help the great Tang. His people couldn't understand the language of the great Tang, so they all believed it to be true. No one objected to the offer of help. In their eyes, the 2 bowls were very precious. Even if they added up all the things in the tribe, they still wouldn't be able to exchange for them. Do you see? They live on the outskirts of the large tribes and are looked down upon by the tribes. But they don't dare to leave behind everything we give them. They are worried that the leaders of the tribes will find out and steal it. If you don't have strength, don't even think about having it, even if it clearly belongs to you, Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters as he handed over another bowl. The 9 little ones nodded. They had seen too many things along the way, things that they couldn't understand just by reading books, and things that they didn't personally experience in the stories told by their brothers and sisters. They knew that they were respected and loved by the great Tang because of their brothers and sisters. They gave the great Tang people a good life and a stable environment to live in. When they arrived at the 6th Zhao, it was because of their brothers and sisters' reputation. Now it was because of the strength of their own large army. It had nothing to do with the good bowls and plates they had. If they didn't have the company of more than 10,000 elites, the better the things they had, the more dangerous it would be. So that's why my brothers and sisters have always valued technology to strengthen the army, right? Peace without being able to contend against the enemy's strength comes from the enemy's charity. The peace of the strong to the weak is compassion and tolerance. We don't want to be the former. We don't need the charity of others. Xiao Bei waved his little fist and said seriously. The other 8 little ones nodded. Duo was also listening. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he still said, Yes, we don't dare to steal your things. We will agree to any conditions you raise as long as they don't harm our lives. The weak can't negotiate with the strong. It's really not easy for you children to follow us. It's very tiring, but we've learned a lot. What we see with our own eyes is more realistic than what is recorded in books. It's not just the interactions between people, but also the flowers, trees, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of animals we see on the road. Not all children have this opportunity. Ji Xiangrui and the others can't follow us. They're too young, so we can adapt, so we were brought along by my brothers and sisters. Oh, Ji Xiangrui is our younger brother and sister. They're very cute. Xiao Bei said to Duo, while giving his brothers and sisters a sweet smile. When Xiao Yuan and the others heard Xiao Bei's words, they felt that the hardships along the way were nothing. Just as Xiao Bei had said, not all children had such an opportunity. Moreover, other children might have had it worse in the past. They had to go up the mountain to collect firewood and cut grass to feed the cattle and sheep. If they were the village children who worked for the master, not to mention studying, after returning from releasing the cattle to eat something, they would find some hay and sleep with the cattle outside the house. Duoduo looked at the 9 children enviously. He then looked back at the naked children on his side and shook his head. The difference was too big. Tell us, what do you need us to do? Actually, if you don't give us anything, we won't dare to resist. Duoduo sighed and said to Zhang Xiaobao. At this time, Wang Wan said, you have to follow us wherever we go. Also, you have to be responsible for hunting and picking vegetables. We can't use the things we carry too much. As Wang Wan spoke, she finally understood why other expeditions had to bring a large number of non-combatants, such as craftsmen and the like. Then they had to defeat the enemy and be captured. The expeditionary army had no supplies behind them, and they probably wouldn't be able to keep up. When they went deep into the local area, they could only rely on the things carried by airships. It would be great if they had a group of long-range heavy transport aircraft. Countries without such tools couldn't fight long-range wars. They could take advantage of the good weather to hold on for food. But what about ammunition? It was no wonder that when aircraft carriers and heavy transport aircraft came out, the surrounding small countries were nervous. Wang Wan thought for a moment. When she was done, Duo didn't respond. He didn't look at her and looked at Xiao Bao. Thus, Wang Wan snorted in dissatisfaction. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and said to Duo, this beautiful and charming woman is my wife. As for me, I can't control this team. I can only control the people in the team who don't fight. As for her, everyone with guns listens to her. Do you know? Duo opened his mouth blankly and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him again. So this woman was the one who killed people. Duo looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. Why are you staring at me like that? She's the one who calls the shots. Don't you understand? Zhang Xiaobao said with a glare. You can't beat her? Duo asked. Normally I can beat her, but I can't. She's my wife. Do you understand my wife? She's the woman who will live with me for a lifetime. Why would I beat her? After the fight, I can't live anymore. Even if she can't beat me, she won't give in. I know her better than you. But when it comes to fighting, I'm really not her match when leading the same people and weapons. In other words, she's better at leading soldiers than me. The more soldiers she leads, the stronger she is. As for me, the more money she gives me, the stronger I am. I can't explain it clearly to you. In any case, you remember that the relationship between me and her is different from the relationship between you and your woman. Zhang Xiaobao explained over and over again. After all, he needed the other party's help, so he had to make things clear. Duo actually didn't understand why a man would give the military power to a woman. If he could beat her, he would beat her until she became obedient. If she didn't, he would continue to beat her. He kindly advised Zhang Xiaobao, you can. Wang Wan stepped forward with her left foot, exerted force on her waist, and kicked Duo with her right foot. Duo flew up and heard the woman's voice. You talk too much nonsense. Then there was the sound of Walla from his side. Don't move! After landing on the ground, Duo felt that his body was about to fall apart. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he shouted to his people, Listen to them, don't move. Get up, get your people ready and follow us, Wang Wan said with a cold face. Oh, Duo responded, turned over and rubbed his chest. He began to prepare the 120 people in his small tribe for migration. Zhang Xiaobao raised his arm, and the people in the team put away their guns. He said to his younger siblings, "See, people always know how to cherish the time when they are not injured after they are hurt. So, brother, you don't dare to hit sister. You're afraid of getting hurt, right?" Little Bei looked up and asked. Zhang Xiaobao patted his sister's head. "When you're older, you'll know that when husband and wife fight, the physical harm will never be as great as the distance between the hearts of the people. Most importantly, if I don't kill your sister, but she risks her life, I'll get hurt easily. A life and death battle only takes a moment. In theory, the speed of a passive reaction can't compare to the speed of an active attack, especially when the distance is very close." Xiao Yuan, who was beside Little Bei, said to her brother as if she had found a confidant, "I'm always bullied by Little Bei. My heart hurts." "Then I won't bully you in the future. I'll bully others," Little Bei said with a pout. "Then I'll make the people you bully hurt all over their body," Xiao Yuan said threateningly. "Look at how you teach your younger siblings." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and walked over to instruct the people of Duoduo's tribe to pack their military backpacks. There were many things they needed to carry. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look at his younger siblings and said, "My heart hurts now too." Hee, brother, you and sister are so fun." Little Bei hugged her brother's waist and twisted her body to act like a spoiled child. Zhang Xiaobao picked up his sister and held her on his right elbow. He followed Wang Wan and walked over. "She's already 3 meters tall. She's getting heavier and heavier. I can't carry her. Let's go and take a look." Duo rubbed his chest with one hand and kept pointing with the other, telling his people to move faster. Wang Wan told him not to let the people of the tribe carry wooden weapons and stone tools. Wooden bowls and basins were also thrown here. Duo was very obedient this time. He thought that he couldn't beat the woman in front of him. When he was being beaten just now, he couldn't make any defensive movements at all. When he dodged, his chest first felt stuffy, and then he flew. Perhaps this was why the man called Zhang Xiaobao was afraid. But when he saw Zhang Xiaobao coming over, he overthrew the guess in his heart. He saw how Zhang Xiaobao was holding his sister. His right arm was bent and raised horizontally, not sticking to his body. That little girl was sitting on Zhang Xiaobao's arm, one hand hugging Zhang Xiaobao's neck. Her 2 legs were swinging in the air. How strong was her arm! Especially Zhang Xiaobao, who looked relaxed and didn't care at all. Duo pondered. If it was Zhang Xiaobao who kicked him just now, would he fly higher and farther? "Come, let me see. Are your bones broken?" Zhang Xiaobao walked to Duo and stretched out his left hand to press on the place where Duo was kicked. He nodded. "It's okay. You kicked very well. At the end, you used force, not vibration force. Otherwise, you would have died. It seems that my wife knows how to control her strength." Duo nodded. "I finally know that women are not to be trifled with." Chapter 13:29. Duo's small tribe had a total of 126 people, including all the adults, the elderly, and the children. They packed up their things and threw away everything that should be thrown away. Otherwise, each person wouldn't be able to carry a hill-sized backpack. Although there were few people and they lived a poor life, they had a lot of daily necessities. The group of people was ready. The people of the tribe took one last look at the place where they used to live and followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team to the local central tribe without any reluctance. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people called Su Yilong and also got busy. There were 2 children in the tribe that they couldn't take care of, so they were carried by the adults. The other small, dark, and thin children were their responsibility. They called the interpreters to give gifts to the children. There were a total of 15 children, 6 girls and 9 boys. After asking, they found out that the oldest was 8 years old and the youngest was 3 years old. As for the 9-year-old, they were considered adults and needed help to do a lot of things. The gifts were very simple. They were candy placed inside a bamboo toy. When the candy was placed inside, it would be poured out when it was eaten. When it wasn't eaten, it would be played with. It was a toy that Xiao Bei and the others didn't play with at all, but it was very attractive to the local children. Xiao He grabbed them one by one and made a few strange sounds from his mouth from time to time. He played very happily. There were also people who measured everyone in the tribe. When they were resting, there would be people who specially made clothes and shoes for them, just like what Xiao Bei and the others wore. The team carried a lot of cooked cowhide. No matter how hot it was, everyone had to wear high leather boots. Otherwise, they would hurt their feet. The other people in the tribe were carrying various tools that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave them. The new tools were much better than the old ones, so they were very happy. Zhang Xiaobao's team reduced the burden of transportation. Since they were given out, they naturally wouldn't continue to help carry. Duo carried things on his back and a set of knives in front of him. There were a total of 9 knives inserted into a wooden box and locked with a chain. From time to time, Duo would touch the handles of the knives. Only then did he feel relieved that the things were not lost, and he didn't feel the pain in his chest from being kicked. These knives are very valuable, right? Duo once again touched the handles of the knives one by one and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "It's all right. We all brought good steel knives with us when we came out. They're much better than the scrap metal you're using." Zhang Xiaobao said that Duo had already been solemnly handed over to another strong man in the tribe. Duo nodded and walked a few steps before asking, "Why didn't you bring more inferior items?" "Your inferior items are also very valuable here. The difference between a beautiful bowl and an ugly bowl won't be much worse. We can flip through so many things, but you must have flipped through many times. Since I'm going out, I naturally have to bring good things." Zhang Xiaobao explained and then looked at Toto Duo. For some reason, he felt that Toto Duo was just trying to find something to talk about, as if he wanted to achieve some sort of goal. Duo nodded and didn't say anything this time. Until noon, when they needed to stop and rest, they chose a relatively flat place for Zhang Xiaobao's family to eat. The other places were randomly chosen. Of course, the flattest place was reserved for the people who made the clothes and shoes. Today's lunch was still stewed. A large pot was placed on the rack with a fire under it. They threw in all the jerky that the tribe had saved with great difficulty to stew. This was not enough, so they also threw in some of the things they had hunted on the road and some wild vegetables. When they were cooked, they poured the noodles into it to make soup. Each person had a bowl to eat. Such a simple meal was sumptuous for the people of the tribe. They carefully held the iron bowl with one hand and reached in with the other hand to grab the food. However, they felt that it was too hot, so they gave each person a spoon, which was very strenuous to use. The food of the 9 children was better than the others. There was a small plate of kimchi. Seeing that the children of the tribe were staring at it and wanted to grab it with their hands, Xiao Bei had no choice but to put some into their bowls. She didn't want to eat the food that Xiao He had grabbed. There was a limit to how approachable she could be. The children of the tribe didn't see that she didn't want them to grab the food and happily ate a mouthful of the kimchi. It was sour and sweet, and their faces showed a happy expression. They were very satisfied. Xiao Bei looked and carefully tasted the food in her bowl. After swallowing it, she said, "It's really delicious. I also think it's a blessing. Do we still need to talk about our cook skills? Of course it's delicious. Do you think you have a hard life?" Xiao Yuan said and lowered his head to eat, pretending that he didn't see Xiao Bei's glare. A normal adult would be full after eating a big bowl. But the people of Duo finished a bowl and looked at the pot. They found that there was still some left, so they made do and ate half a bowl each. After eating, they were panting, not knowing whether it was because they were too full or because it was too hot. The team continued on their journey, but the clothes and boots were still not ready. Duo touched the hilt of the knife in front of her chest again. Suddenly, she turned her head and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you know how to grow food? Do you know how to raise cattle and sheep?" Zhang Xiaobao looked over and nodded. "It's okay. My family has zhuangzi, which is specially used to grow food and raise livestock. Moreover, the yield is very high. If you want to raise livestock, I think chickens are good. Catch a wild chicken, cut off its wings, tie a rope between its legs, and encircle an area with a fence. You can eat eggs and chicken. If you can pay enough, I can even get people to send you good breeding chickens and pigs. I'll tell you how to take care of them. What's the price?" Duo asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaobao paused for a moment, smacked his lips, and shook his head. "Let's not talk about the price first. You don't have anything, other than more than 120 people. You can't take out anything else. I'll tell you how to raise wild chickens and pigs first. I'll find a few people to introduce them to you. All right." Duo felt very helpless. He really couldn't take out enough things to exchange with the other party. After hesitating for a while, he took a deep breath and mustered up his courage. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I've thought about it. If I go back to the big tribe, they will take away my knife. They will take away the clothes and shoes you made for us. I can't resist at all. They will kill all of us. I intend to stay away from them, go to a place where they can't find me, and live a peaceful life with my people. But we don't know how to grow food, and we don't know how to raise things. We used to trade with them every few days with game and fish that we caught. If you can teach us, I won't have to worry about not having anything to trade. If you leave us some of your good tools, I'm willing to do anything for you." This time, Zhang Xiaobao understood that Duo was also ambitious. He also wanted to resist exploitation and oppression. It was just that he didn't have the ability in the past. Now he felt that if he found a temporary backer and learned some skills, he would not be controlled by the big tribes. Zhang Xiaobao didn't answer immediately. He was thinking about how to solve the current problem of Duo's tribe while he was on the road. Until night fell, when they would arrive at the area where the big tribes lived, Zhang Xiaobao still couldn't figure out a solution. He seemed to be very confused. During dinner, he personally roasted the meat of a deer that he had hunted on the road for his younger siblings. He also cooked roasted deer belly and steamed rice for the children in the tribe to eat together with the 4 injured members. He and Wang Wan continued to eat together with the rest of the team. Duo was very puzzled. He pointed to the 2 large portions of food and rice and said, "You can eat." "We can't eat," Zhang Xiaobao seriously replied. "You are the leaders," Duo emphasized. "Yes, but we are not the wounded and the children," Zhang Xiaobao replied again. Duo shook his head. Obviously, he didn't understand why the leaders of a group couldn't eat well. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Duo to understand. After dinner, he went into the tent with Wang Wan and began to discuss the matter mentioned by Duo during the day. "I really don't know how to arrange it," Zhang Xiaobao sighed. "You have the ability to help them, but you feel that you can't get enough in return. Because they are not the people of the Tang Empire, you are hesitating whether to integrate them into the Tang Empire. You consider that they are not among the 56 tribes, so you naturally exclude them, right?" Wang Wan analyzed Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts and said. Zhang Xiaobao admitted, "Indeed, I always treat them as outsiders, and they are too backward and don't understand the Tang Empire. If I want to integrate them into the Tang Empire, I have to put in a lot of effort. Where to arrange them is the problem. Put them at the border? Their lives will improve, and at the same time they are still them, not the people of the Tang Empire. If they are separated, they will not be able to adapt. They are almost a family, and it is very immoral of you to separate them. Then how can you arrange the 6 Zhao, the original Tubo, and the people at the border who were tricked into becoming hostages, the Turks, the Silla, and the other remote areas?" Wang Wan asked suggestively. "Because they are. All right, They are one of the 56 races. It could be 57 or 58 or 85. I just didn't get it right for a while. Then, if I help them, I will help myself. Together with the people of the large tribes, I will take away the authority of the leader and return them to the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao thought it through, and the previous problem was no longer a problem. Wang Wan smiled and said, "We cannot kill the leader, but we can't let him have trusted subordinates. According to the plan, we will first take them away and let them be our logistics personnel. Slowly get to know them, and as time goes by, their leader's authority will gradually weaken in the hearts of the people of the tribe. If they play tricks, we will use this as an excuse to kill them. If they are honest, we will let them live. I hate it the most when I accept a group with its original management. It is the same for the military, the government, and the business. I hate it too. Let's sleep. Tomorrow, we will not tell Duo all the plans. Just tell him that we will help him. When we arrive at the place, we will trick everyone to follow us." Zhang Xiaobao yawned and pulled the blanket over himself and Wang Wan. He listened to the sounds of the little ones playing as they couldn't sleep and fell asleep. The next morning, the people of Duoduo's tribe changed into new clothes and boots. After breakfast, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Duo aside and whispered to him. Duoduo's face finally showed a look of relief and excitement. Chapter 1330. Duo, who had been promised by Zhang Xiaobao, jumped up and down as he walked. His head kept looking back and forth. Several times he wanted to tell his tribesmen the good news, but he restrained himself. He was afraid that if he told the news, when his tribesmen met the leader of the big tribe, someone would accidentally spill the news. If the leader knew, he would be angry and kill all 126 of his tribesmen. Even though he had come with the Tang team, who could guarantee that the tribe leader would kill him in a fit of anger. Even if the Tang people helped him take revenge, he would still be dead. Duo was happy, so he asked the strong men in the tribe to work hard to hunt. They all pulled their bows and arrows and worked very hard. It was a pity that there were no metal arrowheads. Zhang Xiaobao's tribesmen had metal arrowheads, but they were not suitable for the shafts of bows and arrows. They carried crossbows, which were shorter than bows and arrows, but they saved strength, had a long range, and had high accuracy. There were two ways to load the crossbows. One was to kick the crossbows directly. The other was to shake the handle beside it. Crossbows were more convenient for assassination than guns. They were less noisy, and the most important thing was that the arrows could be retrieved. Duo looked at them with envy. At the same time, he was surprised by their ability to adapt to the terrain. Every time he saw someone with a crossbow, he would take a second look. However, he did not ask for it. He knew that the crossbow and the set of arrows were dozens or even hundreds of times more valuable than the set of knives he just got. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao gave him another set of knives. They were not for cooking, but for carpentry. The bows and arrows they used were made from tree branches. With a good knife, it would be easier to cut them and it would be more accurate. The tail feathers used to balance the arrows would also be easier to find. The tribesmen could make bows and arrows as they walked. The workmanship was rough, but the effect was good when they hit animals. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also understood this, so they always asked the Tang army to be very careful. With traps and long-range weapons, they could teach the enemy a lesson. Duo didn't know that the bows and arrows used by his tribe would make Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nervous. He always felt that the Tang people's weapons called guns were more powerful. He wasn't wrong in his thinking. It was indeed powerful. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had requested for 0 casualties, and they really did it. They didn't die directly from the other party's offensive weapons during the course of the battle. As a result, the pressure on the logistics team increased, and they had to exchange money for lives. Duo didn't know how valuable the lives of the Tang people were. He was looking forward to seeing how the thing called a gun attacked. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't use it, he couldn't help but ask, "Gun, let's have a shot." Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment and nodded. "It's just one shot. It's not easy to reload the bullets. It's like a bow. An arrow can be retracted after it's shot, but a bullet can't be used immediately after it's shot. If the shape changes, it has to be reloaded. It's very troublesome. You don't have enough bullets? Duo asked. It's enough to kill you 10,000 times over, Zhang Xiaobao threatened. Duo waved his hand. That's not what I meant. Let me have a look. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his hand, and someone handed over a sniper rifle. After receiving it, Zhang Xiaobao took it apart and reassembled it. His hand gently stroked the body of the gun, and his face was also attached to the gun, feeling the trace of coolness. Duo, who was watching from the side, felt that it was very strange. It turned out that the gun could be taken apart. But why did it feel that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't holding a weapon to kill people, but a beautiful woman? Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's woman, Wang Wan, her eyes were so gentle when she looked at the gun. What's going on with these two people? When we pick up a weapon, we are one with the weapon. It's like you have a good bow. The chef's knife and the weaving girl's needle are all like this. Let's go to the front. Zhang Xiaobao said and called Duo to rush forward. Behind them, there was the sound of messy footsteps. The 9 little guys and Su Yilong also followed, wanting to see the fun. There were many wild beasts in places that had not been extensively destroyed by humans. Soon, the group found a deer. It was an adult male deer with 10 forked antlers on its head. It was leisurely eating grass about 300 meters away from the group. In fact, there were people on the other side of the deer, but it didn't meet them. They were scouts, and they had to advance 20 miles. Zhang Xiaobao chose to shoot while standing, and he didn't have any support. Just as he was about to aim, someone beside him pulled his clothes. "Brother, let me do it, okay?" It was Xiao Nan who spoke. "Okay." Zhang Xiaobao handed the gun over. Xiao Nan stretched out her hands and caught it. Looking at the deer, she took off the scope and found a place to lie on the ground. She patted her right shoulder with her left hand and put her right hand on the trigger. She aimed with her eyes and began to adjust her breathing. Waiting and waiting, Duo didn't understand what a little girl was waiting for. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gunshot sounded, startling him. The deer had fallen to the ground, and only its 4 limbs were still moving, slightly. Rub it. Xiao Bei shouted and ran to Xiao Nan's side, squatting down and rubbing Xiao Nan's shoulders. Xiao Nan was very shy and stood up. "It's okay. I'll be fine after a while. It doesn't hurt." After saying that, she still shook her arm. It was obvious that the recoil just now made her feel uncomfortable. Usually, she didn't use a sniper rifle to practice. Her pistol was also the most accurate among the 9 of them. Her firing speed was also fast, and she could hit anything within 35 meters. Duo looked at the fallen deer, and then looked at the girl who had just used the gun in disbelief. He ran toward the deer. When Zhang Xiaobao and others came near, he was still observing. There were no other wounds on the deer's body. Only its eyes were messy. When he lifted the deer's head, the other eye was also the same. Needless to say, it must have gone in from one eye and come out from the other. Duo looked back at the place where he was standing before and looked at Xiao Nan again. He asked in surprise, "You can hit the eyes from so far away." I didn't aim at the eyes. I aimed at the head. It was so far away and I didn't use the scope. I couldn't see the deer's eyes." Xiao Nan was still shy and didn't show any pride. She knew that her brother and sister were better than her. She needed to continue practicing. "Why didn't you use the scope?" Duo didn't understand. "My brother and sister said that before a person with a good sense of shooting, using too many auxiliary tools will suppress his talent. I have to shoot by feeling. I want to be one with the gun. My brother and sister said that many snipers are good at shooting and can carry out tasks easily. However, one day, when they are fighting with a talented sniper, the gap will be revealed. One is a gunsmith, and the other is a god of shooting. A gunsmith is for the task and planning the target, while a god of shooting is for the control of the field. A god of shooting who doesn't waste his talent and works hard can sometimes even control the shooting range by intuition. Within that range, he is a god of shooting. Xiao, Nan said with yearning. She was still holding the sniper rifle. Duo couldn't understand how powerful a god of shooting was, but he knew how powerful the little girl in front of him was. At such a far distance, where the arrow couldn't reach, she could hit the head as she wished. If it was a normal person, he would probably die. No wonder the tribal leaders were so scared when they talked about the weapons of Tang. Even children could kill people easily. It was said that there were countless people in Tang. If everyone had a gun, Duo didn't dare to think about it anymore. He used to admit that Tang was powerful, but it was just an impression. When he saw the team of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he felt that Tang had countless good things. Now he really admitted that Tang was unimaginably powerful. While he was thinking, Zhang Xiaobao had already skinned the deer. This deer skin was too complete, and the deer was not small. He could make something for his brothers and sisters. After thinking about it, Duo found that a large part of the deer's skin had been skinned very well, even better than his. He was too embarrassed to help, so he squatted aside and watched. Then he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The deer head should be given to your sister." "No," Zhang Xiaobao replied casually. "It is the symbol of a warrior. When our children hunt for the first time, they will leave a part of the beast for their children." Duo thought that Zhang Xiaobao was greedy for the deer head, so his tone was a little different when he persuaded. Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop. "Can I leave it? She has killed too many animals. The purpose of killing animals is to eat and use, not to show off. Otherwise, it is disrespect to life and blasphemy to humanity. When you leave the head of an animal on the wall, you want to show others how good you are at killing animals and how powerful you are. My wife and I don't need to put any head on the wall, but where we are standing, who dares to say that we are not powerful? Yes, I don't want the deer head. That thing takes up space. Thousands of people have died in the hands of my brother and sister, but the paintings on the wall of my brother and sister's house are mountains and rivers. When you show your courage by using other animals' bodies, it is because you are not confident enough." Xiao Nan stood over with a gun and watched the deerskin. His words supported her brother. Although she already knew that her brother was not her biological brother, she didn't understand the difference between a biological brother and a biological brother. Moreover, she had forgotten the things when she was younger, but she always remembered when Xiao Bei gave her candy. So every time someone questioned her brother, she opposed it. Duo was speechless for a while. There were indeed several heads of beasts in his original home. There were bear heads, tiger heads, and many wolf teeth. He even had a chain of bear teeth around his neck. Just like what Xiaonan said, he used these heads to show the power of his tribe. Later, he left with the Tang team, so it was not convenient to carry them. No matter how precious the heads of animals were, they were not as precious as a set of knives. He put his hand on his neck and secretly exerted force. When he struggled again, his neck hurt, and the chain of bear teeth was pulled off by Duo. He used his wrist and threw it into the barley next to him. Only then did he feel relieved. "What are we eating tonight?" Zhang Xiaobao asked when he was packing up the deerskin. Xiao Bei didn't need to be reminded to know that he was asking about them. He came over to look at the bloody deer and asked, "Didn't we arrive at the tribe's place at night? If I am not satisfied with their hospitality, I will. If I had known earlier, I would have brought our guards. They can be used as training. They are very old. The oldest one is already 20 years old." Xiao Bei wanted to say that his guards were not good enough to receive his people. But when he thought about it, he realized that he didn't have any guards that belonged to him. They were all his brother and sister's guards. His 9 guards were still undergoing training, so he was very depressed. Chapter 1331. Duo had been listening the whole time. When he heard what Xiao Bei said about his guards, he began to guess who this Zhang Xiaobao from Tang Dynasty was. From what they said, the ones following them were not the Tang Dynasty's army, but their own slaves. Oh, they called servants. There were also children but they didn't come. What did their family do? Also, the little girl with the spear said that thousands of people had died at the hands of Zhang Xiaobao and his woman. Were they not afraid of Tang dynasty's laws? It was said that killing was not allowed in Tang dynasty. After hesitating for a while, Duo mustered up his courage and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What is your status in Tang dynasty? You killed many people and you are not guilty?" "I am Zhang Xiaobao said. "I know. I heard you say that you are a good person. Then what is your status?" Duo was very nervous. Zhang Xiaobao finally stopped what he was doing and looked at Duo in shock. Wang Wan covered her mouth and laughed. Xiaobei said, "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Uncle Duo, you are really interesting. Brother, you are also interesting." Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and patted Xiaobei's head. He said to Duo, "Since you don't know my name, it's useless to talk about the official position. This war against the Duo was planned by my wife. As for me, I am responsible for mobilizing people to help transport things. You understand now, right?" Duo looked at Zhang Xiaobao in shock and then quickly turned to look at Wang Wan. He moved his feet and took 5 steps back. Not only did he understand, but he was also frightened. You are heartless Xiaobao, and you are Demoness Cuckoo? You are Xiaobei?" Duo asked in a trembling voice. Xiaobei patted his head and sighed. "Ah, uncle, it's not that I want to belittle you, but how do you think you can lead the tribe to greater heights? Come, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Hai and this is Xiao Nan. Her sister is Danan. Don't they look alike? There's also Xiao Gang, Xiao Chong, Xiao Zhu, Xiao Fong, and so on. My name is Xiao Yuan. If you're not, wait a minute. Brother, look, Xiao Bei is bullying me in front of outsiders." Xiao Yuan could not take it anymore. "No, I'm not bullying you. You don't need me to introduce you, right, Uncle Duo? Xiao Bei hurriedly asked Duo. Duo kept nodding. "Yes, Xiao Yuan will be Xiao Bei's man in the future. It's just that he's always bullied by Xiao Bei. He doesn't act like a man." "What are you talking about? Little Yuan is giving in to me." "Uncle, you only know how to bully women. Right, big brother Yuan." Little Bei pouted and said to Toto before smiling sweetly at little Yuan, "I'm so worried." Little Yuan also slapped his forehead. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again, ignoring the little one's playfulness. Xiao Bei smiled at little Yuan again. He observed the deer and said, "Let's eat the venison hot pot. Everyone has a small pot in front of them. Little Yuan and I will share one. There must be chili in the seasoning." Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed. He began to ask people to prepare enough portions, and it had to be the best part of the meat. He knew that Xiao Bei was still unwilling to eat in the same pot as the children in the tribe. Even though he had washed his new clothes when he changed, he was still tanned. Moreover, he did not undergo hygiene inspection, so Xiao Bei was afraid of getting sick. Duo could tell that the children did not like to eat in the same pot as his children, so he could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. However, when he thought about how this person directly started a war against the cannibals, his status was naturally very, very high. So high that he would not have come into contact with him if he did not meet him by chance. Then he suddenly saw Zhang Xiaobao promise the children to make some hot pot, so he used this as a topic. "Zhang, Xiaobao, can I call you guys like this? You guys okay? Xiao Bei, do they like to eat meat? You can call me whatever you want, but you can't call me you guys. It sounds awkward to me. You don't have to care too much. My wife and I are actually very kind." "Really? Okay, I won't say that we are kind. I'll just say that we won't kill you guys. You should believe me, right?" When Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he saw the look in Duo's eyes again. Wang Wan was still smiling. She remembered how Xiaobao looked when he said that he was a good person yesterday. When she saw Duo looking over, she quickly tried to become serious and said, "Xiao Bei and the others like to eat everything. They are not picky about food. You see that they don't eat in the same bowl as your children, right?" Wang Wan immediately thought of this question. Duo nodded embarrassedly. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at him to show that he understood. But he still explained, actually, Xiaobei and the others don't like to eat in the same bowl as other children. It's not that they dislike it, but that they are afraid. We walk around the capital, and every place is different. To put it in a more profound way, it's different from bacteria. It's something that can make people sick. You locals are already used to it. Xiaobei and the others are children. If they get sick from eating together, it won't be easy to treat them. In fact, we put medicine in the food you eat, including the clothes you change. The purpose is to let you take a bath first. Otherwise, why would we be in a hurry to make new clothes for you? We are all afraid that we will get sick before we can fully adapt to your place. Once the words were said, Duo didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Who asked them to not be clean enough? It wasn't enough to be looked down upon from the bottom of their hearts. They could wash off the dirt, but they didn't know what to do when they were looked down upon. After feeling comfortable, Duo said to Zhang Xiaobao, just now, when you said that they were in a dilemma about what to eat, why don't I give you an idea? Let them roast it. Roasted venison is very fragrant. Thank you, but they said that they want to eat hot pot. I'm not in a dilemma. I have to think about how to make them feel comfortable eating it. I'll do it according to the current deer. If the fiber of the meat is thick, I need to cut it thicker and let them cook it slowly in the hot pot. If the fiber of the meat is thin, I need to cut it into very thin slices and let them cook it. Also, what should we put in the soup? We can't use the pheasant that we just hunted here to make the soup, nor can we use the fish in the river. It's good to use beef bones and pig bones to make the soup, but we didn't bring them. So I just thought about it. It's best to use the local mushrooms to make the soup. Previously, we had the throat mushrooms. Together with the mushrooms here, it'll be enough. It can also let them adapt to the local bacterial environment. Add 2 dried abalones. All right, that's it. Zhang Xiaobao patiently analyzed Duo. As he analyzed, he counted with his fingers like a child, calculating the counteracting and compatibility of the food. Duo was dumbfounded. Was this still cooking? This wouldn't do. His clansmen also had to consider the food they ate. They would have starved to death long ago. However, listening to it, he felt that it would definitely taste good. It was a pity that he couldn't compete with the children and the injured. Duo looked a little disappointed, not because he couldn't eat it, but because he thought about the lives of the Tang people. After comparing them, he felt inferior. He asked tentatively, do the Tang people all eat the same? How is that possible? Xiaobei raised his head and continued, if only all the Tang people could be like this. Not to mention venison, we don't even have a lot of mutton. We eat pork every day. If we don't have enough pig meat, we have to exchange it with chicken and duck meat. It's good enough if we can eat pork ribs in half a month. If we want to eat venison every day, we have to raise deer like we raise pigs and chickens. Their lives are really tough. My family has a restaurant business, so the food there is better. It's a little better. Xiaobei felt embarrassed as he spoke. Duo suddenly understood. He had heard of restaurants before. People who ate there had to be rich, and the food tasted good. He couldn't help but feel envious. If there was someone in his family who worked in a restaurant, the meat is good. It's very delicate. Cut out the tenderloin and chill it. Don't let it run. I don't want to make cold jerky for them. I want it cold and fresh. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao had already checked the meat for himself and instructed. Naturally, someone went to get saltpeter and chill the venison. Duo didn't know what chilling was, so he didn't ask. Otherwise, he would be even more surprised. Now he felt that Zhang Xiaobao shouldn't be so serious. He advised, just make food. Don't worry too much about the children. Yes, that's what I said. If you don't want to worry, then don't raise them. Even raising horses knows how to be careful, let alone raising children. Look at the wild vegetables under your feet. You can't just eat venison. Zhang Xiaobao began to pay attention to the path under his feet again. When he saw wild vegetables that weren't poisonous, he would pick a piece and put it in his mouth to chew. He wanted to see if the taste could match with the venison and seasoning. Every time he confirmed something, Duo would pick it. There were many wild vegetables in the mountains. He was usually very careful when he ate them, afraid that they would be poisoned. Small root vegetables? Sure enough, it's time to eat. Babies, what should we do? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly found many small roots of garlic. The scientific name was allium white. He dug one out of the soil and tasted it. He asked the little ones. The 9 children began to feel awkward. They knew that if they had small root vegetables, they would also have cat ears. Then they could eat the small root vegetables with cat ear soup. It was very delicious. If they added a small plate of sliced cucumber with some salt, it would be even better. But someone had already gone to prepare the venison. What should they do? One by one, they frowned. Duo was puzzled. Your family is full of foodies. You frown when you're cooking, and you also frown when you're eating. It's as if you're in a dilemma. Is it more difficult than fighting a war? You can put the two together and eat them both. Duo felt that he was very smart and proposed a solution. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to speak, Xiaobei shook his head. No, venison is warm and nourishing. The small root vegetables are spicy and also nourishing. The cat ears are earthy and can suppress the slight spiciness of the small root vegetables. Together with the cucumber, it will improve the taste and clear the stomach. It's a good combination. Therefore, we can't eat it together with venison. Otherwise, we won't be able to taste the venison. Also, after eating, should we take cold medicine to digest, licorice to balance, or medicine to warm the spleen and stomach to stabilize? It's just a meal. It's not like we're risking our lives. Do you want to eat us to death? It's like chili mixed with ice. Can that be eaten? It's also impossible to add licorice. Those who dare to prescribe such a prescription are either quacks or divine doctors. Didn't you see that brother is looking for vegetables to neutralize the venison? Yes. Illness comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth. We have to be very careful, Suyuan echoed. Duo didn't understand at all. The only thing he knew was that it wasn't easy for Zhang Xiaobao and the others to eat. It sounded very dangerous. Thinking of the danger, he became nervous again. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "When we see our big leader, you must not reveal your identities. If the big leader knows who you are, he might want to arrest you." Chapter 1332. Duo spoke very sincerely. After knowing who Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were, he knew the difference between them. They were actually the leaders who started the war against the cannibals. However, he was also worried. This time, the leader of his tribe helped the cannibals once. He thought that the cannibals would succeed. But who knew that the great Tang would be so prepared? Not only did the sneak attack plan fail, but the cannibals were also beaten up. The cannibals did not resist at all and ran away without a trace. Thus, the great Tang troops ran to the tribe and searched. The leader did not dare to resist, but he also searched his small tribe again. If the leader knew the identity of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, would he play tricks behind their backs and capture them? The two of them were very important to the great Tang. At that time, they could exchange for more compensation from the great Tang. What should he do then? Zhang Xiaobao blinked and suddenly said happily, "Does it mean that if we perform a little worse and give your leader a good opportunity, he will make a move? This matter can be solved in advance, right, madam?" Wang Wan's eyes also brightened. She also looked at Duo and asked, "Can we really let your leader make a move?" "Not necessarily, right?" Duo began to lose confidence. He could see that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were looking for an opportunity to make a move on the leader of his tribe. Looking at the people from the great Tang, Duo began to think. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you believe me and can give me enough things, I can trick them out. You can do it directly. This way, I will be responsible for persuading the others and making them listen to you." "What if you fail?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "My life will be taken by them." Duo put on an expression as if he was not afraid of death. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Forget it. Let's just follow the previous plan and directly use a strategy to kill. Your people will not be convinced. I still need them to follow the team and do things. It is easy to kill people, but it is hard to change their minds. We should pursue benefits and not force them. I think so too. Wang Wan agreed. It's easy to kill people, but difficult to make them work for you. Force has always been used to conquer, but not to rule. Then be careful. At this time, Duoduo's recognition of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deepened. A large group with guns could have killed their way over, but they didn't. Instead, they chose another method. If he followed them in the future, he would definitely have a good life. How could his current leader use benefits to get what he wanted? He was clearly using benefits to coerce them. If over 100 of his clansmen didn't give them anything, they wouldn't give him any food either. When it came to an exchange, he would be at a disadvantage. The team continued to move forward. No matter what, they would be able to reach their destination before dinner tonight. In a situation where they did not plan to come into close contact with the other party, the team could increase their speed a little. They could hunt more wild beasts and store them to replenish the team's daily consumption. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know how to protect nature. Right now, they didn't allow Great Tang to cut down trees and hunt animals. It was unlike before, when they didn't have enough strength to stop it. They could only follow Great Tang's national policy of destroying forests and opening up wastelands. Now that things had changed, they could influence Great Tang's policy. Of course, they couldn't continue to pretend that they didn't see it. Bamboo forests could be cut down, and after cutting them down, they would have to plant new ones. Bamboo had a short growth cycle, and the old bamboo forests couldn't be touched. That was a cultural and precious resource. In fact, it was fine to cut down trees, but they had to be separated into different types of forests. Take the old red pine forests, for example. They couldn't bear to part with them and wanted to leave them for their descendants, let alone others. As for opening up wastelands, they had to clear up the wastelands first. How many people did Great Tang have? Wasn't there enough land for them to plant? If they felt that the land was too small, they could just expand. If people came over to plant them, they wouldn't have to pay a single copper coin in taxes. They could even give them subsidies. But this wasn't the Great Tang, and it was impossible to kill all the wild beasts in the area. If 12,000 people could kill all the wild beasts in the area, it meant that the wild beasts had been on the verge of extinction before. This was impossible. The group hunted as they walked. When the scout at the front reported that they were only 5 li away from the other party's settlement, the group stopped to set up camp, cut down trees, dig trenches, set up tents, and start a fire. Duoduo's tribesmen couldn't help with this kind of thing. They could only watch. They saw that the Great Tang's group was very fast and that the camp was built well. You guys seem to be building camp faster than the Great Tang army. After 2 days of observation, Duo finally found this problem. He had seen it once when he was delivering things to the tribe, so he pulled Xiaobei aside and asked. Xiaobei and the other 9 people, including Su Yilong, were helping to measure the depth and width of the trenches, as well as the sturdiness of the stag trenches. Especially the trenches, the depth and width were not fixed. They had to look at the terrain. If there was a run-up, the trenches had to be widened. If there was something in the surroundings that could be filled in, the trenches had to be deepened. When Xiaobei was pulled back by Duo, he was on a small mound more than 160 meters away from the trenches. He was holding a luoyang shovel and kicking down hard to see the structure of the soil. He was sweating profusely. When he heard Duoduo's question, he stopped and said to the people beside him, "Let the artillery calibrate this position. Even I can kick down, let alone you. What if they dig to fill in the trenches? 1 small cannon and 3 grenade launchers are enough. Let's see who dares to come over and dig." Then he turned around and asked, "What are you doing, uncle? I mean, compared to the Great Tang army that came before, you guys look more. It's faster to follow Yanjin, right?" Xiao Bei helped Duo say. Duo nodded. Yes, more rigorous. I've heard of this before. That's right. They are the army of the imperial court, and we are the private army. What you saw should be the army, led by Zhang Shougue and army supervisor Yang Xixuan. The two of them are still passable, and they have the help of 2 third-generation graduates from my family. Don't compare their fighting strength to ours. If we were to fight the 2 of them, even if 10 of them were tied together, it would be like a game for Big Sis. In other words, our 12,000 people can easily defeat 120,000 of theirs. The individual qualities of soldiers are different. Even if I explained it to you, you probably wouldn't understand. Xiao Bei took advantage of the time while speaking to take a break. Then he picked up his Luoyang shovel and kicked elsewhere. Duo stood in place for a while, stunned. Then he muttered, "In other words, your 10,000 people are more terrifying than their 100,000 people." Back then, they chased less than 6,000 people to the tribe. They clearly knew that there wouldn't be a battle, but they still built the camp like this. It's a waste of effort, because this is tradition. You can't wait until you think there's danger. If you die on the battlefield because of this, no one will sympathize with you. They will only praise the victor. Zhang Xiaobao's voice suddenly rang out in Duoduo's ear. Duo jumped in fright. Turning back to Zhang Xiaobao, he exhaled and said, "You didn't make any noise when you walked. There's no danger here. Who would dare attack you?" I changed into rubber shoes and came over to watch others work. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, and then he said to Duo, "Many times in history, when the enemy believed it to be safe, a battle won by a small force. The great Tang can lose, even if it has advanced weapons. But my wifes and my team cannot lose. Do you want to strike at the confidence of the great Tang? Defeat our army and capture us. No matter what method you use, whether it's a direct battle or a scheme, as long as you succeed, all the industries of my great Tang will be in trouble, and the people will be shaken. My wife and I are the symbol of invincibility. If we are ambushed here, even if 10,000 of our enemies die, it's still a victory for them. So you won't give them a chance. You're standing beside me without anyone protecting you. Aren't you afraid that I'll capture you?" Duo understood a little, but he still thought of a possibility and clenched his fists. Hee. Zhang Xiaobao laughed. "Your chest doesn't hurt anymore. You don't even have a stick on you, and your nutrition isn't balanced. It's just that you don't control yourself when you eat. As for me, this is called a knife. Don't move. The knife is very fast, faster than the knife I gave you." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, a small knife suddenly appeared in his hand. It was light black and had hemp patterns. He gently placed it beside Duoduo's neck, and with a flick of his hand, a piu sound came from a small tree beside them. Duoduo's pores opened instantly and he felt much cooler. He turned his head to look at the small tree and walked forward. When he got closer, he shivered again. There was a 2-inch-long red worm that was nailed by the knife. "Zhang Xiaobao, can you really beat your woman?" "If you want me to beat my wife again, I'll beat you first. Hurry up and rest. I think your leader will come over when it's time to eat. I've already sent people there to trade for food. We've consumed too much food along the way." Zhang Xiaobao walked over and pulled the knife out of the worm's body. He then took out a white handkerchief and wiped it. The small knife made a light black mark on his hand, and then it suddenly disappeared. Duo looked at Zhang Xiaobao's back as he left. His feet seemed to be glued to the ground, and his expression was blank. He didn't understand what kind of person this person was. When he looked at his smile, he thought that he was very ordinary. He just looked a little better, and he didn't look that strong when he wore clothes. Why did he have the strength, the throwing knife, and the ability to cook good food, but he was willing to eat the same food as his subordinates? The most important thing was that he was afraid of women. As long as his woman, Wang, looked at him that way, he would smile. If I smile with my women, what will it be like? He's not like a man. He's so powerful, but he's afraid of women. Maybe only his women can understand him. Duo muttered to himself. He found that he really couldn't evaluate Zhang Xiaobao with what he knew. In fact, I don't know him very well. I only know a part of him. Of course, he doesn't know me completely, but he definitely knows me more than I know him. I plan to use my life to understand him. Don't just stand there. Organize your people. Your leader is here. Wang Wan's voice was the same as Zhang Xiaobao's. She suddenly sounded behind Duo. Then she caught up with Zhang Xiaobao, who was holding a stick, and said to him, "Brother Simo Domo, he luo fo che hoemo wu has come in person. He only brought 25 people with no weapons. It's really strong." Zhang Xiaobao swung it a few times, but it didn't break. He praised it and then asked Wang Wan, "Who? What do they do?" "The local leader." Wang Wan also came over and kicked the side of the deer. "Aren't they the Mish tribe?" "There's no Mish in their name. Others call them Mish, just like the Japanese call us Shina. Do you have Shina behind your name?" "Who dares to call me that?" "I'll let him know why flowers." "How many eyes does Ma Wang Yi have?" Japan was originally called Neon, okay? Later, our Chinese people were magnanimous and thought that their sun rose first, so they called it Neon. Unfortunately, this Neon name became derogatory in our time. I feel sad for them. Come with me to meet some Moda people." Zhang Xiaobao threw down the stick and walked in the direction Wang Wan pointed. Chapter 1333. Zhang Xiaobao and the leader of the local tribe Seymour Domohi, Luo Foch. When the two of them met, they didn't shake hands or hug each other. They didn't even get close to each other. The two of them were 10 meters apart. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a chair with his back facing the south. Seymour Domo, he only had a stool and sat facing the north. When he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, he had to look up. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao was deliberately making things difficult for him. It was the rules that represented the dignity of the Tang Empire. How could a leader of a small tribe be on the same level? He was already being merciful by not making him kneel. As for why they could put their arms around each other's shoulders when they met, it was to show that they were close. When to be close and when to be dignified was decided by the person in charge. It was also decided by strength. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao decided to be dignified. After all, thunder and rain were the grace of the emperor. "Seymour Domohi below? Luo Foch? Brother Hima Wu, why are you here?" Zhang Xiaobao asked in a sarcastic tone. "Seymour Domohi? Luo Foch?" Brother Hima Wu felt very uncomfortable when he heard this. "He was not your subordinate. What right do you have to treat me like this?" Although he was unconvinced, Seymour Domo he showed a respectful expression and replied, "We see that the envoy from your country has traveled a long way and have worked hard. Therefore, we are here to greet you personally." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at them, as if he was here to visit them, giving them a sense of being neither servile nor overbearing. Zhang Xiaobao, who was sitting on the chair, sneered, "Haha, we are not here to visit you. We are here to kill. Since we are here, someone must die." Seymour Domo, he took a deep breath and forced a smile. He asked, "Who do you want to die?" "Those who stare at us die. Those who bare their teeth at us die. Those who are disrespectful to us die. Those who do not listen to us die. Those who make me uncomfortable when they smile at us die. Come, Seymour Domo he, give me a smile." Zhang Xiaobao rested one leg on the armrest of the chair and leaned against it, casually saying to Seymour Domo he. Beside him, someone had already raised his gun and aimed it at Seymour Domo. Seymour Domo felt deeply humiliated. It wasn't just him. When everyone heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they felt that Zhang Xiaobao was too much of a bully. He had come to take a look. Even if they didn't treat him well, there was no need to humiliate him. Facing the threat of death, Seymour Duomo finally chose to compromise. He raised his head and gave Zhang Xiaobao a smile that he thought was the most beautiful. He really did not want to die in such a sullen manner. "Yes, not bad, but you need to practice more when you go back. We will go over tomorrow morning." Are you all ready to welcome the Shangguan kingdom? Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei nodded and asked Simo Domo he. We're all ready. Simo Domo, he couldn't say anything else. In truth, he hadn't been prepared at all. He had only just learned that the great Tang had come and said that they wanted to trade. After learning that it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's army, he had come with a nervous heart, intending to understand the purpose of their visit. He hadn't expected that Zhang Xiaobao would treat him like a subordinate on their first meeting. After all, he was the leader of more than 3,000 people, and yet he wasn't given the slightest bit of respect. This was too much. After silently cursing, Simo Domo, he felt much better. He adjusted his emotions and began to consider proper matters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come to his territory. He had helped the Arabs before. So if they used this to cause trouble again, how should he deal with them? Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied this time. He didn't insist on making things difficult for this man. He had noticed that this man called Simo Domo, he had an indifferent expression in his eyes. He was very calm, very relaxed, and very reserved. He wanted to be on equal footing with him and display the prestige of a leader of a small tribe. For some reason, Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but think of that Filipino President Aquino from a documentary. He was an idiot who couldn't see the situation clearly and had an extremely poor attitude. Every time someone died on his side, he would laugh. This was a sign of immaturity in political wisdom. Even if you were secretly happy and no one cared, you had to pretend. Even the President of the United States didn't dare to laugh. So what were you if you weren't an idiot? This was respect for life. This Simo Domo, he gave Zhang Xiaobao precisely this feeling. Say, you have a tribe of 3,000 people that doesn't have anything. So what are you pretending for? What right do you have to appear equal in front of me and play neither servile nor overbearing? Haven't you read too many historical stories? No wonder the great Tang spoke so smoothly. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand, closed his eyes, and leaned back to rest. Simo Domo he, you can go back now. We'll be there tomorrow. Why don't you stay for a meal? It's getting late. Someone immediately gestured to Simo Domo he, appearing rather polite. Okay, let's have a meal. We truly haven't eaten, Simo Domo he happily agreed. This way, please. This person was immediately depressed. He was just being polite, but this guy actually agreed. But since he had already said it, he naturally had to entertain him. Simo Domo followed them and kept looking at the situation of the camp. He found that it was very messy. The tents were not arranged in rows or columns. Instead, there were tents here and there. It seemed like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's troops were really not good at marching and fighting. At the same time, he was thinking about what he had done wrong. According to the books of the great Tang, many of them said that when one went out to meet the leader of another place, he would be neither servile nor overbearing and would criticize the other party. In the end, when the other party said to push him out to be beheaded, the person who was pushed out would laugh a few times and be asked why he was laughing. After that, it would be easy to handle. He would say his own words, and the other party's leader would think that it made sense, so he would succeed. But today, he didn't say that he was going to push Xiaobao out to be beheaded. Instead, he aimed the gun at Xiaobao. If Xiaobao were to laugh, would he die before Xiaobao could ask him why he was laughing? He had seen that spear before, and it was more formidable than a bow and arrow. If the arrow was far away, he might be able to dodge or block it, but the spear would not give him the time. By the time he heard the sound, he would already be dead. For a moment, Simo Domo was very depressed. He also knew that the other party didn't want him to stay for dinner, probably because he had helped the Arabs before. Those damned Arabs, they actually lost, and they even ran away so quickly. Okay, get up. Xiao Bei and the others are waiting to eat hot pot. You go and cut them. Xiao Bei says that he wants to eat thin strips. You think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao was still lying on the chair when Wang Wan came over to urge him. In truth, she could also cut, but she could not compare to Xiaobao. In order to make her little brother and sister eat happily, she needed Xiaobao to do it. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed a little tired, not physically but mentally. He knew that it didn't matter what kind of attitude Seymour Demoki had just met. What mattered was whether Seymour Demoki had the same idea as his people. A leader's influence on the people under his rule was extremely large, second only to the influence that parents and teachers had on their children. If Simo Domo, his daily propaganda, was hostile to the great Tang, then the more than 3,000 people probably had the same idea. As he got up and walked to the kitchen, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, "When the Japanese invaded, let's not talk about invasion and just talk about integration. They also started teaching Japanese in the 3 northeastern provinces. From this, one can see how smart the Japanese are. But in the end, they failed. I'm worried that Simo Domo, he will also have nothing better to do and educate his people. If that's the case, we won't be facing the same opponent." Wang Wan smiled and said, "I can see that Simo Domo, he is using his cleverness in the wrong place. He probably thinks that we're always high and mighty and lack someone who dares to communicate with us normally, so he wants to play this role. In truth, he still has too little understanding of our Chinese culture. There's no such thing as equality, and no leader would be so cheap, including Li Longji. We really do treat him this way, but it's not because he lacks feelings in this aspect. It's because we can provide him with benefits. He laughed and was very happy when Xiao Bei stole food from him, but without us, Xiao Bei wouldn't have had a chance to steal food. Even if he did, would he still be happy? He's being magnanimous by not teaching Xiao Bei a lesson, but he'll definitely teach Xiao Bei's family a lesson. If Xiao Bei was an ordinary person, Li Longji would teach a lesson to the local officials. As for us, we can communicate with the people of Tang equally. But Simo Domo, he thinks that we're used to being high and mighty, so he wants to give us a special impression." "Pooh! Well said. Where's the meat?" Zhang Xiaobao had already arrived at the big tent that served as the kitchen. He saw the washed wild vegetables, but he couldn't find the meat that he wanted to cut. "Little young master, here." Someone outside answered and brought in a tray. There was a large piece of venison on the tray. It was estimated to be around 40 jin. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and said, "It's too much. Xiao Bei, the children in the tribe, and the 4 injured people can't finish it. There's still other dishes. It's not much. Don't we have little young master and little miss? 5 jin is enough for the 2 of you. After dipping it in the soup, the weight of the venison will be lighter." The person who came and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with an expectant gaze. "We'll eat with you. Little young master, we need someone to watch the little ancestors when we eat hot pot. Tonight we have 2 dishes. One is braised with a variety of flavors, the other is wild vegetable dipping sauce, and the other is fish soup. It's not worse than hot pot. The main dish is hot dry biscuits." The person introduced what they were going to eat tonight. He meant that they didn't need to eat with them. They ate well, so they could accompany the little ancestors to eat hot pot. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated and looked at Wang Wan. Seeing Wang Wan nod, he said, "Okay, Cuckoo and I will be extravagant today. We won't eat with you. Find Duo, and invite him to eat. He probably hasn't eaten our hot pot before." "That's great. Here, put the meat." The person answered happily and ran out. Zhang Xiaobao began to cut the meat. As for the strips that Xiao Bei mentioned, he didn't care at all. If the meat in hot pot was cut into strips, it would disappear when it was put into the pot. Even thin slices like this had to be prepared for the children in the tribe. Otherwise, with their movements, the meat couldn't be picked up at all. It would become the bottom of the pot after a few dips. Zhang Xiaobao's movements were very fast. He cut the meat according to the horizontal lines. When he cut, he first destroyed the lines. When he dipped the meat, he slightly froze it and kept the moisture. When he cut it, Wei Wei pulled and pulled, and it immediately became a roll. Wang Wan looked and had nothing to do, so she praised, "Good knife skills." Chapter 1334. Don't just look at it and talk. Put it in the wooden tray over there. Don't let it melt later. It is not easy to form cold fresh meat in such a short period of time. If it is slightly frozen, once it is cut, it will become the taste of watery meat. Zhang Xiaobao did not stop moving his hands and instructed Wang Wan, who was standing at the side and watching without helping. Wang Wan had been admiring Zhang Xiaobao's knife skills. It looked very ordinary. He just made a cut and then lifted the knife. What was different was that the meat was rolled up instead of in pieces. It was obvious that he had added other movements when he was cutting. There was a hidden force. After all, cutting by hand was not like a meat slicer. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's dissatisfied voice, she smiled and quickly went to get the wooden tray in the ice. She did not forget to put a few pieces of ice around it. After putting it on the tray, Wang Wan looked at the meat roll and praised, "The meat is so good. It is actually a small circle of white meat. It is almost like lamb. There is fat. Otherwise, why does it need to be frozen? Otherwise, the fat can't be cut so thin and stick to the knife. Unless I let the knife and the meat be at the same temperature and put a layer of other oil on it. Of course, a special knife can also be used, but we don't have that technology. It would be better if we have cold forged knives." Zhang Xiaobao took another piece of meat and sighed as he cut. Wang Wan did not say anything. The technology was several generations behind. If there was cold forging technology, the first knife made would not be a kitchen knife, but a scalpel. Also, the cutting knives and kitchen knives of the lathe were luxurious enough to use cold forging technology. Seymour Domo is staying for dinner. Should we entertain him? Wang Wan thought of another thing. Entertain him. Just entertain him. He will eat hot pot with us. The people he brought will eat with others. It is a matter of etiquette. But we don't need to talk to him about serious matters. We don't even need to talk. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stopped and looked at the meat. It was actually injured. This piece has to be cut out. We don't want this part of the meat. The knife in Zhang Xiaobao's hand moved back a distance. He wanted to cut down and take a look. He shook his head and continued to move back. This time, he finally let go of the tangled piece of venison. Wang Wan took it and looked at it. She rolled her eyes a few times and said, "He must have hit a hard rock or something and then stabbed himself. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a scar in this place. It's not easy to live after all. I think it's good to be alive. If it's really too easy, don't you think life will be boring? There's still so much meat waiting to be cut. Now I know why it was so expensive to cut meat by hand." Zhang Xiaobao's movements were not slow, but the meat was too thin, and it required a lot of strength from his wrist. When he exerted force downwards, he had to cut, not press. Otherwise, the meat below would be a little deformed. Then, when the knife went down, it would either be thin or thick, and there would even be a situation where half of the meat was cut. Taking the sharpening stick, Zhang Xiaobao rubbed the knife against it twice and continued to work hard. "I will never cut meat for them like this again. It's so torturous. The knife will be blunt after 2 cuts." Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao, always using the sharpening stick to scrape the knife. Until now, she still didn't understand why, because she didn't need to use that thing when cooking. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head lightly. "It's scraping the edge of the knife. The oil on the knife is scraped off. The knife is fine. How about this? Prepare a basin of hot water and a basin of cold water. I will first put the knife in the hot water, then use a towel to wipe it. After wiping it, put it in the cold water, then use another towel to wipe it. This way, there's no need to use the sharpening stick. Use the hot water to get rid of the oil, and use the cold water to lower the temperature of the knife. Every industry is not easy. Eating, it seems to be the simplest, but also the most complicated. Then why is it so expensive to cut meat by hand? Is it because of manual labor?" Wang Wan asked suggestively. "Because you can't tell the quality of the meat when it's cut by a machine. The texture will be messy. If you ask, people will say that it's the machine. But when it's cut by hand, the texture will be there. No chef will cut the meat for you under the condition of destroying the texture of the meat. Otherwise, this chef won't be qualified. In this way, you can eat with ease. You can eat whatever meat you want. You don't have to worry about the mutton oil added to other meat. The popularity of hand-cut meat is because of the quality of the meat. The price of meat is cheap. Everyone can't buy good meat. The main reason is that, in restaurants, it's a case of bad money driving out good money. But with hand-cut meat, everyone will choose this kind of meat in order to eat better. Thus, there's also the saying of good money driving out bad money. The main reason is that eating is different from other things. Everyone knows that illness comes from the mouth. Moreover, when eating in restaurants, naturally they won't care about the difference in price. Thus, the slightly more expensive hand-cut meat is more popular than the machine-cut meat that you don't know what kind of meat it is. Zhang Xiaobao shook his left hand as he spoke. He had been using this hand to press the meat. It was cold. His fingers were numb from the cold. Wang Wan nodded in understanding. She knew about this matter. Chinese people were really smart. Not only were foreigners afraid, but Chinese people were also afraid. If it was Chinese people, they could sell a pound of mutton that cost 70 renminbi for 20 renminbi. Just like how mutton that cost 30 renminbi was sold for 10 renminbi more than 100 years ago. Let's not talk about the specifics first. Just talk about the similar taste and how low the cost of the food was. Thus, Chinese people were afraid. Generally, they would go to Muslim to buy beef and mutton and cut it themselves at home. It was very ironic. They were religious people who should be restrained and rejected. But they had no choice but to go to other people's places to buy things because no one dared to sell fake meat in that place. That was ethnic conflict and people would die. Selling things to foreign countries, in terms of the same quality, was still very cheap. What made the foreign industry even more afraid was that China's exports were much lower in quality, but the price was much lower. Yes, the quality was indeed not very good, but the price was cheap. If it was a car, quality was very important. But what quality did disposable tableware need? It was thrown away after eating. Are we Chinese people really the scourge of this planet? Wang Wan found it funny and asked, China is the scourge of the entire universe, so let the Chinese people rule this planet first, and then scourge the universe. The others can't do it all and can only suffer losses. The people of this deer are really good. The meat is delicate. If you look at it under the setting sun, it's like the texture of a cloth. Zhang Xiaobao pinched a piece of meat and looked at it under the light. Wang Wan came over to take a look and nodded. It's really good. It exercises all year round, and it's different from other animals. It's especially better than wild boar meat. The fiber is not so thick, but it's a pity that there's no marbling. If you didn't deliberately let people put some fat, you wouldn't even see a bit of white when you cut it. Marbling, it's nothing more than the ratio of protein to fat. That's other people's rules, not our Chinese rules. If you take 5A beef, other than making steak, can you stir-fry it and eat it? If you cut it along the texture, you'll separate the fat from the thin. If you don't and cut it horizontally, then fine, let's not eat the shredded meat. Eat the foam, it will break. It's a matter of eating habits. It's not always good when others say it's good, unless it's specially sold to them. It's like eating fish and crabs. Do people in England eat crabs? Do people in America eat carp? There are a lot of thorns. But in China, if you have wild crabs and carp, they're very expensive. The English think it's hard to eat crabs. Lobsters are all peeled by the chef. We don't need it. We have special tools to eat it. There are 8 pieces of crabs. It's very delicious. And carp, of course. People in America don't eat it. It's very earthy and there are too many thorns. Why? Because the way they eat it is simple. Children in China know to spit out the thorns when they eat fish from a young age. They don't wait for their parents to remove the thorns and fry the fish with breadcrumbs. Many people are sad. They only say that the food in America is good. Western food. In fact, I don't like to eat this. I'd rather cook it myself. It's not that other people's food is bad. People always eat it, but I'm not used to it. It's too nutritious. I don't need so much nutrition. When you're like me, you eat lean meat. I don't need marbled fat. What I care about is explosive strength, not fitness. I don't need so many special muscles on my body. Okay, it's not easy to eat. By the time Xiao Bao finished speaking, he had finally finished cutting the meat. His 2 hands were swinging vigorously. In just a short while, he had cut more than 40 jin of meat. Moreover, it was a high standard thickness. The knife was only now showing its age. It was not as good as the cold forged knife. The difference was too big. Wang Wan was also not idle. In fact, there were not many meat rolls on a tray. Zhang Xiaobao cut them quickly like magic. When you looked at him, he cut them again and again. But if you counted according to his movements, you would find that he was very fast when he counted the numbers. It was a visual error. It was the same as when the wheels of a car turned very fast in one direction, and then you saw it turn back very slowly. After placing the last meat roll on the 10th tray, Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and smiled. Dear, what I admire most about you is your love and support for our Chinese tradition. I will not say whether you are right or wrong. I only want to say that your persistence is not something that all Chinese people have. Just like what we had discussed before, many people who went overseas said that China was not democratic and developed slowly. The quality of the people was not as good as them overseas. However, he had never considered that if China was suddenly gone, would his status as a Chinese be affected in the outside world? Why are they so nice to him? It's because this country that he looked down on has nuclear weapons, high GDP, and influence over other countries. Does he really think that he is powerful? Does he think that he is Qian Shuessen? Yes, as I said, they are far inferior to the Utens. Without Israel, the Utens are rootless duckweeds, so the Utens outside will defend Israel. They are a nail in the religious community of the country we are attacking now. I won't say whether they are right or wrong. I only admire their spirit. Let's go, you can take 2. I don't have enough hands. Are you still my wife? Are you not my wife? Zhang Xiaobao started to design trays. There were 10 trays, and he must find a way to carry 1 trays. He will carry 1 trays, carry 1 in each hand, place 1 on his arm axle and 1 on his shoulder. That will be 7 trays, and he still has 3 trays left. But Wang Wan had her hands behind her back and was looking at him with her feminine eyes. She did not help him. Carry 1 and carry 2. If you don't work, I will divorce you and divorce you. I am scared to death. Dear, do we need a marriage certificate before getting a divorce? Take it out and let this concubine take a look. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao adjust the tray on his head and said with a smile like a flower, Chapter 1335. Fresh venison is here. Zhang Xiaobao shouted and rushed over with 7 trays on his body. The 9 little guys immediately rushed forward and reached out to help. Wow, brother, you're amazing. Are you going to perform acrobatics? It would be even better if you could hold 1 in your mouth. It's not difficult at all. People can put a very long pole and people can move back and forth on it. You can hold it in your mouth, really. Xiao Bei said to his brother as he tiptoed and took the tray down from his brother's head. Many acrobatics can be vomited out after eating. Do you want me to vomit a few mouthfuls for you? Zhang Xiaobao said discontentedly. Hee. No, if you don't say it, I'll eat it even if you vomit it out. When you say it, I always think of those drunk people vomiting. It's so uncomfortable. Look, how is my brother's knife skills? I'm asking you, Su Yilong. What are you looking at? Xiao Bei kissed his brother, ran to the table with the tray, and asked Su Yilong, who was staring at the meat roll. Su Yilong was looking at the lamb roll. He had never seen such a thing. He used to eat hot pot at between the clouds and the water. He didn't know what hot pot was before that. He used to eat all slices. How did it become a roll today? Say something, venison. Don't you recognize it? Xiao Bei looked at Su Yilong's confused look and said aloud, Why is it a roll? Su Yilong murmured, Because it's cooked faster when it's put in the soup. My family used to eat it like this. Oh, it's not like this to outsiders. It's not a big deal. If you want to eat it, wait until we go back. If you eat in the restaurant opened by my family, you can ask for a roll. Xiao Bei made a gesture of boiling the venison and began to distribute the food. The children in Duo tribe were very honest. Each of them had a small hot pot in front of them, but they were a little far from the hot pot. When they wanted to eat, they had to stand up from the chair and walk to the front. Otherwise, they couldn't boil the food. During the process of eating, they had to go back because the small table with the plates was next to the chair. They were not the only ones. Xiao Bei and the others were the same. However, the 9 little fellows were already used to it. They would go there when they were cooking and come back when they were eating. They would just make a few more trips. Su Ilong frowned and said, "That's not what I meant. What I wanted to say was, why would the frozen meat be rolled up after being cut? It's just like the shaved ice you sold in the beginning. In fact, it's all rolled up and then broken. Why are you asking such a question? Go back and study physics yourself." "How would I know? It's not like I've learned enough. I'm just starting to eat. I don't care about all that. It's such a mess. The more I think about it, the more vexed I get. There's no end to learning." After Xiao Bei finished speaking to Su Ilong, she said to the children of Duo tribe. She picked up the chopsticks with one hand and a small spoon with a fine net in the other. She picked up the meat with the chopsticks, placed it on the small spoon, and dipped it into the small hot pot in front of her. In fact, she didn't need to use the small spoon. Just the chopsticks were enough. However, the children in the tribe were used to using their hands. They were very bad at using chopsticks. She had to demonstrate. Even so, the children in the tribe were very busy when they were eating. The translator was also busy, but he couldn't eat yet. It wasn't that he couldn't eat. He wanted to eat, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would definitely support him. However, he knew that if he ate, he would be isolated when he went back. The hot pot in front of him was not for him, but for the little ancestors. Rules were rules. The children in the tribe were all very honest. They felt that there was a distance between the small pot and the place where they ate, so they proposed to move the small table forward. After hearing the translator's words, Xiao Bei was very helpless. She stopped and said, "No, it's burning charcoal. There's charcoal poison, which is carbon monoxide." Brother and sister said that this thing will come into contact with the red blood cells and then squeeze out the oxygen molecules. Then we will be poisoned. We are children and can't bear it. If it was in the open, it would be fine. However, we are in a tent now. You have to bear with it. Look at us, aren't we the same? Aye, you don't understand, right? Anyway, it's fine as long as you know that you can be poisoned. Xiao Bei actually didn't know what carbon monoxide was. She had never seen it before, but she believed that this thing was the same as what her brother and sister said. Her brother and sister wouldn't lie to her. If they said that it was impossible, it was definitely impossible. Furthermore, it was definitely related to her body, not a matter of money. Xiao Bei still had some impression of throwing the big pearls on the marble floor when she was young. She couldn't understand why she did that back then. Now the big pearls were still at home. It was probably good luck that they threw them for fun. She wouldn't throw them again. That was money. Her brother and sister were really too much. They let her and the others throw such big pearls to play with. She hoped that her younger brothers and sisters wouldn't break them now. Luckily, there was a house and they could play inside. However, they shouldn't break the glass. Pee and the like were unavoidable. That was Agarwood. When she thought of the things she used in the past being ruined by her younger brothers and sisters, Xiao Bei didn't know what to do. She pursed her lips and ate a mouthful of venison. "What's wrong with our family's most lively Xiao Bei?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to Simo Duomo, who was eating hot pot with them. He just smiled at Duo and then focused on his younger brothers and sisters. "I'm thinking about the problem of the house." Xiao Bei said very honestly. Wang Wan was stunned for a moment and tried hard to think of a house. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said, "When I first made a house for you, my thoughts were very simple. It was to let my younger brothers and sisters have their own space. The price didn't matter. How much money could be exchanged for the happy smiles of my younger brothers and sisters. Yes, that was the best house in Tang. Even your emperor uncle was jealous. Today, it was the only one in the world with a Mercury dynamic balance foundation and a back connection structure. It was the only one in the world with a chain design. It was the only one in the world with a self-floating water supply structure. It was the only one in the world with a constant temperature heating and air changing system. Back then, our Grandpa Bai and the others kept an eye on your house all day because they knew that your sister and I would always put the most advanced things in your house. The most important thing was the wood agarwood. In fact, it wasn't valuable. What was valuable was its concept. Now, do you want to know what the house that Xiangrui is using now looks like? Do you want to know how safe it is for them to play in it? Yes, the 9 little guys shouted in unison. They could also go in now, but the height was a little low. However, this house was very big and was also relatively high. If the adults didn't straighten up when they went in, they wouldn't hit their heads. What house? Simo Domo suddenly interrupted. He felt that he was left out. It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, don't expect the children in your tribe to live there. That house is ours. The function of the house, if I say it out loud, you will be scared to death. The function is the place to use it. Anyway, you don't understand. Brother, hurry up and tell us. What has become of the house now? Xiao Bei explained to Simo Domo, then shook his head. He felt that he shouldn't say it. The other party wouldn't understand. Zhang Xiaobao answered under the anticipation of his younger brothers and sisters. There are more things in the house now. One is the oxygen supply, and the other is the battery heating. Why? Yes, why? Xiao Bei asked very cooperatively. Then she stared at her brother with her big eyes. What she meant was that she had cooperated with him once. Next time, she wouldn't cooperate with him at a critical moment. Moi. Zhang Xiaobao kissed his sister hard. This kind of silent communication was the most intimate. Others only thought that his sister was asking questions, but he knew that his sister wasn't asking questions. She was angry. It was a big favor for her to compromise for him. Brother, if you don't say it, I will tell my mother, grandfather, and grandmother when we go home. I will say that you are deliberately keeping them in suspense. Let's see who they will side with. Humph. Xiao Bei threatened again. You should tell your emperor and let him control your brother, Simo Domo said to Xiao Bei as if they were close friends. Xiao Bei turned his head and pursed his lips. Are you stupid? I was just saying it to my brother, but you took it seriously. If I took it seriously, it would be useless no matter who I looked for. Even if I looked for my grandparents, they would tell me to beat your brother when we see him. In the end, when we really saw him, we couldn't wait to feel sorry for him. Do you think I am stupid? This is a disease that needs to be treated. Brother, tell us quickly. We are all waiting. Ha ha! Zhang Xiaobao laughed heartily and kissed his sister again. He said, as expected of the person in charge of foreign affairs, you are indeed amazing. Good, let me tell you. Now, Xiangrui is using your original house. There is a separate sealing system inside. That is, when the overall pressure from the outside is too strong, the house will be completely sealed immediately. Air can only go out, but not in. Even the Tang Empire's Ministry of Works doesn't have such a thing. They use an automatic response system that your sister specially designed. There are oxygen cylinders inside. When there is an external force, they will open in a chain. The principle is very simple. It is a passive lever structure and gears. Now, your sister and I are researching the light sensor system. That is, when the outside is dark, the house will immediately light up. There are batteries and light bulbs. This technology will scare people to death if it is taken out now. Unfortunately, it will not be able to be automatically controlled by computers in the next few decades. This is the regret of your sister and I. The house is also equipped with a small battery power propulsion system. It can move on its own on water. Its speed is not as fast as the current Tang Empire's most advanced small diesel engine, but it can ensure that a human-powered boat can't catch up. Also, the most important thing is the ability to fly after the hydrogen cylinders are turned on. We have added a distributed balloon connection system above the house. In an emergency, the house can fly up in 15 minutes. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Seymour, Domo, and Duo didn't understand, but Sui Long's eyes were shining. She finally knew what her grandfather's generation had lost. They didn't keep an eye on the house that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were using for their children. They had kept an eye on it. Why did they give it up now? Didn't her grandfather say, before, that if they wanted to see the technology level of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, it was enough to see their children's house? Why did they forget? Was it because Xiao Bei and the others didn't use that house? But they still had younger brothers and sisters. Good luck had come out. Miscalculation, a big miscalculation. Xiao Bei didn't expect that the house that he used to live in had been improved so much. He looked at his brother and then looked at his sister, who was smiling. He patted his head and said, "Today, people always think that the people from the Ministry of Works are the most skilled. In fact, it's my brother and sister who have mastered the most advanced technology. I don't even ask whether the house will fall down because it's flying too high. I guess it's just like in the water. When I reach a certain depth, I have to readjust my posture and then exert my strength to go down. As long as the thickness of the balloon is enough, the house can be suspended at a certain height. Brother Xiaohai, now you know the difference, right? My brother and sister must have calculated it. When you were calculating the quadratic equations, my brother and sister calculated the relationship between the lift force, air density, and the self-gravity of the object, right? Yes, I'm still far from it. Xiaohai said. He knew what Xiao Bei was talking about. It was the theory that his brother and sister said when they made the airship. It sounded very simple, but it was very difficult to put it into practice. He didn't expect that his brother and sister not only applied it to the airship, but also to the house filled with passive gas that was not completely sealed. How much data was needed to support that? Don't think too much. When you learn this in the future, your sister and I will teach you. When we can't teach you anymore, it means that the technology of the Tang Empire has reached a certain height. Remember, never be proud and complacent, because the knowledge that you are proud of is actually the common sense of many people. When you think that you can stand at the peak of the world because of this bit of knowledge, those who regard this as common sense will think that you are so insignificant in the starry sky. When Zhang Xiaobao talked to his younger brothers and sisters with a smile, he picked up some bean sprouts with his chopsticks and put them into the mushroom soup. Normally, one shouldn't put bean sprouts into the mushroom soup when eating. However, when cooking meat, bean sprouts must be added because it could remove the smell of meat with its own earthy smell. It was very magical. Xiao Bei and the others began to ladle the soup into the small pot in front of them. They didn't forget to teach the children in the tribe. Most importantly, each of them was given 2 ounces of yellow wine, which was being boiled in the big pot. They could drink it when it was warm. When used as a medicine, yellow wine was neither harmful nor harmful. That was to say, for many medicines that required people to abstain from alcohol, it was fine to drink less yellow wine, because it could exist in the form of non-alcohol. It was a seasoning. If it was like the formula of the Yunnan Baiyao brought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was fine to drink yellow wine, because it could promote the efficacy of the medicine as wine. When it came to eating seafood with wine, Western cuisine used red wine, but it wasn't very good because there would always be allergies. Chinese cuisine used white wine, but it wasn't very good because there would still be cases of stomach upset, even if you ate a lot of garlic. The most authentic was yellow wine, drunk shrimp, and drunk crab. If you said that you were drunk with red wine and white wine, it was not to ridicule you, but it was indeed more disgusting than drinking dry red wine mixed with Sprite. This was no longer a matter of taste. This was a matter of the intelligence of the entire family. Starting from your grandfather, there probably wasn't anyone with a high IQ. In this regard, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to say anything, and Wang Wen handled it very well. She let her younger brothers and sisters drink some yellow wine, which was good for their health. Of course, if you drank too much, the after effects would be very strong. Simo Domo listened to them speak and watched them eat and drink. He also learned from them. The food was indeed very delicious, especially the dozens of seasonings. He felt dizzy just looking at them and didn't know how to choose. After that, he looked at the children and realized what seasonings Xiao Bei and the others used. So Simo Domo followed suit. But what he didn't know was that Xiao Bei and the others didn't use the same seasonings for everything. They would ask someone to bring a new bowl at any time, and then mix it according to the type of food. Zhang Xiaobao was also eating. As he ate, he felt that it was about time, so he asked Simo Domo, "We don't know each other very well. Can we hold a few competitions to improve our relationship?" Chapter 1336. At this moment, Simo Domo, his mind was in a mess. He wanted to find out why the great Tang had come to his side. He knew that helping the Arabs had angered the great Tang, and they had even stolen many of the things stored in his tribe. Fortunately, the current season was not bad. If they had stolen the things in the winter, many people on his side would have starved to death. A group of great Tang soldiers had just left, and now another group had arrived. There were even more people than before, and the ones leading them were the legendary Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The Arabs had told him that these two were ruthless. Most importantly, in their first meeting today, the two of them did not seem to be very friendly. It seemed that he had used the wrong strategy and should have lowered his head. Now that the other side had brought up a competition, he did not know what the other side was planning. Could it be that they wanted to capture everyone on his side during the competition? With so many thoughts in his mind, the delicious taste of the hot pot gradually faded away. Simo Domo, he slowly swallowed a piece of meat and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, who had suddenly become amiable, and asked, "What are we competing in?" "We can compete in anything. Hunting, fishing, chopping wood, fighting, whatever you say, we'll compete according to what you say. But the rules have to be the same, so that we can get to know each other better. Who knows, maybe we'll become a family." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and smiled at Simo Domo. He took a small bowl in front of him and scooped out some soup from the hot pot. "Drink the soup. It's fresh." The taste of the hot pot soup depends on how it tastes when drunk directly. If it's not fresh, then it's not a good hot pot. Good, good. Simo Domo also took a small bowl and imitated Zhang Xiaobao's actions. He scooped out a bowl of soup and blew on it. He raised his head and gulped down half a bowl of soup. He praised, "It's delicious." Zhang Xiaobao, Xiao Bei, and the others were speechless. "Is this how you drink soup? That's sour plum soup and mung bean soup, okay? To relieve the heat. Eat meat, eat meat. We've found good meat today. Xiao Bei, don't eat too much." Once again, Zhang Xiaobao invited Simo Domo to join his chopsticks. He didn't forget to shout at his younger brothers and sisters. Otherwise, if they ate too much, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. They rubbed their stomachs and strolled around to digest the food. Xiao Bei was explaining to the children of the Duo tribe how to best match the ingredients in the hot pot. He was very serious. When he heard his brother's words, he responded with a big smile and promised, "Don't worry. I won't eat so much meat today, nor will I eat rice. I'll just eat mushrooms and green vegetables. Also, I'll chew them up to help my stomach digest. Just now, I drank a bowl of soup to fill my stomach. When the soup is gone, I won't be full anymore." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This was a good idea. He would drink the soup first, and when he felt full, he would stop and wait for the soup to be digested. He would feel better. Xiao Bei turned around, picked up a plate of mushrooms, and placed it in front of the children of the tribe. "Eat mushrooms. Eating mushrooms is good for the body. Don't just eat rice. I found that you guys can eat too much. Your appetite is comparable to people with big appetites." Immediately, an interpreter helped to explain to the children. The child in front of Xiao Bei quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Only then did he put more than 10 mushrooms into the small hot pot. He smiled at Xiao Bei embarrassedly and continued to eat. The children in the tribe liked to eat two things, venison and rice. They even knew how to soak in the soup. Duo blushed shyly and explained to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's because your rice is too fragrant. We don't have the same kind of rice in our area. We eat wheat, and the meat doesn't taste good. Usually we exchange the meat with the tribe. We can only eat one meal every few days. Sometimes, according to your calendar, we can't even see meat in a month. Yes, there is no oil in the stomach, and there is little salt, so the children eat more. You don't have to worry in the future. The children eat for 10 days to half a month. Look, they won't feel hungry after eating 3 meals like now." Zhang Xiaobao understood. In the past, the children of the villagers were like the children of the tribes. One reason was that they exercised a lot and needed to grow up. Another reason was that they didn't eat much oily food. The more they ate, the poorer they became. The poorer they were, the more they could eat. Their productivity couldn't keep up, so it was useless to say anything else. When Duo and Zhang Xiaobao talked, Simo Duomo was unwilling. He admitted that he couldn't compare to the Tang people, and that he had used the wrong strategy. But he was the leader of the entire tribe. Unless he returned to the country, his status would be lowered. If he was afraid of the Tang people, how could he be on equal footing with the leaders of a small part of his tribe? So he glared at Duo and said, Duo, why didn't your people stay at the place I arranged? What are they doing here?" He was speaking in his native language. Zhang Xiaobao found it difficult to translate, but he still understood what he meant. He smiled and continued to eat the meat with his chopsticks. Duo was shocked and lowered his head. Then he realized, "That's not right. I won't be under your command in the future. What right do you have to criticize me? I don't have many people, 126 in total. But I'm following the Tang people now. I'm not afraid of you." Thinking of this, Duo suddenly felt very comfortable and happy. He drank a mouthful of soup and nodded in satisfaction. He pushed a plate of deer tendons in front of Simo Duomo and said with a smile, "Simo Duomo, leader Simo Duomo, try this. There's something called chili in it. It tastes very good. You're here as a guest, so don't be polite. Eat well and eat until you're full." The meaning of these words was obvious. Duo treated himself as the host and Simo Duomo as a guest, and not as Simo Duomo's subordinate. You. Simo Duomo was dumbfounded. How could he not see Duo's attitude? He clearly wanted to leave the tribe. Simo Duomo couldn't say the rest of his words, nor did he touch the plate of tendons. He lowered his head, suppressed his anger, and began to think. Simo Duomo had to admit that he had never directly looked at Duo's small tribe of more than 100 people. In a small tribe of more than 100 people, there were old people, women, and children. There were far too few people who could participate in the hunt. Moreover, Duo's tribe didn't know how to grow wheat, nor did they know how to use nets to catch fish. When they finally managed to catch a few fish, they had to exchange it for wheat and salt. They were used to being bullied, and then they were sent to that outpost. He had never imagined that they would one day betray him. This was truly too infuriating. Duo, if you're not willing to go back now, I won't care. You can follow the Tang people for a while. Once the Tang people are gone, the things you earn will still be yours. I won't take them, Simo Duomo said to Duo after thinking for a while. Duo wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the meaning of his leader's words? He was clearly threatening him. Duo didn't say anything, instead looking at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished rinsing a piece of meat and was about to put it into his mouth. When he heard the conversation between the two, he also used his rather poor Hindustani to answer. Haha, leader Simo Duomo, you don't need to worry about Duo. We'll always lead his tribe. Once the Duo people are beaten into submission and obediently give us tributes every year, I'll bring Duo and the others back to the Great Tang to live a better life. You should think about the competition. What are we competing in? Simo Duomo was shocked. He originally thought that he knew a bit of the Great Tang language and could use the local language with Duo to get around this Zhang Xiaobao. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao also knew the language of his people and even stood up to help Duo? He finally understood that he wouldn't be able to control Duo and the others in the future. Betrayal, this was betrayal. If I didn't treat you well, would you betray me? Simo Duomo glared at Duo again, but Duo responded with a sneer and straightened his neck with an attitude that said, "Do whatever you want." Simo Duomo couldn't think of any other way. He took a pair of chopsticks and put it in his mouth to chew. The more he chewed, the more satisfied he felt. The spiciness and toughness of the tendon made his whole body feel comfortable. After eating the tendon, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I think there's no need to compete. You guys go your own way. We can give you some things." No need to compete? Okay, then let's talk about how you helped our enemy, the Duo people. With your help, the Duo people dared to camp by the river and attack us, causing us great losses. A few people even lost their precious lives. How do you think I should settle this with you? Zhang Xiaobao slammed his chopsticks down and asked Simo Duomo with a gloomy face. The commotion around them suddenly disappeared, and everyone looked over. How could Simo Duomo have known that Zhang Xiaobao's mood would change faster than one could flip a book? He opened his mouth slightly, looked at Zhang Xiaobao, and then glanced at the various gazes staring at him. After a few breaths, he trembled and said, We helped them. In fact, it was them who threatened us. No, it wasn't us who wanted to fight with you. In other words, you were afraid of them threatening us and then causing us to suffer great losses because you weren't afraid of us, right? Zhang Xiaobao pressed. You didn't lose anything. We died 6 people. Zhang Xiaobao grinned, revealing his teeth. I know that the 6 people who died weren't killed by the Arabs. They died of their own accord. Simo Duomo refused to admit it. They could have died if they stayed in their own homes. If you didn't help the Duo eaters, they wouldn't have set up camp by the river. If they didn't set up camp, we wouldn't have sent troops over. If we didn't send troops, there wouldn't have been a battle. If we didn't fight, how could our 6 people have died? And our supplies, the ammunition we used to kill the Duo eaters, isn't that money? In order to support us in this battle, some of the Great Tang people collapsed in the munitions factory from exhaustion. Others suffered heat stroke while helping to repair the road. The donkey that should have been pulling the mill didn't pull the mill. When they came here to pull things, someone had to pull the mill. Our losses were great. What did the Duo eaters threaten you with? Tell me, and I'll treat you like how the Duo eaters threatened you. Aren't you not afraid of my Great Tang? Zhang Xiaobao slapped the table as he spoke. It sounded very reasonable. Of course, Simo Duomo couldn't tell the truth. He could say that the Arabs had agreed to give them a lot of salt after taking over the salt-producing area. After being pressed by Zhang Xiaobao, he had no choice but to lower his head and say to Zhang Xiaobao, "Sir, don't be angry. What do you think we should compete in?" "We'll compete." "Oh, I'm not angry. I'm just excited." "Haha, come eat. What are you standing around for? Eat." "Leader Simo Duomo, are the tendons tasty? When you go back, I'll bring some back for you. We'll talk about the competition later. You can go back and think about it. But what I want to say is that since it's a competition, there naturally needs to be a reward. Why don't we make a bet? What do you think?" Okay. What else could Simo Duomo say? He only felt sullen. He had to endure Zhang Xiaobao's constant flip-flopping because he couldn't beat the Tang. Chapter 1337. During the meal, Zhang Xiaobao was very happy and personally sent Simo Duomo out of the camp. Simo Duomo was not full yet. He had many things on his mind. At the same time, he felt a lot of pressure, so much so that it was unbearable. The people who followed him here ate quite well, especially the salted vegetables prepared by the camp. Basically, each of them ate at least 2 plates. Finally, they saw salt that was free and not bitter to eat. They reckoned that they could drink water to their heart's content before going back to sleep. Walking back in the darkness, Simo Domo was still regretting that he had chosen the wrong person. He shouldn't have been swayed by the Arab's words. Even if the king had ordered him to stay so far away, disobeying a little wouldn't have been a big deal. He had helped the Arabs, but he hadn't received any benefits. Now that trouble had come, the king had offered no help at all. He didn't believe that the king wouldn't be able to get some information. It seemed that just like how he didn't care about Duodwa's 100-some men, the king didn't care about him. The stakes are too high. You want to wipe out my clan? As Seymour Demoga walked, he remembered the last that they had discussed. He stopped and looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. The sky was pretty good tonight. There were stars twinkling, and there was also a crescent moon. But Seymour Domo always felt very oppressed, as if there was going to be a heavy rain. The content of the competition was decided by him. When the time came, both sides would discuss the specific rules to ensure fairness. However, the stakes could not be changed. If the tribe won, they would be forgiven by the great Tang. Furthermore, in the future, large amounts of salt would be sent to them every year. Just like what they ate today, there was no bitter taste, just a comforting saltiness. If they lost, the tribe would have to follow the Tang people. They would hunt, carry things, and dig for wild vegetables. Of course, they would also be able to obtain salt. However, the food would depend on what the Tang people gave them. There was definitely no good rice, and there were other foods that they had never seen before. King, let's fight it out with them. He didn't know what had happened to the king, but he could feel that the king was not happy. That's right, one of the bodyguards said to Simo Demoga. Using the light of the moon and stars, Simo Duomo looked at the person who was speaking. The corners of his mouth moved as if he was mocking himself. He said, "Fight? More than 3,000 of us? They won't be afraid of us dying in front of them. They won't hesitate to kill us. Go back and have a good rest today. I'll think of something." The group sped up and returned to their home. The place where Seymour Domo lived was not bad. It was not a shack. He had a stone house, a courtyard, and a woman in the courtyard. Today, he was not in the mood to pamper the women. He knew that he had to think of a few good competitions to win against the great Tang people first. As for whether the great Tang people would be angry after winning, the worst result would be that he would lead his people to act together with the great Tang people as if they had lost. As for the children, they ate the candy and were taken care of by Xiao Bei and the others. He didn't betray the tribe, but the tribe didn't treat him as a member of the tribe. The happy Duo did not care about his own people when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were drinking tea. He joined in the fun. He had never drunk something that was a little bitter and then a little sweet. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of making tea. He did not put out the kung fu tea. There was an outsider and an outsider who did not understand kung fu tea. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was better to just chat casually instead of explaining from beginning to end. It was just a teapot filled with tea leaves. He washed it and then poured it into the three people's tea bowls. Duo was not afraid of the heat. After pouring more than half a bowl, he drank it directly. He watched as Zhang Xiaobao refilled it and drank it again. The bitter taste in his mouth seemed to be very comfortable. "Fill it up for me. There's always a gap." Duo found that every time Zhang Xiaobao poured tea for him, there was still a gap between the bowl and the mouth. He felt that he was drinking less. Zhang Xiaobao still poured more than half a bowl for Duo and explained, "It's rude to fill the bowl with tea. It's not convenient to hold the bowl when drinking. In our Tang, it's called bullying the guest when the tea is full. When you go to the Tang in the future, you must be careful. What competition do you think Seymour Duomo will propose?" Wang Wan slowly lifted her own tea bowl and drank gently. She tasted 2 small sips and then drank a big mouthful. She also thought about Duo. After all, the other party was the most familiar with the local traditions. Duo first felt that Zhang Xiaobao's words about not filling the bowl to the brim were very interesting. Then he was stumped. He also could not guess what kind of competition the original chief would propose. It seemed that his people had no advantage over the people of the Great Tang. Competing in eating and drinking? The difference was too big. Competing in hunting? The great Tang people had guns. Competing in fighting with warriors? When Zhang Xiaobao set up camp at night, the knife that suddenly appeared seemed to be very powerful. Shaking his head, Duo said embarrassedly, I don't know. Maybe it's a competition of strength to move big stones. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and began to ponder. He tried to determine if the people on Simo Domo his side were strong or not. According to their race, daily nutrition, and training, he found that the people on Simo Domo his side did not have any advantage. There were a few strong people in his team who were born with great strength. There's no need to think about what competition. If there are rules, we can continue to talk. Wang Wan was very relaxed and did not seem to be anxious. That's right. If they want to move stones, we can add tools in the rules. I don't believe that their tools can be compared to ours. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He raised his head and drank the tea in the bowl. Then he poured more for the three people. Duo drank and felt that this thing called tea was very magical. In the past, he had only heard about it from others, but had never tasted it. Even the people of Great Tang who saved him did not let him drink it. He watched as Zhang Xiaobao squeezed a small ball into the flask and poured the water nonstop. The water that flowed out had that smell, so he drank as much as he could. He wanted to see if the small ball would always have that smell. In addition to the food he had eaten before, he finally could not drink anymore. He could only slow down and ask, "Why does this tea always have that taste?" Because this is good tea. It can be brewed more than 10 times. Now, it has only been brewed 4 times. If it's your first time drinking, I advise you not to drink too much. Otherwise, you'll get drunk and can't sleep at night. Zhang Xiaobao finally understood why Duo kept staring at the teapot and drinking. He wanted to drink until the tea lost its taste to verify his guess. How persistent was he? A persistent man was very cute, even though he was a little darker, thinner, and shorter. Duo nodded repeatedly. So it was not that the tea could be brewed continuously. It was because the tea was good. As for why he could not sleep, he would know at night. Leader Simo Domo used to have tea before, but he never let me drink it. He treated it like a treasure. Is it not as good as your tea? Duo recalled something and drank another sip. He felt better. The leader did not let him drink before, but now he could drink it. Zhang Xiaobao continued to pour water for him. Yes, the tea that Simo Domo drank was fermented black tea. If it was the tea that he got 20 years ago, he could not bear to drink it. Now it is not bad. What we drank was green tea. Even if he kept the black tea for 20 years, it would not be as valuable as our tea now. Because no one would bring good black tea here. The good tea was sold in Great Tang. Anyway, you don't know how to drink it, so it would be a waste to give it to you. Duo sighed. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was telling the truth, but it was really a blow. He wanted to know the value of the tea, so he asked, "How much salt can it be exchanged for?" Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Wang Wan smiled. Did they have to use salt to calculate the value of everything? The pot of tea that we drank is enough for 126 of you to eat for half a year, including the cost of transporting it. Zhang Xiaobao kindly gave a rough estimate. Duo rubbed his stomach and said, "I can still drink it. If I continue to brew it, it will lose its taste. You can still drink it tomorrow. We brought a lot of tea," Zhang Xiaobao kindly advised. Duo firmly said, "Brew it." After thinking for a while, he asked, "If Simo Domo did not work with the Arabs to fight Great Tang, would I not have met you?" A smile appeared on Zhang Xiaobao's face. After a pause, he said, "You were too close to Great Tang. You didn't use this area very well. It's just that if we met in that situation, we wouldn't know if we were friends or foes. Forget it, there are no ifs." Duo understood. No matter what Simo Domo chose, the Tang would eventually come. It was just like how a large tribe would eventually occupy a small tribe. It's good that you came. Drink some tea. Duo rubbed his stomach and felt that he could drink again, so he signaled to Zhang Xiaobao to pour some tea for him. The next morning, everyone else was very energetic, but Duoduo's eyes were a little bloodshot. Even after washing his face with cold water 3 times, he was still in a daze. He finally understood why one could not drink too much tea. Yesterday, he was the only one drinking tea. Afterward, he felt a little dizzy and returned to his tent. Before lying down, his head hurt a little. He wanted to sleep, but when he lay down, he found that he could not. He still had a headache. After some time, his head no longer hurt, but he still could not sleep. Thinking and thinking, he finally fell asleep in a daze. But just as he closed his eyes, someone came to wake him up for breakfast. After washing his face 3 times and drinking a bowl of porridge, Duo felt a little better. He advised Zhang Xiaobao, who had finished breakfast first and was drinking tea with a small pot. You can't drink too much tea. It will make you feel guilty, and then you won't be able to sleep. Thank you for reminding me. I changed to a small pot. Zhang Xiaobao thanked Duo very seriously. The one with redder eyes than Duo was Simo Domo, who did not drink tea yesterday and also did not rest well. When he woke up in the morning, he did not eat. He simply washed up and brought 25 people to the great Tang camp. He was led to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang. Along the way, he smelled the porridge. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao, he also smelled the faint fragrance of tea. His stomach growled. Leader Simo Domo, have you thought about what you want to compete? Zhang Xiaobao asked very kindly. He even took a small tea bowl and poured tea for Simo Domo. Simo Domo first nodded his head and expressed his thanks. Then he said, I've thought it through. 2 wins. Chapter 1338. All right, best of 3. What's the content? Zhang Xiaobao asked casually. Simo Domo was not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaobao. He raised a finger and said, climbing. Let's see who can climb faster. Duo suddenly said, there's a cliff with water below. Will we climb there? Yes, that's it. Simo Domo finally smiled. He felt that his men were familiar with the terrain. Zhang Xiaobao blinked and asked, what about the second one? Swimming. Swimming under the water. Let's see who can swim further. Simo Domo had been staring at Zhang Xiaobao. He wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao's expression. Zhang Xiaobao blinked again and asked, what about the third one? Simo Domo, who did not see anything, raised a third finger and said, throwing dice. Zhang Xiaobao was finally stunned. He seemed to be very surprised. People from the Indian region knew how to play dice. He asked, how do we play? Dice. Simo Domo was satisfied. He finally saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression change. He smiled and said, it's simple. 3 dice, from 3 to 18. Throw them into a bowl. Whoever gets the highest number wins. All right, but I want to see the dice first. Have the rules for the other 2 been decided? The simplest one is that during the competition, can we attack each other? Zhang Xiaobao asked. He was afraid that Xiao Bei would not be able to win against the adults underwater. What Simo Domo was thinking was that if they could attack each other and the other party used guns, wouldn't they die before they could do anything? He shook his head and said, we can't attack. We can only worry about ourselves. All right, we'll start in the afternoon. I'll choose the people. Zhang Xiaobao agreed without hesitation. The competition that the other party suggested was beneficial to his side. If they were to compete in hand-to-hand combat, it would be very easy for his people to be in danger. If they were to play a game of fighting alone with a pack of wolves, he would have to admit defeat. Otherwise, people would really die. Simo Domo left happily. He went back to prepare and sleep first. Zhang Xiaobao found Xiao Bei and told her to compete with him in diving and swimming. Xiao Bei was very excited. She nodded vigorously in agreement and began to prepare the tools. She realized that the rules did not say that she could not bring an airbag down. Su Yilong also took this opportunity to find Xiao Yuan. When they reached the place, she wanted to fulfill the promise of the competition. She wanted Xiao Yuan to find a place with good scenery so that the two of them could compose a poem. Xiao Yuan wasn't afraid at all. She said that after the competition with the locals in the afternoon, if it didn't rain at night, they could look at the scenery as the sun set. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the time, ate some meat, and lay down to sleep. He also sent people to the cliff to see how deep the water was and whether there were any shallow reefs. He didn't want to accidentally fall to his death. The pool where Xiao Bei was going to compete in diving also had to be checked. If there were big water snakes or other water monsters, Xiao Bei might not be able to handle them. In the end, when Zhang Xiaobao woke up in the afternoon, the people who went to report that the cliff and the lake were the same place. The water was very clean and deep. There were big fish in it, but they couldn't dive too deep. There were water plants. Hence, Xiao Bei brought 2 small knives with her to cut the water plants. Zhang Xiaobao deliberately went to the toilet. He didn't eat lunch and only drank some soup to adjust his body to its best condition. The group of people came to the lake where Seymour Demoga's tribe was. Seymour Demoga had also woken up and brought people to welcome them. Everyone in the tribe had basically gathered. Only those who were farther away, like Duo, didn't know the news. Anyway, Seymour Demoga didn't care. Everyone already understood that the 3 bets today would affect their fate. If they won, they would have good days and no longer have to worry about salt. If they lost, they would have to work for others. Moreover, they didn't know what would happen in the future. What shall we compete in first? Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the cliff. On the west side of the lake, there was a cliff. The bottom of the cliff was hollowed out by the water. On the east side, there was a mountain that extended into the water. The bottom of the mountain was also hollowed out, but it wasn't as serious as the west side. Zhang Xiaobao knew at a glance that a river had once passed by, and it was a very big river. It formed a canyon and then turned into a lake. The west side was affected by the Earth's rotation, so the impact of the water was stronger. There was no way to know the specific changes, but the local scenery was indeed very good, especially the lake. It was suitable for farming and raising fish and prawns. After completely occupying it in the future, he had to build a beautiful restaurant with a polo field, a football field, a table tennis court, and all kinds of football fields. Water polo couldn't be left out. The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Xiaobao felt that the future was better. For a moment, he began to design the layout according to the scenery in front of him. Let's compete in dice first, Zhang Xiaobao. Simo Demoka's voice interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. Yes, we can also build a casino. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said happily. Then he turned his head and looked at Simo Demoka. Okay, dice. Are you ready? Simo Demoka nodded and brought Zhang Xiaobao to the front of his courtyard. There was a place that looked like a square. It seemed to be used for some kind of ceremony. There were few people in the tribe wearing clothes that were of good quality. They were fine linen and had color. They stood beside a bowl. Zhang Xiaobao understood that they were witnesses. They were afraid that he would go back on his word. He nodded to Duo and Wang. The 2 of them also stood over. Looking at the bowl, Wang praised, "Not bad, it's made of ivory." Then she said to Duo, "Your tribe doesn't lack good things." Duo looked at Simo Demoka with anger in his eyes. "You use ivory things, but no one cares if my children starve to death." Simo Demoka didn't have the mood to care about Duo. His attention was focused on Zhang Xiaobao. He waved his hand, and someone brought over a box with beautiful carvings. He opened the box, and there were a few dice inside. He signaled to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them. The dice were also made of ivory. It was the same as the ones used in Tang. There were 6 sides, and the number of points was the same. So he took out the dice one by one and weighed them in his hand. In the end, he picked out 3 that were about the same weight. They felt good. It seemed that they were often played with. Let me try a few throws. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he didn't wait for Simo Demoka's agreement. He picked up a dice and threw it into the bowl. He took it out and changed to another one. He did the same 3 times. Then He threw 2 pairs of dice into the bowl. In the end, he threw 3 dice together. Okay, let's start. Who's going first? Zhang Xiaobao threw a few rounds and asked Simo Damoka. Simo Damoka didn't say anything. He also took the dice. Like Zhang Xiaobao, he tried it. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao's casual manner, his hands were sweaty. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You go first. Best of 3 wins." Okay. Zhang Xiaobao happily agreed. He took the dice and wiped them on a white cotton cloth. He weighed them. The 3 dice lined up in a row in Zhang Xiaobao's palm. Zhang Xiaobao's flat hand suddenly flipped, and the 3 dice spun into the bowl. There was some distance between each dice, and they didn't collide with each other. After they spun a few rounds in the bowl, and were about to stop at the bottom of the bowl, there was a slight contact. When they stopped, 3 sixes appeared in the bowl. The spectators looked at the 3 sixes in astonishment. Then they looked up at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was indifferent. When he met Wang Wan's gaze, there was a hint of embarrassment. This was because he had cheated. Normally, when throwing dice, one couldn't make the dice rotate around a single point. That way, one could easily grasp the state of the dice when they stopped. Moreover, although it looked like he was throwing them together, there was a sequence to prevent them from colliding. But people nowadays didn't pay attention to this, so he cheated to bully others. Of course, he first had to have a strong foundation. Otherwise, even if he knew the theory, he wouldn't be able to throw it. Simo Damoka didn't know that there was such a trick. When he used it against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, his hands would be chopped off. In an instant, he was sweating all over. The sweat on his forehead gathered together and dripped down his temples and eyebrows. He knew that what he saw was definitely not a coincidence. 3 sixes. Why did he choose this kind of game? He had met an expert. Simo Damoka, please. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hand. Simo Damoka used his sleeves to wipe his sweat and rubbed his hands on his body. He trembled as he picked up the dice in the bowl. He put his hands together and shook them while chanting. When he opened his hands again, the 3 dice hit each other in the ivory bowl and made a crisp sound. When he stopped, it was 4, 5, 3. The spectators in the tribe were disappointed. They felt that their leader wasn't performing well. Usually, when he threw, he would always throw a big number. 6, 6, 6, 6 was also possible. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the dice again. Just like before, he gently shook it twice. The 3 dice faced up and lined up in a row. There was a gap in the middle. He then continued to throw. This time, there was finally a deviation. The dice in the bowl were 6, 6, 4. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. I missed. The last bit of hope in Simo Damoka's heart disappeared. He confirmed with Zhang Xiaobao that he was not stupid. When he picked up the die again, his hands were trembling even more. His whole body was trembling as well. With a crash, when the die came to a stop, he swayed a few times and gasped for breath. Only then did he not collapse. He then looked at Zhang Xiaobao and laughed. Hee, I also got 6, 6, 4. Congratulations. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. He did the same thing as before. He waved his hands, and the dice stopped. 6, 6, 6, 6. He said to Simo Damoka, please. Simo Damoka reached out to take the dice. Suddenly, he raised his left hand and grabbed his left chest. His face was pale, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was open. His body slowly fell. Ugh, his psychological quality is too bad. Quick, doctor, take a look. Don't let him die. Zhang Xiaobao knew what was going on. Was there a need to be so nervous? It was just a competition. A doctor immediately came over and listened to his heartbeat. He took his pulse and opened Simo Damoka's mouth. He let him sit there and took out a nitroglycerin tablet and put it under his tongue. After waiting for a while, Simo Damoka's face finally returned to normal. His lips were no longer purple, but his eyes were still hollow. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Simo Damoka's state and was in a dilemma. He wanted to remind him that he hadn't thrown the dice yet, but he was afraid that if he said that, his eyes would roll back. Chapter 1339. What did you feed me just now? Seymour Duomo waited for a while before he regained his senses. The first thing he thought of was not gambling, but something that could save his life. Zhang Xiaobao could understand this, and at the same time, he was not afraid of revealing his secret. He explained it's a type of medicine. At first, the people who made this medicine wanted to use it to help with explosives. Later, it was used in war. For example, the weapons we're using now contain this thing. But at the same time, it can also save people. The effect is very good, like what you are doing now. But let me tell you the truth. Your illness is not that simple. Otherwise, the doctor would have given you the quick-acting heart rescue pill and not the nitroglycerin tablets. Did you suffer from the same illness in the past? The doctor's methods are very good. Seymour Duomo did not really understand, but he knew that the Tang dynasty's medical skills were very good, whether it was killing or saving people. He was now worried about what Zhang Xiaobao said. He did suffer in the past. Could it be that he was in a very dangerous situation now? Zhang Xiaobao also thought so. He did not know why the doctor gave Seymour Duomo nitroglycerin and not the heart rescue pill, because nitroglycerin was cheap. The heart rescue pill needed to be added with other medicines, and the cost was high. It was not worth it to use it on outsiders. As for these Chinese medicine formulas, both Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan easily obtained them. Wang Wan's family background was there, while Zhang Xiaobao's was simple. He just had to go overseas. The formulas that were kept secret in the country had to be told honestly when they were sold overseas. Some formulas even had to be told about the process. This was because the foreigners would doubt if there were any harmful substances in the production process. At the same time, the taboos and side effects were written very clearly. It was unlike in China. When you read the instructions, the taboos and side effects would be unknown or not clear. At that time, it really scared the people in China for a while. Later, when the internet was developed and basic education in English was available, everyone jumped over the wall to look for information. No one knew if this was the misfortune or luck of the smart people. Conflicts were everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao could even obtain additional benefits in this kind of struggle. As long as he used some small tricks, he would be able to obtain many secret recipes. Then he could change his appearance and take them out to swindle money. Then they would work together with the local drug dealers to increase the price of medicinal herbs. Now was the time for him and Wang Wan to play their roles. In other words, the two of them had been playing their roles all along. They had saved a lot of detours. From the production of nitroglycerin to its application, the process had been smooth. Not a single person had died. It was very miraculous. They had to thank those who had died before. Right now, Seymour Duomo and Zhang Xiaobao were not clear about the specifics of the situation. The doctor, who was clear about the situation, was very clear about the cost of the heart-saving pill and the things that could be used as explosives. Furthermore, he was also clear that when the heart-saving pill was not effective, he had to eat explosives. The explosives worked quickly. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao and Seymour Duomo both felt that Seymour Duomo was about to die. If his illness acted up again in the future, he would definitely not be able to survive. Zhang Xiaobao felt that if Seymour Duomo was willing to lead his tribe to serve him, he could always provide him with medicine and tell him what to pay attention to, just like how he treated Li Longji and his family. Seymour Duomo felt that if Zhang Xiaobao could prevent him from dying, there was nothing wrong with leading the tribe to follow him. If he died, would the tribe still listen to him? Thinking of this, Seymour Duomo stood up again, took the dice and casually threw it into the bowl. When the dice stopped, the numbers 1, 1, 2, 3, and 3 appeared. I lost this round, Seymour Duomo said calmly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood. The two of them looked at each other and saw joy and sadness in each other's eyes. They were happy that they had taken down the tribe, but sad that a leader had lost his will to fight and betrayed not only himself. In the face of life and death, Seymour Duomo had lost. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew each other very well. If the other was the leader now, they would definitely fight to the last moment. Even if they lost, they would not let the other side look down on them. Thus, they would fight for more benefits. Leader Seymour Domo, what's the second round? Zhang Xiaobao did not cheer and asked very calmly. You say. Seymour Domo was also very straightforward. His meaning was very clear. They would compete in whichever one you felt had the greatest chance of winning. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the cliff. Xiao Bei, who was beside him, quickly said, Let's compete in diving. Let me do it. I haven't swum to my heart's content in a long time. Let me do it. Okay, let's compete in diving. Let's see who can swim further. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Seymour Domo was in a difficult position. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao's side would have a very strong person, but he did not expect that it would be a little girl. They would definitely lose. When the time came, they would win by climbing the cliff. They had the salt, but where was the medicine? Actually, it's diving. Zhang Xiaobao did not let Seymour Domo finish his sentence. Seymour Domo sighed secretly. He looked at the person beside him and gave him a lot of hints. The person he was hinting at nodded vigorously. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. The two sides began to change their clothes. Xiao Bei wore a very large set of clothes, while the tribesman only wore a small pocket around his waist. If his opponent was not a girl, he probably would not have given up on such a cumbersome thing. The two stood by the lake. With Zhang Xiaobao's order, they both dove into the water at the same time. As soon as they entered, they disappeared. After a while, the people on the shore could vaguely see a blurry thing moving forward under the water. Time passed slowly. Sweat appeared on Seymour Domo's forehead again. He hated that he could not personally jump into the water and catch the tribesman. He had hinted just now, but he did not expect that this idiot would think that he was asking him to persist. You persisted until the end. How much longer can I persist? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to look at their watches. 3 minutes had passed. The two could not help but worry. They were not worried about Xiao Bei, but the other party. They could no longer see the figure under the water. It was too far away. After waiting for another minute, a head finally appeared on the surface of the water in front of them. Seeing this head, Seymour Domo did not know whether to be happy or sad. He did not wait for the other head. If that head did not appear, would Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kill all the tribesmen in his tribe? That was their sister. At this moment, everyone felt that time was passing very slowly. It was as if they could hear their own heartbeat. Every beat was very clear. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the surface of the lake. 2 long minutes passed just like that, just as Seymour Domo was about to send a few more people over to take a look. Xiao Bei's head finally appeared from a further place. She then placed her hands in front of her chest and treaded on the water as she walked back. From her upper body, it could be seen that she had taken off her bloated outer clothes. Inside, she was wearing a swimsuit. The tribesmen looked at Xiao Bei, who was treading on the water, as if they were looking at Buddha. She had been underwater for so long, but she was actually fine and came back alive. As she got closer, Xiao Bei did not show any joy on her face. Instead, the corners of her mouth turned downwards. She looked very unhappy as she opened and closed her eyes. When she got closer to the shore, the tribesmen on the shore were shocked. Xiao Bei's hands under her chest were digging into the eyes of a fish. That fish did not look small. Zhang Xiaobao quickly waded into the water to help. It was a carp. Zhang Xiaobao weighed it twice and estimated that it was around 12 to 3 caddies. If he was in the water, he would not touch it unless his head was out of the water. Such a big fish would kill him. After throwing the fish back with all his strength, Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and said, "Amazing!" Xiao Bei whispered into his brother's ear, "I don't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. I thought he was very powerful, but in the water his speed was so slow. I didn't even need to take a breath before I ran in front of him, leaving him far behind. By the time I needed to take a breath, I was already a long way away from the surface of the water. If I had known, I would not have cheated. That would have been faster, even if he held his breath for 10 minutes. What was the use if he could not swim the distance? I felt that this was very unfair to him. So I took a few breaths and caught a fish. Brother, don't you think it's amazing? There are carps here too. It's amazing. In the future, we will not cheat when we deal with him. Where is the thing? Zhang Xiaobao replied softly. It sank with the heavy object. I used up my qi. If we still have to bring the heavy object back, how are we going to get the fish? Let's make fish soup tonight. 1 fish is enough for us to drink. Xiao Bei still had a look of regret on her face. She had overestimated her opponent. On the shore, Shima Duomo's eyes revealed happiness, but his face was full of pain. He glanced at his tribesmen and shouted, "We have lost! I know that all of you think the same as me and are unwilling to leave here, but we have to abide by our oath. We have lost the bet. From today onwards, we will follow the Tang people. We have to go to dangerous places, but we do not lack warriors. I believe that the places that the Tang people can go to will not be difficult for us. Now, I want to ask the Tang people if they are willing to abide by the bet and provide us with enough salt in the days that we follow them." As he shouted, Shima Duomo looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao immediately cooperated and shouted, "We are willing." Did you hear that? Although we have lost some things, we have also gained some things. Now, go back and take the useful tools at home. Do not come back. That is against the bet. Buddha will punish you. I will send troops to catch you back. Shima Duomo shouted at the people around him again. Except for the original people on his side, those who came later immediately turned around and left to get the things. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Shima Duomo's confident look and could guess what was going on. The important materials were in the hands of Shima Duomo. If those people did not come back, once they lost the resources here, they would have a hard time in the future. They might even die because of lack of things. Zhang Xiaobao really admired Shima Duomo. He could hide the idea of surrendering so deeply and speak of it so openly. If he did not consider his illness, but really knew the gap between his tribe and the Tang Empire, and thus gave up his independence, he was really great. Someone in the crowd on the shore was not satisfied and said to the person next to him, "Is it over? What about our competition?" "Now is fine," Xiao Yuan said to Su Yilong. Chapter 1340. Su Yilong and the 9 little guys did not participate. They stayed by the lake, looking at the mountain, the water, and the cliff hanging upside down. "Are we not waiting for the sunset?" Su Yilong's body trembled as she asked Xiao Yuan. He was excited. He had been suppressed all the way and never had the chance to show off his ability. He was always looking at the 9 little guys' performance. At this moment, he felt that he finally got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would defeat Xiao Yuan first, and then defeat them one by one. Xiao Yuan looked up at the sun and quickly closed his eyes, saying, "We're not waiting. Maybe we'll be busy with other things later. Right now, this mountain, this water, this warm sun, and the slowly floating clouds. Of course, if you pick up a fish and write about it, it's fine too. Last question, is it writing modern poetry?" "What modern poetry?" Su Yilong did not understand. "Brother and sister will write it occasionally. It's a modern poetry written strictly according to the standard requirements. It's divided into 5 or 7 words. The standard poems and quatrains are different according to the beginning and end of the cycle. For example, no need, we're not writing this. The rules are too strict and affect our performance. Writing poetry is not about rules. It's about expressing one's inner feelings, understand?" Su Yilong was confused and quickly interrupted Xiao Yuan, saying with a guilty conscience. Xiao Yuan followed the good advice. Okay, not following the rules. Writing poetry can express one's feelings. Isn't it the same if it's written in vernacular? It's like a newspaper story. Yes, it's the same. But don't you think that poetry can better reflect one's literary level? Beauty, knowledge, Su Yilong advised. Isn't modern poetry more beautiful? Is it more knowledgeable? Xiao Yuan continued. Let's not think about this today, okay? Let's talk about poetry. I'll go first. Do you see that cliff? Su Yilong also knew that she could not win against Xiao Yuan on the same topic because she used double standards. So she quickly changed the topic. Xiao Yuan looked in the direction. Su Yilong pointed and nodded. I see it. There's a depression below. Very good, the poem is out. The first sentence, I see the cliff is depressed. The second sentence, why, we're leaving. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded. She stared at Su Yilong unhappily. Are you playing with us? I can follow up with your question. Why is there a groove? When I turn my head to look at the other side, there is also a groove there. Haha, Xiao Bei, you're so cute. I'm just kidding. I'm not done yet. Wait, let's start. The water surface is boundless, reflecting the cliff. The mountains and ridges are hard to stop the rushing current. The movement and stillness are in harmony with the quiet and distant. After Su Yilong finished speaking, she looked at the 9 little guys and waited. After waiting for a while, seeing that they did not respond, she asked, How is it? To be honest, I don't know what it means. Xiao Bei pouted and said to Su Yilong, Yes, you are still young and can't understand so deeply. It's my fault. Su Yilong was helpless and had to apologize to the 9 children. Actually, it's not your fault. Let Lil Yuan do it. Lil Yuan, tell us a jingle. It has to be like a nursery rhyme. Lil Bei revealed a big smile to Su Yilong and instructed Lil Yuan. Xiao Yuan nodded and looked at the surrounding scenery. She raised her hand and pointed. The birds on the trees are chirping, and the water flowing under the trees is splashing. The fish and shrimps swam and swam until they reached the end of the cliff. There were vines halfway up the mountain, and green grass was sprouting. Can those wild vegetables be eaten? We have to dig them up. It's really nice. Lil Yuan, you're not bad. Continue to work hard, and you'll be very powerful in the future. After listening to the nursery rhyme made by Xiao Yuan, Su Yilong felt that it was very difficult for such a big child to be able to write the rhyme. She quickly praised him and looked like a teacher. Her smile was so reserved and conceited. Xiao Yuan smiled shyly, then pointed to the tree and said, The birds on the trees are chirping, and they complain about the world when they reach the top of the mountain. Chen Xian's hair is frosty, and she's young. She's like a destroyed king, and she's killed in battle. She's like a gentleman, and she's worshipping the temple. My song Ru Feng always praises, and she's like a poem. Su Yilong was stunned when she heard it. She just felt that it was not easy for a child to write the rhyme, but in the blink of an eye he started to use the rhyme. Moreover, it ran through the book of songs and praised the elegance. It was about a woman in a family who supported the family business on her own. Every time she reached the top of the mountain, she would complain about the long journey. There were elders and children in the family, and her husband was ordered to kill in the flames of war. This was fighting together with the king in order to open up new territory. Whether it was her song or your wind, they were praises. Was it a rhyme? This was actually called life. Using rolling ears, Ru Fen, Zhanbei Luo Yi, Wu Yi, Wu, and Guanzi. Was this kind of ability something a child could have? Now that they were going to take the imperial examination and advancement examination, it was really easy to solve the questions. It was too demoralizing. This rhyme is better than the previous one. Brother Yilong, don't you think so? Xiao Yuan, continue. I like to listen to rhymes the most. I don't understand any poems. Xiao Bei's voice was still so sweet, and her smile was still bright. Su Yilong looked at the rippling lake in front of her that was blown by the wind. She really wanted to jump in and never come up again. It was so embarrassing. She even wanted to show off in front of Xiao Yuan. She finally came up with 4 lines, but Xiao Yuan used the rhyme right away. This was an impromptu poem. No one gave you time to think about it one by one. It tested not only your quick wit, but also your foundation. How was it possible? Su Yilong felt that she was a failure, especially when she heard what Xiao Bei said. Why was the usually cute smile so awkward at this moment? Yes, I don't understand poems, let alone compose them. The only thing Su Yilong could do was to agree with Xiao Bei and return a smile. But no matter how she smiled, it was unnatural. Xiao Yuan's expression did not change much. Just like before, she pointed at the big tree again. The birds on the tree chirped. Looking up, the warm sun set in the east. Wild vegetables grow in the remote jungle, and new melons grow in the fertile soil of the hometown. Tian Qingming crossed 1,000 rivers and dreamt of the 100 Gorge last night, singing nursery rhymes softly, sleeping early, and smiling like a flower in auspicious times. I miss home too. Auspicious times and auspicious times can call people, right? No, we can't come here for nothing. We have to find more things that can't be seen in the capital and make them into specimens to bring back for our brothers and sisters to see. Are there any gems here? I don't know if they broke the pearls that I dropped last time. When Xiao Bei heard Xiao Yuan's words, her eyes turned red. She sniffled and pulled Xiao Yuan along as she ran towards the place where Simo Domo lived. She felt that it was best to ask the local leader first. If there were any, they could use other seasonings to exchange for them. After all, the locals were stupid and could not eat gems. If they gave them something real, they would definitely be very happy. The 9 little guys ran to find Simo Domo and made a fair exchange with him. Su Yilong stood by the lake for a long time without moving. She understood what Xiao Yuan meant. She started with the same scenery and used 3 ways to tell him what it meant to go from simple to complex, and from complex to simple. There was no need for rhyme in the depths of love. Every word came from the heart, using the simplest words to express the deepest meaning. This was the realm. As for herself, she was still in the process of going from simple to complex. She had not entered the stage of complexity. One day, she would use illusion and deliberately carve words and sentences to see Xiao Yuan's footsteps. Perhaps Xiao Yuan was still a little far from the truth, but he didn't need to carve anything. He said what he thought. It seemed like a habit, but it was actually accumulated to a certain extent. Su Yilong once again felt the terror of the 9 children of the Zhang family and Wang family. It seemed that her grandfather was right to send her over. Otherwise, she would still be flattering each other with the other officials of the same generation. She would be proud and complacent when she did something. Looking at the 9 little guys, they did a lot of things. When they met many tribes, they could immediately take the children to play and take good care of them. When she saw them every day, she felt that they were very happy. Of course, when she saw them happy, she was also happy. But thinking about it carefully, she realized that the places where they played every day were places where they were needed. When someone was sick or the work was not easy to do, they would immediately go over and help as if they were playing and chatting with the others. In other words, they took on the task of adjusting the atmosphere in the team. They had been infecting everyone with their happiness and innocence. They would also fall down and accidentally get scratched. Looking at them pouting and saying that it didn't hurt, the adults who were also injured seemed to feel that they didn't hurt, even if their injuries were more serious than the children. They can actually play a role in stabilizing the hearts of the troops and improving morale. They have never been a burden to the team. They never made others worry. Why did I only find out? Su Yilong said to himself in the lake. Then he was very annoyed. He thought that he was the only one who was useless. He couldn't do physical work, he didn't know how to cook, he couldn't bring happiness to others, and he didn't have the affinity that Xiao Bei and the others had with the tribe's children. Damn, I'm actually a good-for-nothing. No, I have to follow and learn. Su Yilong strengthened his confidence. He was full of yearning for the outside world. He came to a conclusion. Once he followed the team to the end of this journey, he would learn 1,000th of the strengths of everyone in the team. When he went back and met the other officials of the same generation, those people would not be a threat to him. Just like Xiao Yuan's indifferent look when he was pulled away by Xiao Bei after he finished his last poem. Xiao Bei didn't take him seriously at all. It was really depressing. Chief Seymour Domo, where are you? Seymour Domo. Xiao Bei and the others shouted. They were brought to the hall where Seymour Domo had invited Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Chief Seymour Domo, I see you again. Hello, what's that? I heard that you have a white jade beauty. When Xiaobei saw him, he first spoke with his hands behind his back and his feet moved. Chapter 1341. Xiaobei, come here. Where's Su Yilong? Without waiting for Xiaobei to finish, Wang Wan shouted first, then stared at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be very wronged and said, "There's only one sentence. The content is different. Don't you think the sentence is very domineering? I think it's very hooligan. It's the prelude to taking advantage of others." "Xiaobei, why did you run over?" Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao and hugged Xiaobei, who ran over. Xiaobei looked at Simo Domo He and said to his sister, "It's all Xiao Yuan's fault. It would have been better to compete with Su Yilong in poetry, but he had to suppress her. He also had to choose the theme of homesickness, which made me homesick. Then I thought, Ji Xiang Rui, and the others can leave, right? They can call for help, right? I remember when I was young, I had such a big pearl and put it in the house. When I go back, should I bring them a bigger pearl? If they really can't find a big pearl, gemstones and the like will do. Naturally, I have to ask leader Simo Domo He. I won't ask for it for free. We can use our ancestral secret seasonings to exchange. 13 spices. Usually we can't bear to eat it. For example, when they eat barbecued meat, we can put some. Brother." The latter part of the sentence was directed to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded solemnly. Yes, the ancestral 13 spices. If they are willing to take out more things to show their sincerity, 18 spices is also fine. It's easy to eat curry. While they were talking, Xiao Yuan and the others had already started to communicate with Simo Domo He. Simo Domo He could speak the Tang language, so there was no problem in communication. I know my brother is the best. Of course, my sister is also good. 18 spices? Why didn't I know? Xiaobei whispered to his brother and sister. That's because your brother has never used seasonings that are 13 spices, let alone 18 spices. Those are for people who don't know how to cook. Look at the chefs in our restaurant. Which one of them would grind seasonings into powder and add them to their dishes? Also, I asked you to teach Su Jian's grandson something. Look at how you bullied him. Can't you let him have some self-confidence? Wang Wan also said in a low voice. Xiaobei pouted. It's not that we're bullying him. It's just that he wants to gain confidence in his poetry through Xiao Yuan. If he were to look for me, wouldn't there not be so much trouble? How stupid was he, using one's own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. So it's not that we bullied him, but that he didn't succeed in bullying little Yuan. Yes, it's all his fault. It's fine. People get used to it after a few more blows. Don't ask Seymour Demoga for anything. He is also a poor man. If you want gems, you can find jadeite in the places we passed by on our way here. Now is a good time. I think we can find jadeite the size of a house. Zhang Xiaobao could imagine how big of a blow Su Yilong had suffered. Not to mention her. Even he and Cuckoo sometimes had to memorize the information for their younger brother, little Yuan. When they needed to use it, they would ask him. 1% of talent was too powerful, and 99% of hard work could not make up for it. Of course, according to another theory, 100% of children had their own talent. It depended on the environment and the guidance of the adults. The simplest example was when a child was born. The right side of the brain was better developed. He used to use chopsticks with his left hand, but he was forced to use chopsticks with his right hand. Every time his left hand touched the chopsticks, he would hit it. After a long time, the child would not only change the hand that held the chopsticks, but it would also form a conditioned reflex to suppress the use of the right side of his brain. Then the parents would say that their child was stupid. Was there any reason? Xiaobei did not consider whether Su Yilong's heart was hurt. She was most interested in places with jadeite. She had jadeite jewelry of various colors, mainly red and green. No matter how she looked at it, It was more beautiful than glass. Brother, it's a mine, right? Our precious candy house. It involves too many lives and interests. Behind the beauty of every gem, there is blood. We will occupy the place where jadeite is produced. But we must stay away from our precious candy house. You can give every child a big cake, but it's impossible to make a jade bracelet for every child. The sweetest thing is the honey pastry of our precious candy house. The happiest way to eat it is to taste it with family. This is the true meaning of our precious candy house. It's not that the most beautiful thing is the jade bracelet of our precious candy house. The easiest way to get it is to gamble on raw stones. Our precious candy house has lost its soul at the same time that it has lost its care for its children. We let you participate in the animal husbandry industry because you can get substantial things to help the children from this industry, such as milk and meat. The mining industry can't provide direct help to the children. It's nothing more than making money and then using the money to buy the things the children need. It seems to be the same thing, but it's actually a different concept. As the owner of the candy house, when you see something, the first thing you think of should be what this thing is for the children, not how much this thing can be sold for. Then, you use the money to buy things for the children. After a long time, you will only remember money, but forget the most direct needs of the children. Everything will start to be measured by money, understand? Zhang Xiaobao patiently explained to his sister that it involved the inertia and philosophy of human thinking. Xiao Bei blinked his big eyes and thought for a while. He nodded and said, I understand. It's like when I fell and hurt my arm, the first thing you and big sister thought of when you saw me was, Does Xiao Bei hurt? Was the fall serious? Instead of hearing that little Bei fell, you estimated that it would cost 5 strings of cash to treat her. Go! Get someone to get 7 strings of cash. A fallen little Bei doesn't just need money. Even if the former doesn't have money, it's still love. Even if the latter has money, it's still indifference. Of course, it's even better if there's money and love. Once we participate in the mining industry, our thoughts will gradually turn to money. Zhang Xiaobao picked up his sister and placed her on his lap. He kissed her hard and said, Mwah, Aya, our little Bei is so smart. It can't be helped. She's always been smart. Who's as stupid as Su Yilong? 10 years. It'll probably take 10 years to catch up to the current little Yuan. If he starts practicing every day from now on and works hard to learn, 5 years might be possible. Little Bei patted her chest and deeply agreed with her brother's words. Wang Wan finally asked about the specific situation. What did little Yuan do? Little Yuan let him know something about Buddhism and something you guys talked about before. That is, seeing a mountain is a mountain, seeing water is water. Seeing a mountain is not a mountain, seeing water is not water. Seeing a mountain is a mountain, seeing water is water. According to what you guys said, the last one is to find it 1,000 times in the crowd. It was as if Xiao Bei had won the competition. He was overjoyed and delighted. Little Yuan is already so amazing? Wang Wan was a little surprised. She naturally knew what that was. 3 realms. In literature, very few people could reach the last realm. When you deliberately emphasized in writing, the reader would feel the beauty. When you didn't emphasize, the reader would forget the way you wrote and only remember the plot. Zhang Xiaobao spoke at this time. He's not that amazing. Little Yuan doesn't have enough life experience. He can't understand many things thoroughly just by relying on the knowledge in books. His success this time is because he chose the topic of homesickness. Even children know how to miss. That's why he made Su Yilong suffer a blow. Little Yuan, right? Yes. My little Yuan didn't write about the profundity of history. He simply expressed his longing for his younger brother and sister because he's not stupid. Little Bei understood everything. That was why she said a jingle and a nursery rhyme to cooperate with little Yuan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and stood up to walk out. Brother, where are you 2 going? Little Bei looked at Simo Domo when she asked. Didn't they want to discuss something with him? Zhang, Xiaobao patted Little Bei's head. You guys talk to him. Your sister and I will take a look at Grandpa Su's grandson. Otherwise, when we go back and talk about it, I'm afraid your Grandpa Su will fall ill and be hospitalized. Okay, leave this to us. Little Bei agreed and ran to Simo Domo. Zhang Xiaobao just nodded at Simo Domo and then walked out with Wang Wan. Simo Domo, who was sitting there, was angry. He felt that he was left out. He looked at the children in front of him, who were talking to him about a deal. He gritted his teeth and decided with a hint of revenge to get some benefits from the children. After that, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't agree, he would return the benefits. If the two of them didn't say anything, he would take it that they agreed. Compared to Simo Domo's complicated thoughts, Little Bei and the others were much simpler. They didn't think about who would get how much. They only felt that according to the actual situation of the local poverty, they would use 13 incense to exchange for other people's good things. Moreover, they were experienced and knowledgeable and could easily estimate the approximate value of each item. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were outside, didn't know what Simo Domo was thinking. Otherwise, they would have kindly advised him not to play this kind of game with Little Bei and the others. That way, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Not everyone could take advantage of the little guys. When the two of them found Su Yilong, they saw that Su Yilong was holding a basket that had just been carelessly woven with branches in one hand and a leek scythe in the other. The leek scythe was specially used to cut leeks. It was very easy to use. Once the scythe was cut, a bundle of leeks would fall. Moreover, it wouldn't hurt the roots. As long as you used your strength, it would definitely be a flat cut. The tool itself limited your normal movements, unless you deliberately cut in a crooked direction. When you encountered leeks with rotten roots, you could still dig downwards. With a gentle turn, the rotten roots would be dug out. Su Yilong was digging wild vegetables along the lake. When she encountered those that ate the top part, she would directly cut them. When she encountered those that ate the leaves, she would cut them close to the ground. When she encountered those that ate the roots, she would use the scythe to cut them out. For every wild vegetable, she would carefully shake off the soil, separate them, and carefully arrange them in the basket. What is he doing? Wang Wan looked at Su Yilong and realized that it was different from what she had thought before. She thought that Su Yilong should be sitting by the lake in a daze, listless. Zhang Xiaobao revealed a gratified smile, digging wild vegetables. And then Wang Wan asked. Then she would comprehend life and settle down to do the little things around her, instead of looking at the clouds and fantasizing about flying. If Grandpa Su saw this, he would definitely be very happy. Zhang Xiaobao praised. So that's how it is. It seems that he isn't afraid of being shocked at all. He adjusted himself really quickly. Let's dig too. Boil the wild vegetables in boiling water and dip them in sauce. Wang Wan suggested. Zhang Xiaobao picked the wild vegetables with her. After an hour, Seymour Duomo walked out of the hall looking very tired. Then there was an obvious dejected look. Xiao Bei and the others were still happily talking and laughing. It's over. Another person who has been shocked. I don't know if he can recover as quickly as the previous one. Zhang Xiaobao looked up, shook his head, and said to Wang Wan, I guarantee that he took the initiative to scheme against the little guys. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Wang Wan added. Chapter 1342. The sound of Xiao Bei's laughter woke up Su Yilong, who was digging for wild herbs by the lake. He looked up at the 9 happy little guys, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There was a look of relief on his face. Zhang Xiaobao happened to see Su Yilong's appearance when he raised his head. At this time, Su Yilong was not as high-spirited as before when he was following the team. He looked very easygoing and natural. Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was a sublimation of thinking. When Su Yilong returned, he would be much higher than the others of his generation. In that case, he would have an explanation to old man Su Jian. At the same time, the Tang Empire would have one more useful talent or a good official. Although the children nowadays were educated and the requirements for students during the imperial examination were getting higher and higher, which seemed very fair. In fact, it could not offset the advantages of the official family. This was inevitable. The same situation existed in any country and era with a system. Whether it was China, the United States, Japan, or Russia, one's family background had always played a very important role. Since he could not stop it, it was better to find a way to improve the personal quality of the official's children. If using a knife to cut off the water did not work, then adding fuel to the fire. Use the system to limit some of the power and use the humanities to influence some of the officials. Even if there were still various kinds of corruption in the end, the number would naturally decrease. Try to improve the ability of the officials as much as possible, and at the same time ensure the relative income of the officials. Their salary must be in the upper class of society, and their welfare must be higher than ordinary people. Otherwise, they would be in a strong temptation. Ilong, how many wild vegetables have you dug? Zhang Xiaobao, who was in a good mood, waved to Su Ilong and shouted. Su Ilong slowly stood up, carrying a basket in one hand and a leek scythe in the other, and walked over. After a few steps, she tilted the basket so that Zhang Xiaobao could see the wild vegetables inside. She said, "Not much, only half a basket. It's enough to boil soup for a few people. It's not enough to cook vegetables." Huh, why is it different? Xiao Bei jumped twice and came in front of Su Ilong. It looked at her carefully from head to toe and then looked at the wild vegetables in the basket with a curious look. Xiao Bei felt that the Su Ilong in front of her was like a different person compared to before. Her tone and actions gave her the feeling that she was calm, not deliberate or pretentious. Her gaze was no longer aggressive, but so gentle. "You've changed so quickly. What are you doing? Teach me. You teach me how to change my expression. I'll teach you how to negotiate. I'm very good at negotiating." Xiao Bei nudged Su Ilong and said, "I want to thank you all. Actually, I'm still me. It's just that I'm a little different after meeting you all. As for your skills, I must learn them. Even if I have to cook for you all every day, I must learn all of your skills. Otherwise, wouldn't I have come all this way for nothing?" Su Ilong lifted the basket in her hand and said to Xiao Bei, meaning that she was going to cook today. Xiao Bei took a step back and waved his hand. "No, let's learn from each other. As for cooking, please spare us. You're a good person. You can't torture us like this. But we have a seasoning called 13 spices. It's still very good. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chief Simo Domohi." Xiao Bei smiled and looked at Simo Domohi. Simo Domohi's expression was not very good. During the negotiation, just now, he did want to bully the little ones. He wanted to use an ivory bead to exchange for 50 kilograms of salt from Xiao Bei. His idea was very good. It was safer to exchange for the salt in his hands. Although they followed the Tang team and discussed before that there would be salt to eat if one day they were angry, or if the whole team did not have enough salt, it would inevitably be a burden to the people in his tribe. He had some salt in his hands that could be used at critical moments. If the little ones could exchange for a few more ivory beads, he would have a lot of salt. He could dissolve it in water and drink it to make people feel strong. In the end, it was Xiao Bei and the others who asked what kind of seasonings they needed. He said that if they sold the salt directly, they would not sell it. They had to match it with seasonings. Therefore, the seasonings were expensive. He said that there were 18 kinds of seasonings, matching them with the salt one by one, then 2 by 2, 3 by 3, until there were 18 kinds of seasonings. In the end, there were 153 kinds of seasonings that were matched with the salt alone. Then, adding the 18 kinds of seasonings that were matched with the salt alone, it became 171 kinds of seasonings. Then he added 3 by 3 for by 4 and so on. He was confused, but there were a lot of them. After calculating, it was obvious that it was not possible. Simo Domo, he was not stupid. He did not want to talk about other things, and only wanted to talk about salt. Xiao Bei and the rest of the 9 could not directly sell the salt. Although there was a lot of salt in the Tang, it was only useful if they carried it with them. Otherwise, if they did not eat salt, they would fall sick. They saw this point and used salt as the main condition to talk about other seasonings. This was because there were many seasonings in the area. Other than chili, many of the other seasonings grew well. Xiao Bei and the rest were puzzled. Why were there so many seasonings in the area? They did not know that if there were not so many varieties, their brothers and sisters could not eat curry every day in India. Even if they were imported, they had to take the climate into consideration. Therefore, it was said that the area itself was produced. Xiao Bei and the rest took out a few pieces of deer jerky for Simo Domo, he to taste. Deer jerky was made with a few kinds of seasonings. They could not carry any seasonings with them. The smell was too bad. After Simo Domo he ate it, he felt that it was indeed not bad. When he heard Xiao Bei and the rest say that it would taste better with more seasonings, he could not help but be tempted. Xiao Bei and the rest struck while the iron was hot. They said that they could provide an unlimited amount of seasonings to Simo Domo, he and his people. As long as they could eat it, they would provide all they had, including salt. The prerequisite was that Simo Domo, he also had to give all he had. Simo Domo, he was happy and said, "You can give me as much as I want." Xiao Bei said, "No, I want as much as you can eat. If you eat 1 gene of salt per person a day, I will give you 1 gene per person. If you can eat 2 gene, I will give you 2 gene." They went back and forth on this topic. Simo Domo, he was very tired. They had 9 people, but he was only 1. After an hour, he agreed. When he agreed, he was in a good mood. He felt that he could hunt for ivory in the future, but he could not find seasonings and salt. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Bei told him that there were seasonings in the area. If they wanted them, they had to send people to pick them. Then there would be people in the group who would specially make them. They could eat as much as they wanted, but the prerequisite was that they had to pick them. If they did not pick them, it was fine. Their own group would pick them and provide seasonings. However, their own group would pick them, and the usual hunting of wild animals would be left to their tribesmen. Simo Domo, he became depressed when he knew that there were seasonings in the area and that his own people had to work for them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw his tired and depressed appearance. The 9 of them were, of course, happy because they still had a backup plan. They did not usually eat 13 spice, but it did not mean that 13 spice was worthless. There were many Tang people who did not eat much of it. If they continued to move forward and entered the territory of the man-eaters, they could still sell it to them. Besides 13 spice or 18 spice, other than the influence of the season, there was also the secret recipe for processing. It was not that you would get 13 spice if you collected 13 kinds of plants. If the combination was not good, people would fall sick. There were things that were sun-dried and shade-dried, and special ones needed to be smoked. This was not told to Simo Domo he, and it was not in the agreement. When the time came, they would collect the plants that were in the current season and process 10 portions. They would just give them 1 portion and say that the processing process failed. Simo Domo, he did not know, or else he would fall to the ground again. Nitroglycerin would not be able to save him. When he heard Xiao Bei's words, Simo Domo, he smiled at Su Ilong, but it was a forced smile. Su Ilong didn't even need to ask to know what was going on. She had heard too many legends about Xiao Bei and the others when they were negotiating with others. She knew even more about 13 spice. Although it wasn't very cheap, it wasn't so expensive that it was unbearable. Even if an ordinary family did not eat it, they could buy a bag for a dozen copper coins and leave it at home. When guests came, they could cook it to enhance the taste. Just like tea leaves, that bag was enough to last them for half a month. Those who were slightly better off could eat it casually. Its biggest use was to cook meat. No matter how bad your cooking skills were, you could cook a chicken or some pork, put water in the pot, and add 13 spice. The taste would be good. Salt had to be added last. This was the current rule. If you added salt in advance, you would find that the same level of saltiness would require more salt. Unless it was specially made to make braised food, the salt had to be added first, and then it had to be soaked for a long time. At this time, Sui Long was thinking about how Xiaobei bullied Simo Domo he with the 13 spice. Simo Domo he's condition was obviously not right. He had just fallen ill, and it was not easy. However, after seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Seymour Duomo, who was in a bad mood, suddenly revealed a peaceful smile. He instantly understood that what was his might not necessarily be his. Since he was going with the Tang people, he still had many good things in his hands. What would happen? Why not take this opportunity to exchange with the 9 children? He thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be happy to see that their younger siblings had more good things. You also know how to change your face. Xiaobei was about to show off his achievements when he suddenly realized that Simo Domo his expression had also changed. He could not help but feel puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Xiaobei, they did not change their faces but their hearts. People know how to give and take, so they are open-minded. Pack up and we will leave in 2 days. Oh, Xiaobei agreed, but he still did not understand what was going on. He realized that he could not figure it out at the moment, so he stopped thinking about it. He snatched the basket from Su Yilong's hand, grabbed one end, and passed the other end to Xiao Yuan. The 2 of them carried the basket and skipped towards the campsite. Do you still need me to do anything? Simo Domo, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Don't bring too many things, especially wooden tools that you don't usually use. Throw away what you need. When everyone is here, gather those who are sick together, Zhang Xiaobao said to Simo Domo he. Simo Domo, he hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I know, kill those who are sick. What did you say? Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise. Chapter 1343. Zhang Xiaobao was shocked, and his gaze toward Simo Damoka was no longer friendly. Simo Damoka didn't know what was going on and was still explaining. I said that I am willing to listen to your orders and kill the sick people. Don't say you'll listen to my orders. I'm not that heartless. If you were my enemy, I'd just be happy if you all died. But now you're my people and not my slaves. Zhang Xiaobao said firmly to Simo Damoka as he stared at him. Simo Damoka was stunned. Then why do you want me to gather the sick people? To treat them. Most of the people here are still young. They died because of illness or other problems, so those who are alive now don't have any serious illnesses. We have a medical team that can give you simple treatment. Not only the sick, but also your people. You all have to cut their hair and take a hot bath. I have medicine specially used for bathing. After that, change into new clothes. If you don't have new clothes, find a cloth to cover yourself. Zhang Xiaobao once again felt the cruelty of the slave system. This kind of disregard for life was even more thorough than his and Cuckoo's. He and Cuckoo had killed people, and he had used all kinds of methods to destroy the enemy. But that didn't mean that he didn't know how to respect life. He also felt uncomfortable when he killed people. He only did it for the benefit of the Tang Empire. There was no right or wrong. He had never said that he would torture people after they surrendered. Even if it was mining, he would give them enough food. He used the captives' physical strength, not their lives. The work they were doing was indeed dangerous, but that kind of danger was probabilistic. It was dangerous for anyone to do it, not just because of the captives. But the rulers of the slave system didn't treat slaves as people at all. They killed them so easily that it was no different from killing a chicken. It was no different from using boiling oil to feed a live donkey meat. Wang Wan also frowned. She had never thought that her hands were clean. If a soldier didn't have blood on his hands, what kind of soldier was he? He had also massacred a Tubo village before, killing both the old and the young. However, that was against outsiders. Now, Seymour Duomo understood the meaning of a massacre within the village. No wonder Duo didn't want to go back to the tribe. No wonder the local tribesmen didn't have such a strong sense of resistance. It wasn't that they didn't understand unity, but that their leaders abandoned them too easily. If they didn't have religious beliefs, they would have been finished long ago. Did you hear that? We're not asking you to kill him. We're treating him. Wang Wan looked at Simo Domo with a cold gaze. Seymour Duomo couldn't help but shudder. After he reacted, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I know. You are the one who treated them. Let me say this first. I have nothing to exchange for this. This help when you do things. Our medical services are free. We don't expect you to give us anything. You arrange it. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Then he didn't want to look at Seymour Duomo anymore. He pulled Wang Wan and left. Seymour Duomo stood where he was and watched the two people leave, as well as the guards hiding in the dark one after another. He sighed and muttered, If I had known that you weren't going to kill, I wouldn't have said kill. Anyway, the old and weak will die slowly. I'll see if you can save them when we're on our way. You don't understand the cruelty here. Seymour Duomo felt that he was right. In fact, he also wanted to kill a lot of burdens. He felt that it was useless to keep those people alive. In the past, he always sent the old, powerless, and sick people outside so that they could contribute to him at the last moment of their lives. With a sneer, Seymour Duomo touched the small bottle that contained the medicine to treat him and walked unhurriedly to his palace. A race that doesn't know how to love cannot survive. They will eventually be ruled or controlled by others. I guess he's still thinking that we don't understand the situation here. There are many weak and old people in the team, and they think that our kindness is a joke. But he definitely doesn't think that without this kindness, we wouldn't have the status we have in Tang today. Should we give up on the old and weak? If we lost a battle and were running away, maybe we would choose to give up. But we definitely can't be so calm. I believe that every night I will be awakened by nightmares. I saw Seymour Duomo's hesitation. At that moment, I didn't know whether he didn't want to kill or whether he was considering who to kill and whether he wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the disobedient. Therefore, only a ruler who recognizes his own power and responsibility is qualified to survive in this world. Otherwise, when the people know that there is another ruler who cares for their people, they will inevitably rebel. At the same time, the foundation of the country will be shaken. You will find that even if you don't give him advanced weapons, many people in the country will die from violence. There will be more violent deaths than when you give him advanced weapons but know how to care for the people or fear the people. Zhang Xiaobao was provoked by Seymour Duomo. When he spoke, he was thinking about how to find a chance to kill Seymour Duomo. This kind of person can't be left alive. If he wanted to achieve a certain political goal, he could send Seymour Duomo to do things that would harm others. When he reached the point of infuriation, he would appear and kill Seymour Duomo. He believed that he would gain the favor of those who were bullied by him. But obviously he couldn't do that. If he did that, his heart would be dirty. Sending someone to do it and using the lives of the people who did it to achieve his goal was worse than doing it himself. You mean to give everyone in Tang a gun? Wang Wan turned and asked, Why not? Do you think that you have to use a gun to kill people? As long as the laws against the people at the grassroots level are fair, even if they have the means to kill people who make them angry, they won't use it. It's people who kill, not guns. If possible, not only will I give the people of Tang guns, but I will also tell them that if an official bullies you and you don't have the chance to send a telegram and your life is threatened, then you should shoot. Shoot at that official and shoot at the person who threatens your life. Zhang Xiaobao made a shooting action as he spoke, and there was a cold smile on his face. If we do as you say, Tang will be in chaos. Well, at least that's what the corrupt officials of Tang will think. You don't need to say it, I'll say it for you. Wang Wan smacked Zhang Xiaobao's hand that was about to raise the gun and said, She actually understood that when people said that more people died from gunfire in other countries, it was actually a one-sided view. Countries without guns had more people dying from knives and bricks. When everyone had a gun, they naturally knew how to respect life. When everyone had their own car, they naturally wouldn't think that pedestrians had to let them go first. Respect came from the same social status. Social status depended on hard work and effort. Whether hard work and effort produced results, or rather, the probability of producing theoretical results, depended on the policies of the ruling class of the society. That's why we have to cherish this era. We have to maintain the development of economy and technology, strengthen traditional morals, strengthen the law, and create a stable social environment. Even the rulers have to act in the interests of the majority when they do things. Zhang Xiaobao concluded. Wang Wan smiled. Does that mean that Li Longji has no choice but to compromise? Li Longji is actually quite cute. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. How is he cute? What are you looking at? As Wang Wan spoke, she saw Zhang Xiaobao looking around, so she followed suit. I'm looking to see if there are any spies. We have people in the palace providing information. Don't you think he's cute? He has no choice. Can't he just get rid of us? He's not stupid. He still wants to be the emperor. He's probably thinking of us right now and wants us to go back quickly so that he can travel. This means that his power is restricted. Even if he can tolerate the turmoil in the country, he can't tolerate the powerful weapons of an unknown country that can attack from thousands of miles away. When it reaches this level, he'll probably have other thoughts. Then he has to wait. Wait, aren't we all waiting? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chatted all the way back to the camp, and they happened to see the little ones busying themselves there. There was a large basin filled with a lot of yellow-black scrambled eggs. On the other side was a chopping board. Xiao Bei and the others took the small root vegetables out of the water and handed them to Su Yilong. Su Yilong held the knife in one hand and the small root vegetables in the other, working hard to cut them. Be careful, don't cut your hand. Our knife is very fast. You cut it one by one. Don't think that you're as agile as the logistics master in the team. When you find that you feel uncomfortable cutting the vegetables, you have to stop and adjust. Don't think that there's only a little left and cut through it, understand? Xiao Bei held a few washed small roots in his hand and nervously watched Su Yilong cut there. His mouth didn't stop talking. Su Yilong was sweating profusely, looking at the muscles on his arms that were exposed when he rolled up his sleeves. She knew how nervous he was. But he still insisted, cutting while replying to Xiao Bei. I know, I've written it all down. You guys know more. I'm far worse than Xiao Chang and Xiao Gang. Then you still want to cut, let them do it. Xiao Bei glanced at Xiao Chang and Xiao Gang who were kneading the dough and said to Su Yilong, how can I let you do dangerous things? Otherwise, when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo see it, I don't dare to imagine the consequences. If the knife is not sharpened so fast, will it? It will cut off your hand. A blunt knife hurts people. Xiao Bei and the others usually use very fast knives. Not to mention cutting hair. As long as your hand touches it, it will definitely be cut. Zhang, Xiao Bao's voice came. Brother, sister, you're back. We were cutting the stuffing. We wanted to cut it, but we found that if we cut it, all the vegetables will fly away, so we had to cut it. Why, brother? Xiao Bei grabbed the small root vegetables and ran in front of Zhang Xiaobao. As he spoke, he put the small root vegetables in front of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth and let him eat. Zhang Xiaobao dodged back. Who put the garlic together with the small root vegetables? The color and size are different. Let's take a good look. Oh, I know the garlic, but there are only a few. It's not good to eat raw as it's too spicy. This thing is useless. Brother, why do you think it flew away when you cut it? Xiao Bei retracted his hand and looked. That's right, the garlic is there, purple skin. This is physics knowledge. If you want something to fly out when it's under force, you have to control the transmission of force and the physical characteristics of the current object. On the other hand, if you don't let something fly, you also have to control it. The easier it is to cut something, the harder it is to fly, so you have to fix it when processing metal parts. Then, there are two ways to cut vegetables. One is to do it like me. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he stepped forward and picked up the other kitchen knife beside him. He took the mixture of root and garlic from Xiao Bei's hands and placed it on the chopping board. The knife rose and fell, and after a few swings, the mixture was cut into small pieces. Then he continued to cut it into smaller pieces. This is the familiarity of the tool and the thing being cut. It also requires strong control. Practice makes perfect. It's very simple, but you need to persevere. Wow, brother is so awesome. Xiao Bei clapped his hands and shouted. Su Ilong stopped and listened carefully. She knew how Xiao Bao's cooking skills were, but she had only eaten before. She had never seen Xiao Bao cook. Today it was an eye-opener. Why couldn't it fly? The knife was obviously not used for cutting. Zhang Xiaobao continued, there's another way. It's much simpler. Bring all the vegetables you've washed over. The few little guys brought the things up and piled them together. Zhang Xiaobao gathered them again and then began to cut with the knife. As he cut, he said, this method is to use other things to block the vegetables that are about to fly out. Stack the vegetables together and the knife cuts in the middle. In fact, they will fly, but they will be blocked. The premise is that the chopping board must be fixed firmly. Otherwise, with the force of the chopping board, the vibration produced will still shake the things away. Observe more in your daily life. You will find that the thickness of the chopping board used to cut vegetables doesn't matter. But the chopping board used to cut vegetables must be thick wood, and it must be one piece, not a few pieces of bamboo stuck together. But we can't put metal plates, springs, and shock absorbers on the chopping board. That will reduce the kinetic energy of the falling knife. We need a tool table that can mitigate the force and hold it in. Only then can we use it to cut. This is actually the simplest physics analysis and application. When cutting vegetables, there is also a need to guide the flow. Similarly, when cooking, heating is inseparable from physics. We also have to pay attention to the chemical reaction. When different ingredients are put together, poisonous substances will be produced. This is called the mutual promotion and restraint of ingredients. The purpose of learning knowledge is to apply it. You have to do more often when you have nothing to do. Do it purposefully. This will not only promote your hands-on ability, but also deepen your grasp and understanding of knowledge. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the vegetables on the chopping board were also chopped. A few pieces flew, but most of them were not a problem. This was within the normal range. The vegetables that were chopped by the special grade chef would also fly. If he didn't want them to fly, he would cut them. Of course, there were also experts who would cut things flying when cutting vegetables. We have to think more about how to play in the future. Xiao Bei understood and said happily. Su Ilong's face was full of gratitude. She knew that Xiao Bao said this for her to hear. She usually had access to a lot of books, but she just read them. She never thought that physics and chemistry could be used in cooking. Chapter 1344. The 9 little guys were not willing to think about things that were too deep. They would only think about it when they needed it, and they were not worried about not being able to figure it out. They had brothers and sisters to back them up, and they had very powerful brothers and sisters. Therefore, what they were thinking about now was how to wrap the small root cabbage in a box and fry it in a pan. Today, they planned to cook a meal by themselves, including the cat ear soup that went with the small root cabbage box, but there was no fresh cucumber pickles. If the team came to travel, fresh cucumbers would not be a problem. Someone would specially carry soil and grow cucumbers on it. But now it was a war. Who dared to waste manpower and material resources like that? If there was a spare place, it would be better to fill it with salt or bullets. The 9 people who made the box for the first time were very nervous. Su Ilong also did not cook. He could not cut the vegetables well. What else could they expect him to do? As the main force of the box, Su Ilong was very excited. He felt that the action of making pancakes could be regarded as a kind of art. But only those who made pancakes every day understood that it was actually a kind of life. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan no longer went in to rest. Instead, they took out folding stools and sat down, watching their younger siblings and Su Ilong cook. The two looked at each other and remembered the first time they made wontons for their family. The same passion, the same excitement, and the different craftsmanship. Even if the little guys put their heart into the box they made was also strange. They could not even squeeze the edges of the box. Only the clumsiness can be seen in the simplicity. Great skills appear clumsy. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. There were only 3 consequences if the box was not wrapped well. First, the stuffing was leaked. Second, the stuffing was not cooked in the thick part, and third, the thin part was scratched. This was not a big problem. If the stuffing was leaked, it could also be fried and eaten. If it was not cooked, it was not a big problem. In the stuffing of wild bird eggs and small root cabbage, the bird eggs had to be fried first. The small root cabbage could be eaten raw or cooked. As for the scratched part, it could be eaten as a strange rice crust. As long as the little ones put their heart into it, no matter what they made, the adults would feel that it was delicious. Even the delicacies made by the top-class chefs were not as delicious as the noodles made by the children. This was the consensus of the adults in the world. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't care and just waited to eat. The little ones also didn't think about the food they made. They maintained absolute confidence that the food they made would definitely be good. Only Su Yilong, who was slightly older, was afraid. She was worried that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not like the food she made. From time to time, he would look at the pot, then at Xiaobei and the others who were wrapping the boxes. He looked at the stuffing in the basin and suddenly had an idea. He suggested, "Can we add some meat inside?" Xiaobei was tasting the newly mixed stuffing to see how it was salty. When she heard Su Yilong's movement, she raised her head to look at him and said helplessly, "Brother Yilong, cooking is the same as composing poems. It doesn't matter how much flavor you add. It depends on whether you can express a flavor. Just like the chive stuffing, if you want to add meat, you can. It's very simple. No matter what kind of meat you add, it's not a problem. It doesn't matter if it's nutritious mutton, warm chicken, or cold crab meat. It can all be mixed in." "But," I said, "but understand?" Xiaobei was like an adult. It was very difficult for her to make food, but she ate a lot. When she reached a certain level, when she was used to the wind and waves, the trickling stream was the pursuit. Su Yilong knew what chives were. She didn't like to eat them, usually. Every time she ate them, she would have a stomachache. It was only when she ate at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang restaurant that she was fine. He also didn't know what was going on. Seeing that Xiaobei said that she could put everything, he asked, "Isn't it good to put venison?" "Okay, but we want to eat the pure taste of the root vegetables. The monarch, the minister, and the assistant minister are the rules. Whether it's used in medicine, calligraphy, or food now, who is the monarch and who is the minister? When you put venison, I only want to eat venison. Moreover, eating venison and root vegetables together is too nutritious. Then why did you put wild bird eggs?" Su Yilong asked as if he was asking for advice. In terms of enjoyment, he was very clear that he was not the opponent of the little guys. Although they suffered a lot, that was because they were willing to. However, if they didn't suffer, when it came to enjoyment, he was far behind them. Xiaobei spat out the stuffing in her mouth and reached for the salt. When she touched the box of salt, she paused. She bit her lower lip, looked up at the sky, rolled her eyes, and retracted her hand. "You can't put any more salt. If there's less salt, you can eat it with other seasonings. If there's too much salt, you can't reduce it. It's not like you're making takeout." "Then what did you say? Bird eggs? It's fresh." Brother and sister said that the simpler the organization structure, the fresher the taste. If you want to put things, you can put river prawns. It has to be big. Only meat, no shell. Sea prawns can't. Sea prawns are too fresh and will suppress the taste of the root vegetables. We want to eat the root vegetables. Then why not put river prawns? Su Yilong felt that there was a lot of knowledge in eating, so he became more and more curious. Because no one catches and peels prawns. If you want to eat something with 3 fresh stuffing, the egg has to be cooked, but the prawns have to be raw. If you boil the prawns in water, they become stuffing and then heat them up again. It's easy to cut your hand when you peel the raw prawns. I'd rather not eat it than do it. What if you get injured or infected? Xiaobei shook her 2 chubby little hands, indicating that she didn't want to be cut. Su Yilong had to admit that she couldn't compare with the little guys in many aspects of life. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel envious. It wasn't that she hadn't experienced life, but that no one had ever told her this in her daily life. It seemed very simple, but there was endless knowledge in it. No wonder His Majesty also put his youngest children beside Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They were the eldest princess and the first prince. It turned out that their education started from the bits and pieces of life. After an hour, the root vegetable boxes were done. Black, yellow, and gray, they were stacked one by one. They were put on a plate and sent to the dining table in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There was also a bowl of wild vegetable soup with the smell of oil floating in it. Because the root vegetable boxes were limited in quantity, they were usually only eaten in the inner courtyard for Xiao Bei and the others. The wild vegetable soup was much easier to make. In addition to some chopped green onions, there was water, salt, pepper powder, and some uncooked oil. There were 2 full pots, less than half a basket of vegetables in them. They were distributed to more people to drink. There were a few wild vegetable leaves in each bowl. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the most wild vegetables in their bowls. This soup was simple to make, but it was very good for people's health. Regardless of whether the weather was cold or hot, drinking it while eating would replenish water. Furthermore, it was eaten with steamed buns, so there was no need for vegetables. It couldn't be compared to the soup of the rich and powerful. That kind of soup was boiled or boiled. Speaking of the soup with the best taste, the rich and powerful generally couldn't drink it. It wasn't that they didn't have the ingredients, but that they didn't have the skills. Zhang Xiaobao drank a mouthful and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smacked her lips and said, "No wonder people in the south said that northerners' soup is scrubbed water. If the oil isn't boiled well, it is indeed very similar to scrubbed water. If the southerners' soup isn't boiled well, it's no different from the northerners' pig food. Let's not attack each other, okay?" Generally, only people who have never been out or people who went out and suffered losses are willing to attack each other. Whoever attacks shows that they have low self-esteem. The strong are respected wherever they go, so they are friendly to everyone. When I was abroad, I didn't attack the country. I even wanted to come back, but I knew that as long as I showed my face, I would definitely be caught. Especially beautiful geniuses, they were very willing to catch me. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the soup bowl in front of him and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took a bite of the small vegetable box and swallowed it slowly. She drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and let out a long breath. Ah, now I don't have to worry about the excess food in my stomach. But people who have gastric problems definitely can't eat this kind of box. Eat, don't complain, it's my mission to catch you. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the beauty. Xiao Bei, come. Let me tell you, next time when you make this kind of soup, remember to sprinkle the chopped green onions into the oil first. If the chopped green onions don't turn black, it means that the oil temperature is not enough. Don't add water immediately. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Seeing that Wang Wan's eyes began to change, he hurriedly called his sister. Xiao Bei also knew that the taste was not good, but this was made by them. She had to drink and eat. She picked up a black box on both sides and put it on her brother's plate. She said, "I haven't made it before, so I'm not familiar with it. Next time I won't. If it's not good, don't drink it." Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. You think it's only the soup that's not good? Then why did you pick up a black box for me? But he said, how is it not good? It's just that it hasn't reached the highest level. If the soup is given to the people of Duo tribe to drink, they'll be happy to death. It's good enough that there's salt. I think so too. Xiao Bei was very considerate, but she still looked at the soup and frowned. She asked, "Brother, is there a way to not have the smell of raw oil no matter when you add water?" "There is." Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiao Bei's head. "It's fine as long as the oil is cooked before. Didn't you notice that there are many oil jars in our kitchen? It's that simple. Then what should we do now that the soup already has the smell of raw oil?" Xiao Bei felt that her first time cooking was a failure. Do you still have chopped green onions? Yes, there are wild onions in the mountains, a lot of them. You just need to chop the chopped green onions and sprinkle them directly on top of the soup. Zhang Xiaobao gave a remedy in a situation where there was no other way. Xiaobei was happy. Sure enough, her brother was the best. She threw down the chopsticks in her hand and ran to find Xiao Yuan and the others to make arrangements. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Eat, beauty. Actually, this soup and box are not bad." The title of beauty was effective. Wang Wan did not mention what had just happened. She gently drank the soup, and it seemed that it was really delicious. Then she said, "Compared to the people in the refugee area, the food in front of us is a delicacy. Yes, the damage caused by natural disasters is great, but there are also many man-made refugee areas. I wonder how many refugees will appear in Duo tribe this time." Zhang Xiaobao also carefully chewed the black box that Xiaobei had given them. "It depends on the situation at sea." Wang Wan turned her head and looked to the west. Chapter 1345. Wind direction, southwest. Wind speed. 5. The situation under the water is unknown. It is not easy for large ships to approach the shore. Send small ships into the water. Pay attention to the tail waves. On the ship closest to the shore, someone on the lookout tower sent out a signal with a sailfish. In the fleet of large ships, there were immediately 100 smaller ships. 2 small ships, each 4.5 meters long and 2 meters wide, came down from each ship. Each small ship could seat 8 people. They rowed toward the shore, and there were also things covered with canvas on the ships. About 200 li away from the 1,000 ships, there were 9,000 ships anchored there, including 2,000 gunboats. These were all the naval forces the Tang Empire could muster. Over the years, they had built 3,000 gunboats. 200 were left in the country, and 500 were used to patrol the seas. Wherever there were Tang merchant ships, there would be Tang gunboats. The rest were all sent here. In the future, they would not build the same type of gunboats. New gunboats were rarely built. Usually they would build 2 or 3 and send them to the seas, Lakes Yellow River and Yangtze River for training and to learn the techniques. If there was a need, the large shipyards would start construction at the same time. The other ships anchored on the sea were transport ships and supply ships. There were 200,000 soldiers on the shore this time. For a long time, they would not be able to get supplies from the country. They also needed to carry livestock for transportation. 10,000 ships sounded like a number, but when looking at it, one would never compare this number with the situation on the sea. There were already merchant ships coming back from farther away. When they saw the ships on the sea, the people on the ships ran up and shouted, "Boss, boss, quick, come out and look at the ships." A merchant ship called Longing Tang was returning to the Tang Empire along the shore. The lookout on the mast saw the scene in front of him through a telescope and shouted at the top of his lungs. As he shouted, he climbed down from the mast. "What are you shouting for? Little Dong, when can you be more steady? Ever since we left the Tang Empire, I haven't seen you rest. You shout when you see fish. You shout when you see seabirds. Look at the ship. We are already on the ship. It's not like we haven't seen ships before. Is this a merchant ship or a guard ship of the Tang Empire?" On the deck, in a small wooden hut, a person was rolling noodles. Next to him was a wooden shelf. On the paper, there were 3 very small children. From their clothes, it could be seen that they were 2 boys and 1 girl. When he heard the lookout shout, he quickly added some cold water into the pot and shouted back. The man he called Xiao Dong had already slipped down from the mast very deftly and stood in the doorway. He sniffed and said, "Boss, I mean Captain, you made noodles for me again. There are boats, many boats. Who made it for you?" "The noodles I brought from the Tang Empire were not much to eat. I cooked and ate a few mouthfuls, but when I got home, the 3 kids kept pestering me. I couldn't even eat a peaceful meal of noodles. When I came out, they were less than 1 year old. When I went back, they would be 3 years old. That is the time when they are naughty. The captain narrowed his eyes as he looked at the picture on the paper. Suddenly he glared at Xiaodong and said, Xiaodong, I told you 100 times to hang the binoculars around your neck. You just had to take off the rope. If you really fell into the sea, I won't be your witness when we get back. Let's see how the authorities will deal with you. Boss, don't worry. You see, I have a rope tied around my waist. I can't wear it around my neck. My neck will be worn out after a long time. Boss, oh, Captain, I mean ship, if you don't believe me, you can take a look with the binoculars later. It's so scary. Xiaodong pulled the binoculars. Sure enough, there was a rope tied around his waist. Every big ship had 2 of these things. One was held by the captain, and the other was given to the lookout. When they came out, they would file a record. When they got back, even if it was broken, they would bring the pieces to the state-level authorities for inspection. If they lost it and no one was there to prove it, they would be punished. The captain was not in a hurry. He didn't expect what kind of scene it would be. He only thought that there was a bigger trading fleet that wanted to meet with his small fleet here. After that, they would greet each other and go their separate ways. In that case, he would be able to see it in a while. It was more important to eat the noodles he brought from the Tang Empire first. It took a long time for the noodles to enter the pot, so the time it took to cook them was shorter. After a few minutes, the noodles were ready. After soaking them in cold water for a while, the captain took another can, opened it, and scooped out a few spoonfuls of bean paste. He scooped a few spoonfuls of bean paste into a bowl and ate a mouthful. Delicious. The noodles and bean paste from my hometown are still the best. Why are you looking at me? If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself. Are you waiting for me to serve you? Captain, you are really too noble. Little Dong happily ran over, picked up the noodles and put in the sauce. He lowered his head and stuffed half of the noodles into the bowl. Then he raised his head and rubbed his mouth in satisfaction. Captain, I just remembered. A month ago, Little Bean was sick and wanted to eat noodles. You took out a can of bean paste and said that it was the last one. Today, could it be? I'm dreaming? Yes, now that you have woken up from your dream. Go up and take a look. Are you still full? I only made this much. That bean paste. Aren't you afraid of being salty? When the captain was speaking, Xiaodong picked up 2 more chopsticks of noodles and put the bean paste on the noodles. I have woken up from my dream. Boss, I'm going up now. You eat slowly. I will continue to feel the power of the Tang fleet. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Xiaodong gulped down a mouthful of water. He wiped his mouth and ran out, leaving only 1 sentence. You're lying to me. I won't even look at it. I'll eat noodles. Son, daughter, wait for me to go back. I'll make noodles for you every day. The goods on the 5 ships are all yours. These are goods from Africa that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mentioned. They're very valuable. The captain continued to slurp his noodles unhurriedly, muttering as he looked at the 3 children drawn on the paper. By the time he was full, a quarter of an hour had passed. He let out a satisfied burp and looked at the noodles that hadn't been cooked yet. He gently placed a can of bean paste on the table and wondered who would be lucky enough to run over first. That way, they would be able to cook the noodles themselves. The captain rubbed his stomach and took the binoculars. He strolled outside and continued to look at the sea and blue sky. He thought of Xiaodong's words and looked ahead with the binoculars. Ah, so many ships. Damn, this is the Tang fleet. Our Tang has so many ships. Reflected in the captain's eyes were ships after ships with dragon flags fluttering in the wind. Everywhere he looked, there were only ships. There was no end in sight. At the end of the sea and the sky, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of ships. The captain was dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and murmured, "What's going on? Am I dreaming? No, absolutely not. Why would the great Tang's fleet come here? Who is going to be unlucky? So beautiful, so mighty. Come out for this captain. Look at the fleet. It is the Tang fleet." After muttering to himself, the captain began to shout to the cabin below the deck. His hands holding the binoculars turned white and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was too excited. In the past, he could only see a few gunships and supply ships of the Tang fleet. It was rare to see dozens of ships at the dock at the same time. Today, he was truly satisfied. His great Tang had so many warships. When gathered together, they could blot out the sky. This was the Tang fleet, the strength to protect the Tang people. The captain pursed his lips, puffed out his chest, and let the sea breeze blow. He had the urge to cry. The ship in front of him could no longer be called a ship. It was like a mountain range, continuous and unending. What could be prouder than this? More footsteps came from the deck. Hearing the captain shout, the sailors thought that something had happened and ran out. However, they didn't find any danger. When they looked forward, they were all stunned. Even without binoculars, they could see the ships in front of them. It was just that they couldn't see the flags on them. They could see the hull of the closest ship, the sails and masts further away. And the ships further away were little dots or black lines. Big Uncle, where did these ships come from? There are so many of them that it's frightening, a sailor said to the captain with wide eyes. Huh, where did they come from? Under the heavens. What do you think there are so many ships? Only my great Tang. I can see clearly. Gunships, those are gunships, and more gunships. So many gunships? Who are Cuckoo and Xiao Bao going to deal with? The captain could now see the configuration of the ships clearly. The gunships were clearly different from the ones the captain had seen. Although he couldn't see the cannons, he could see the wooden planks covering the muzzles. Those familiar with the Great Tang's gunships knew that once the wooden planks were removed, the cannons would be exposed. The other ships didn't have string cannons, but they had a gun at the bow and no gun at the stern. This meant that the warships had no intention of firing while escaping. This was a sign of absolute confidence. His nephew rolled his eyes and reminded, Big Uncle, in front of us is the strait of many cannibals. Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo are fighting many cannibals. When we came out, it was only a small skirmish. I didn't expect that by the time we came back, they were already fighting. This definitely isn't a small battle. I know. Why would they need so many ships in a small battle? But there are too many gunships. Do the cannibals have enough ships to fight? The captain thought hard and then suddenly understood. I understand. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo aren't sending people to attack the ships. They are transporting soldiers. If the gunships can attack the ships, they can also attack the shore. The cannibals are finished. How? The captain's nephew couldn't understand. If they sent soldiers, they would still have to fight. They were deep in the shore, and the gunships couldn't go up. The captain's nephew didn't think too much about it. Instead, he admired the approaching fleet and sighed. It's so beautiful. I've always heard people say that Cuckoo's gunships broke through the waves and formed a majestic formation. I couldn't imagine what it was like. Now I know. If I were the enemy, I would just surrender. There's no way to fight this battle. In front of us, there's nothing but ships. When we cut through the fleet later, it will be even more shocking. I've seen hundreds of fishing boats moving together, and I think it's spectacular. How many ships does the Great Tang fleet have? It's invincible. Hearing his words, the other crew members on the deck felt the same. The closer they got, the more they felt the oppression of the motherland's invincible fleet. They belonged to the Great Tang. Usually, they didn't need to send many. 1 or 2 gunships and 3 to 5 supply ships were enough to protect the safety of the people outside. When there was a real problem, the Great Tang would gather so many ships and form a boundless fleet. With the protection of the armed forces on the sea, they could go anywhere in the world. Captain, when we go back, if we see ships from other small countries, such as Jinlao or Japan, we'll stick to them and see if they dare to provoke us. The invincible fleet of the Great Tang will crush them. A crew member shouted excitedly. You're the one who sticks to them, and you dare to provoke them? Isn't it a provocation? The Great Tang fleet is powerful, but it's not for you to provoke them. Don't you need to spend money? Are you stupid? Or are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo stupid? Or is it the emperor? The captain followed the voice and glared at him. Isn't it said that the great Tang is willing to do all it can for one person? I'm also a person of the great Tang, the man retorted. He was immediately met with all sorts of criticism. I say, Qin clan's second son, I told you not to come. You're such a fool, but you insisted on coming. Next time, no matter what you say, I won't agree to bring you along. Idiot, in the future I'll call you that. And you dare to say that you'll do all it can? That's only because you're in a special situation, like when you're at war with multiple countries at the same time. It's not because you've been bitten by a fish and the entire Great Tang has to take turns rubbing your face. You're truly lacking compared to your brother and brother. If you run into 2 other ships, the Great Tang has to send you this fleet, and they have to cooperate with you. 1 patrol ship is enough. Qin Erboy, you're sick. You need to be treated. Old 2, I'm confused. Why do you have to provoke others? If their ships are filled with valuable goods, then after you provoke them, the Great Tang's armed ships will go and help you steal the goods. But if their ships are filled with rotten fish and shrimps, then after you've provoked them, our Great Tang ships will go and help you fight. We won't get any benefits. Isn't that just making trouble for the Great Tang army? Brother Qin, you're not young anymore. Shut up. What Brother Qin? You're my younger brother, so just call me brother. You're also talking about me. Do you want to put righteousness before family? The younger brother reacted and hurriedly defended his older brother. That's right, you're my older brother. You, all of you, stop talking about my older brother. Look at the ships. After having their fill, the crowd stopped mocking the second son of the Qin clan and turned their gazes to the Great Tang fleet. Bong, 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 bong. Suddenly, the sound of drums and horns came from the fleet in front of them. All sorts of small flags began to move, and the ships with sails began to lower their sails. Big Uncle, what are they doing? The captain's nephew asked curiously. The captain was also puzzled. As he watched, he suddenly realized that the clouds in the sky were moving faster and faster. Immediately, he shouted to the surrounding crew, Quick, lower the horizontal sail and raise the jib. A gale is coming from the side. Don't look at the ship, or else it'll be blown away. Only then did the crew react. They hurriedly got into position and began to do their work. Soon, the horizontal sail was lowered and the jib was raised to a separate position. The speed of the ship began to decrease. The people on the observation deck did not continue to stay and slipped out to the deck. After a while, the crowd gathered at the front deck. Only the people controlling the sail and the helm were unable to leave their positions. Normally, when encountering such a situation at sea, one would be very nervous. Each time, they would be worried that something would happen and that they wouldn't be able to return home. However, the people on the ship were very relaxed. In front of them was the fleet of their motherland. If the wind was so strong that it was dangerous, the fleet would definitely send a ship to inform their merchant ships. Since no one had come to inform them, it meant that the wind wasn't out of the control of the fleet. Since this was the case, the 5 ships on their side would enter the fleet in a short while, and the fleet would protect them. The wind began to pick up, and the sails of the 5 merchant ships formed a large angle with the ship. If one only looked at the sails, they would feel like the ship was moving at an angle. As the wind howled and the waves battered the sides of the ship, the people on the ship weren't worried in the slightest. All of them steadied themselves and experienced the feeling of riding the wind and waves. Although the wind was blowing from the side, the ships were actually moving faster. 30 minutes later, the 5 merchant ships finally brushed past the closest Tang warship. The flags on the ships fluttered in the wind. Soldiers wearing different types of Navy uniforms were saluting the merchant ships. Their standard standing posture and neat movements made the people on the merchant ships tear up. They all returned the salutes that were out of shape. As they went deeper and deeper into the fleet, they couldn't see the outside anymore. There were only ships, countless ships, and the orderly salutes of the soldiers on the ships they passed. These orderly movements made the blood of the people on the merchant ships boil. They saw the majestic warships, the resolute soldiers, the rolling dark clouds, and the flapping war banners. For a moment, they felt very reassured. There was nothing in the world that could fight against this army. It was too strong, and the eyes of the soldiers showed no sign of retreat or weakness. Good soldiers, once we return and sell the goods, I will take out 10% of the net profit and send it to the barracks. The soldiers of my great Tang can't be wronged. Our dignity in the outside world depends on them. The captain solemnly said,